Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NACE Starleague. We're here, brand new season for the winter semester. I'm Squid, joined by Danger Taco. We're starting off strong here with Rocket League, and I gotta say, I'm so hyped to be here. More collegiate action, always so fun. Great start to the season here with NACE, and starting with league play, I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm joining you right there in your excitement because every single time the semester ends, I'm like, man, such a rush. Can't wait to do it again. And then it's almost like you forget it. I'm in a hibernation period in the winter, and I'm just kind of waiting around, kind of knocking on Discord doors, like, do you have any events coming up? People are like, no, you gotta wait. And then it finally, when I'm just in the fetal position on my bed, crying to my pillow, I realize then, wait, no, Ace is back. And then I rejoice. And here we are together on the broadcast yet again. It's a great way to start off the week.
That is the way that it goes. But of course, we should mention that Rocket League is not the only match that you are going to be seeing this week. There is plenty more headed your way. In fact, we have Overwatch coming after us here today on Monday, League of Legends on Tuesday, COD on Wednesday, and good old Counter-Strike Global Offensive on Friday, Taco. So there are just loads of esports going on throughout the week. Obviously, Thursday is the break day. But, you got to take a break every once in a while. As for today's schedule, though, we have 3 matchups per usual. Nothing out of the ordinary here, and a couple of names, Taco, that I think you and I are going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, certainly so. Ohio State is kind of a misdirect in the beginning. Ohio State is a pretty storied program, both within the Collegiate Rocket League, but also just within a lot of the collegiate space. However, this is a slightly different team. This is one of their, 34 teams, I believe, is probably the accurate number for how many teams a massive university like that does have. But they're going to be facing off against Minnesota State, Mankato, Cleary State, in Bloomington for Indiana, representing Indiana University, and then finally SUNY Farmingdale and Cornell University. Shouting out my home state of New York. I was also a SUNY grad, so I feel the camaraderie with those guys. My eyes, at least, are on Indiana University, though. That is arguably one of the best teams coming up through the ranks in Indiana, clearing through the CCA Opens, going really heavily, very, very deep into CRO qualifiers. Actually, yesterday, and just barely losing out to Stockton, one of the best teams in the entire Eastern Conference.
Yeah, you can't really ask for too much leeway when it comes to playing off against Stockton. Nobody was surprised to see them qualify, so that match 2 is going to be a little bit of a difficult one. But as we move here into match number 1, Talk, you mentioned how we got Ohio State. They have absolutely loads of teams for them. And speaking of, the one team we were talking about prior to the show that was just one goal away from qualifying for CRL, but failed to make it happen. So that was a bit of a sob story for me. I'm a huge fan of those guys, and of course, subsequently, any other team that the Buckeyes field, I would have to say I'm pretty biased towards. But there are a lot of teams that we haven't seen, such as Mankato in this particular instance. So as we get a look here at this matchup, we don't really know exactly what their standings have been like in these kinds of big tournaments in the past. But I think it's worth saying that teams like Indiana University or Rutgers, even Taco, you probably saw that yesterday, was an amazing story. We've seen them here in NACE. We've seen them over in UGC. They weren't a really huge team for the longest time, but they really got their act together ever since having some difficulties near that top level.
Yeah, and that's the cool part about collegiate esports is it's almost like a split system, it feels like, because the semesters give you the off season, aka in the winter and the summer, to really just get stuff together, and then you usually have competitions there to test out the roster, so you get kind of sneak previews, but it all comes down to Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2 for CRL, trying to get into those massive tournaments, and the pressure's on, and they perform. So I'm really excited whenever I see those teams start to pop off. So when we do see this first matchup, Ohio State and Minnesota State, maybe they're not on the first I would say impressions from a lot of people these are teams to watch, but that's the cool thing about NACE Starleague, and the thing that we always got to laugh about, how often we get matchups in which two teams come in, and I don't really know too much about them, but then they pop off and suddenly, oh wow, this is definitely a team now that we need to pay attention to.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to what we can see. As I mentioned, I've got some personal bias towards the Buckeyes, but even over there in Minnesota, we've got some friends, particularly Fat Mom and Beastmo, who are the Golden Gophers main roster. They made quite the deep run yesterday. They also just failed to qualify. Of course, there might be a little bit of a rivalry there between them and Minnesota State, but either way, that's a story for another time. We got Ohio State and Minnesota State Mankato just about ready to go here. And Taco, both of them with a 1-0 record, chance to start off the season strong. I mean, batting 500 is never really that bad. Of course, it's still, a very young season, but you always want to try and get ahead as soon as possible. Try to set yourself apart from the remainder of the masses. Here in this best of 5, I believe we're going to be having. I'm looking forward to seeing what we can see out of Ohio State, classic caster thing. I'm looking forward to see. Of course I am. But, some names that I'm not quite so familiar with, so I have high expectations.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to keep those expectations really just even keel for now, as I try to join you there, because I want to make sure that I'm really just embracing this game the most organic way possible, because I have no idea who's going to come out on top, but there's also a chance for these players to make themselves known in the scene and in their division. Round robin play getting back underway. It's Minnesota State, it's Ohio State, battling it out to see who can extend that win streak.
We're going to be seeing Ohio State over there on the orange side, so at least there's something that's relatively consistent. You get those bright primary colors on their end. Desan already down low, trying to get this one to the mid. A nice effort there, but now cleared all the way downfield. This shot on target easily kept outside. Burgess in charge for that one. Shot on either side already here, Taco. Nothing really standing out to me just yet outside of those counters.
And that's a good thing to actually see, is that if nothing stands out, then that means that there's no real glaring issues. And sometimes in the opening game, we talk about it as the game in which you really get to show what you're made of and be able to show off against the other side. But sometimes you can see glaring issues. Uh-oh, the speed is really mismatched. Wow, these rotations are really wide. And sometimes you don't see it up until a miss comes through. No save on that backboard, but Ohio State not quick enough to be able to finish that off on the counter. Here comes Minnesota dunking it through for the opener.
Yep, sometimes you just gotta eat your Wheaties here. They were off to the races, and Burgess was there just in time, but cannot win out on the challenge in front of the goal line there. And, well, that's one way to score goal number 1. Ohio State, though, they had a very good look at the net on that first significant offensive drive. Twice now, it's been a counter. The first one was just wide of the target. Second one goes through off a 50-50. Now Burgess cannot put that one inside the uprights. Another quality opportunity. Dead and gone now as they'll drop things down here into the blue corner.
And Look at them circling back, making sure they get boosts. They don't want to rush things. I really like that approach from Ohio State. The problem is that when you do play that patient game, you got to finish those opportunities. We talk about Burgess with the miss. I don't really think it's a big deal within the first 90 seconds. However, those types of things, I think psychologically can certainly tilt you, and I think that's only going to add if this game remains at a 1-0 scoreline or even ends at this current split between the teams. So I really need Ohio State to give me something more convincing, and that is not it. The giveaway, and Cool is going to put that one through.
This is just a little bit curious to me. You mentioned making the safer play earlier on, but not this time. They got just a little bit too eager to move downfield with that relatively risky play there by Stu. I'm a little bit curious as to what exactly their game plan was with that ball. Obviously, no flame intended, but you've got to start asking these kinds of questions. They were playing the patient play when they got out onto the offense. All right, deep third, that makes sense, but you also got to make sure that you're shoring up on the back end before you move out as well.
And I think plays like that feel fairly innocent in that it's just, oh, a simple pass out, takes my teammate. The issue is if you don't look a little bit farther downfield, the other team can see that coming, and if you telegraph it, if you're just staring at your player and you pass it along, then the other team is going to rush that as soon as you even jump to make that flick pass. So obviously, make sure you hide your intentions, make sure everything is a bit more mysterious. Can be a crucial way to move down the field. And right now, it seems like Minnesota, I wouldn't necessarily say is getting free goals, but I don't really feel like they're doing anything too dramatic here. They're just playing quick, efficient, and finishing opportunities. But as I say that, Nebit just can't quite get that near post. It's going to go out, but they will continue the attack.
They will for a moment, though. Cools. Bit of a giveaway on that last play. They're going to have to do some damage control now. Demolition should at least give them some leeway. The 1-2 passing play now, outlet into the net here. Saviox for goal number 3, and what a play it is.
We're just doing everything right there. They chip it, go for the demo. The issue is the second man so far back, and with a demo, Desan just spawns in just to watch it sail in. There's nothing they can do about that, even if they got the perfect flip to try to get at it. It's still just too far away, but speaking about perfect, that counterattack, so incredibly beautiful to watch a team pick each other out and then just crank one at the best possible speed to beat out the defense. And right now, Minnesota State making themselves known in game number 1. This looks like a very comfortable game for them.
They've had a lot of success just moving the ball down the field with speed, and it seems like that velocity has been a huge factor for them so far. It's not necessarily them playing extremely fast, though. It's just having the vision and the positioning to be exactly where they need to be when they need to be there. So gotta give nothing but props to them so far. On the attacking side, once again, just trying to extend this lead as far as possible. We'll get control back here. Cool's in the midfield, tackled early by Burgess. I like that aggression at this point. They're gonna have to start tearing off the Band-Aid at some point in the game. With 75 seconds to go, you may as well start now.
Yeah, I think tearing off the Band-Aid, good kind of a reference to make within there, as I think we're seeing everyone try and get around the ball. And
yeah, I believe there might have been a slight. Taco, I gotta ask. How long have you taken to notice
I'm not
that?
really sure. To be honest, this is actually borderline genius. See, what they're doing here is baiting in the other team into a false sense of security. But then, aptly so, the other team actually responds with the same strategy. I mean, we're talking about 200 IQ plays. That is right up there, I would say.
Well, that's the kind of interaction that you get when two teams just immediately get onto the same resonant wavelength. It's just like an absolute brainwave that just goes off. It's almost like an EMP, right? Everybody's brain just shuts off, and they're like, we can't do anything. Because if we do something, then they're going to know exactly what we're doing. And if they do something, we'll know exactly what they're doing. So the optimal play is to do nothing. Jokes aside, though.
It does seem like complicated, and it's like, what could possibly be happening? That seems a little off. No, it's actually a higher level game meta. I mean, not a lot of people would understand it. It takes a fairly high game IQ to comprehend a Starleague play.
Yeah, if you don't have at least 5,000 hours in Rocket League, I would honestly advise just avert your eyes from the screen there. Yeah, don't look. It's probably not going to be good for your health. But server definitely did go down, it seems, as we try to get things back underway here. Although, I gotta be honest, it doesn't seem like we were missing out on a really heated game 1 there, of course, with Minnesota State having the 3-0 lead that they did, and Ohio State having some not insignificant difficulties trying to push out and stay out of their defensive half there, Taco.
No, it felt like Ohio State didn't really. I would say difficulties going out of into really that next phase or trying to get back into that game. I wouldn't say it was really a struggle for them. What I really noticed was that Minnesota State was connecting in combination, whereas Ohio State, it felt very one-to-one. I'm hitting off the backboard, and then I'm going to kind of hope that someone maybe gets to that, and then I'll rotate back. Instead of Minnesota State, where it felt like every touch was going into a position in which their follow-up was there and ready for it, and predicting that play. I think Ohio State is just kind of adjusting to things, and that's really what game ones are for, but a couple more games like that, or at least a couple more minutes, at least in game number 2, I don't know if they're really going to hang on, because Minnesota State, they came out the gates ready to play, and it helps that their finishing is on point.
That much is true, and of course, great team chemistry often goes a heck of a lot farther than any sort of skilled individual on any one team. But I will say in that regard, we did actually see a couple of solid-looking individual efforts by the Ohio State offense. In particular, Desan at the very beginning of the game managed to fool 2 defenders, almost made it 3, but didn't end up getting that first goal. I think on another instance, I saw Stu driving downfield, making some sort of a fake play, which confused the defense to a reasonable extent, obviously not to a deathly extent, but maybe that's just where their strength lies, trying to get that solo effort in downfield, waste a couple of defenders, and then start your offensive rotation up. It's a relatively simple and fundamentally charged game plan you're likely to see in lots of high-level play, should they have some difficulty in that 50-50, that direct contest game. It's all about playing that secondary from there, and we noticed that it didn't really work out so often, right? It was Minnesota State, as you mentioned, with the transitions downfield. They always found each other. They knew exactly what was happening. So they were ready to play that secondary. They saw exactly what was happening more often than not, and they were able to play that 50-50 pretty well to their advantage.
And I think that's tiny moments like that, they start to build up, and you get a lot of kind of the snowball effect where if you're consistently winning those 50s, if you're keeping your backboard clear, even if it doesn't feel like that translates immediately into offense, it just allows you to be pressed into defense and then immediately press on back. And the key to playing successful offense is being able to extend those offensive stays, being able to lock down the midfield line so it just keeps rebounding through. And I think that's what Minnesota State was doing a lot better of. And at least seeing the names on Ohio State's roster, I mean, Desan is someone who's a very high-ranked player. That is a player that plays a lot with, I would say, the A team within the Ohio State ecosystem and plays with them in scrims or at least in the ranked modes within Rocket League. So I would expect a player like them to be able to step up and kind of be the front man for those attacks. But with this extended break, as we getting everyone back in the lobby to start up, I believe game 2, as we've been informed, that first game, I believe, will be going over to Minnesota with that 3-0 lead. So with a fresh slate, hopefully a server that doesn't use self-destruct super effectively, then we will hopefully then be able to move into game 2 with a refreshed Ohio State, with a kind of a slap in the face, cold water to wake them up and say, oh, I guess this is not going to be a stroll in the park.
Perhaps, perhaps not. We'll have to see what happens here. Game 2 now getting underway here, though, Taco. 5 fresh minutes on the clock here, and Ohio State once again going to be representing the Orange. Thankfully, no changes there. They're looking for a comeback, and they almost found an instant opener right there. A demolition attempt by Stu, but now the counter. Burgess is able to make the clear. Already, the same exact story as Game 1. A quality chance on either side right out of the gate. I mean, that is just par for the course at this point, I think, for the series. Minnesota State with a good pass and play, couldn't quite put it together. They'll put another one here, but it's easily deflected.
It's one of those things that we don't talk about a lot in high-level play, but it happens a lot in terms of, well, before I get to that, another thing that happens a lot in high-level play, everyone kind of looking around, where is the challenge? Desan gets the first, and then both players are underneath the ball. I think they both had a thought maybe the other person had it, but at the end of the day, on the Minnesota half, it's only one player getting on the end of that one. Kulis putting it into the open net, staring at the goalie, waiting for a challenge, and none ended up coming. It's a fast start again for the boys in blue.
I gotta say, yet again, oh my goodness, this number 2 is immediately scored here right off the face-off. They are wasting absolutely no time here. The Sun just touched that one out to the side, and there's nobody there, Taco. It seems like the exact same story as the last one. But on the first play, Minnesota State, they forced a 50-50, went out to the mid. Nobody from Ohio State challenged fast enough. They simply weren't out there, and they allowed the goal against. Goal number 2 is pretty much the same story. Desan touches it out to the side. They don't have a backup plan, and they concede a second time there. They finally get back onto the attack here, but it was touched away with relative ease, and Desan could not make that double tap happen. They find themselves trailing 2-0 within the first minute.
Now it's really up to Ohio State to realize, okay, this is slightly getting away from us. Of course, it's a new game, and the series is far from over, but you really need a goal just to be able to remind yourself that you're able to get one through. It can't help that you've come so close a couple times and just hit it off the post or be able to put it high and wide. So I think one goal could steady the nerves, so to speak. So want to see if they can tighten up these rotations and get it past the defense. The pre-jump from Kulis blocking that one, and he's going to reward himself with a nice little goal roller all the way downfield.
3 already. You would think that this is going to be a done deal. What a dunk there, and Kulis is right there for it. And nobody back in the defense yet again here for Ohio State. They are trying to play these challenges in the midfield, but they are simply getting read too hard. Read like a book at this rate. Minnesota State is showing no signs of slowing down here. And Ohio State still looking to strike for the first time. We've seen attempts at demolitions. We've seen attempts at individual plays. We've seen attempts at plays up the backboard. Nothing has worked.
And this is where the nothing works is actually a great kind of apt description, because I feel like that's psychologically where that they have to feel right now, and that everything that they're trying in the game isn't really sufficient. And I think part of it is due to just the chemistry Minnesota is showing, and that is really absent on the side of Iowa State. They might be going for demos, they might be going for passes, but I don't feel like it's a cohesive plan. It feels like everyone's playing on themselves. Honestly, if I didn't know better, this feels like a ranked game from Iowa State, in which everyone's trying to do their best, what they think is right in the moment, but it's not actually formed in a coordinated effort. I think that's really what Ohio State is lacking, where Minnesota, I mean, granted, Minnesota is also rocking matching club tags, and that's half the battle.
Yeah, I mean, that already shows that their chemistry is through the roof, so I'm not really sure if there's anything that Ohio State can do about that. Of course, Stu, the only one missing the OSU tag, but I'll digress on that point for now. They have at least stemmed the bleeding here, starting to get a little bit more of this control here. Out of the blue corner, they do grab that boost as well. Desan with a flick over. Saviox can't really get a nice clear on that. Stu off the post and away, and they're robbed here by the uprights. A great play by Minnesota State on the defense, collapsing on that one immediately, but still Ohio State were that close to striking for the first time in the series.
You know, see the impatience. Hassan has two defenders really driving away from him. Instead of just trying to possess it, get a flick, they just try to throw one on goal. He's save out to the corner. I want more patience on these build-ups. You guys are getting opportunities, but when you do get them, put it by the wayside. That's fine. Just move on to the next opportunity. But when you're just throwing it downfield, hoping for a mistake, it's not going to be the most viable of strategies. Hassan's going to try to keep this one high. Nebula, and that will be touched well to the corner, but no follow-up. Saviox actually takes it off of them and then combines their teammates, so even when it looks a little bit uncertain, Minnesota comes away unscathed.
They do, and again, the speed is there for Nebula just in front of Burgess to deny that shot opportunity off the backboard. Always happy to see that, and now we find ourselves in the same situation as in game 1. 3-0, less than 75. This should, no! Blocked away, Desan! It looked like they were home free with that challenge, but they're denied yet again.
I feel like I'm watching, like, Minnesota put a charm on their goal. It's like, nope, you just can't score on it. Like, everything's hitting off the post. Everything is just barely getting scraped by. We're just trying to break that seal, but still cannot. Saviox with a great save and dribble out. One more bounce, Stu. Affrontation. It's going to be over the bar. Desan gets bumped. Burgess and Stu both looking at each other, but neither of them can get. It just feels like it's going from bad to worse. It's a comedy. I wouldn't even say of errors. It's just they can't get it done. Saviox bumping around, and that's for number 4. Minnesota on quite the tear.
It feels like this was just an improvised play as well. You could see on the back end, the bump came through initially to deny Desan the shot. They got that clearance, and then it was just an improvised play. They just sent whoever was available to the ball, and it worked out for them, culminating with that bump into the goal. For Ohio State, that's going to be pretty devastating for the morale. This one drops down in front. Burgess, puts it off the mark! They had the time, but they couldn't get around the ball to put it inside of the uprights. And yet again, dreams have been crushed here. Saviox, the pass over to Nebula. It doesn't matter at this point. But still, the opportunities continue to fall for Minnesota State and for Ohio State. But one of these teams, and only one, has been capitalizing on the chance.
This is the moment where, as a team, you just gotta laugh at it. Just say, wow, this is kind of crazy. How many times we've hit the post, how many times we've hit the bar, how many times that someone has been able to get back and get a crazy save. Like, this team, not lucky. You never want to portray it as, like, we are deserving of a victory. We're not getting it. But just laugh it off, because at the end of the day, it is kind of hilarious just how close it's come. Look at the shot totals that would have come through. Obviously, not talking to you guys, but I personally have told Squid, take a gander at this. Ohio State is out shooting Minnesota there. That is 10 shots. And granted to 7, but it's still an out shooting. And you look at the scoreboard and you're thinking, what's going wrong? At the end of the day, the accuracy you can say, but it just feels like everything is improvisational. It feels like a lot of what Ohio State is trying to just force something out of nothing instead of actually having a plan, looking at those passes, getting some boost steals, and I really need more organization.
Yes, that as well as you talked about the organization, and of course, something you also noted earlier on is they need to stop just tossing the ball at the net. You mentioned, there's a little bit left to be desired here when it comes to controlling the ball, in that Ohio State isn't really making too much of an effort in some instances, right? And it was one of the big strengths that I noted about game one is whenever they, slowed it down and took a very intimate possession of the ball, they could at least make a solid and safe 50-50 somewhere in the offensive zone, and or more often than not, actually, they would actually get a flick over one of the defenders and make it an odd man rush at that point. But sometimes they just kind of like throw it away, and then any opportunity for that is lost.
It can be devastating to be in these situations, especially since, if memory serves, this is technically a perfect sweep in order for Minnesota. So if they close this game out, don't allow any goals, I think this could be completed. However, at the end of the day, Ohio State is not helpless. They're not just being kicked around. They are actually getting a lot of shots, and they are so close to being in. So I think now they're probably just sitting at each other. They didn't ready up, actually, that entire post game just to say, okay, let's just get it done, trust the system, we're out shooting them. That just means we put a couple in. This is an entirely different series.
Of course. And they did have a couple of notable defensive woes, too, particularly on the back end, but, that's an easy fix. So hopefully they've got more in the tank. That was a nice shot by Burgess, who was denied. Desan can't make the play either, and Stu unable to get the dunk here against Cools. Now the rush back the other way. Way up high, Burgess. Just enough contact here, but it looks a little bit dicey. They're going to send 2 players for it. At least the clear is made for now. Minnesota State kept scoreless here past the first 30 seconds.
And that might seem like a very absent, kind of empty compliment, but it's a big thing for Ohio State to just say, hey, this is actually a pretty even game in the midfield. Let's go, because for Minnesota, they're not getting a lot of overall shots, but I would say the flow of the game was definitely flowing in their favor. So Ohio State getting some nice, conscientious plays like that. Look at the setup, just tapping one off and nailing the goalie out of the way.
And you can see the respect here that Desan is commanding. Saviox knows that pass could come to the mid. So does Cools. They cannot dive at that play. And by the time it's too late, Desan has already gotten Minnesota State to fall right into their hands. They could have passed that one out to the mid, but instead they go for that bump. And they get the defender immediately out of the way. There's not enough time for Cools to close the gap on that close shot, and they score. A beautifully put together play there. The communication in line as well. They've got the lead for the first time after having scored the first time here, Taco. So already some major improvement.
Yeah, and this is definitely the play style you want if you are to really put together a reverse sweep to be able to come away with this game. So, of course, they're not going to want to get too complacent. Not that they are, but it's nice to see that they are peaking on some of these touches. Stu over the top. Get it done.
Jeez. Okay. All right. I see you. And again, the control. We talked about it so many times. The control has been good for Ohio State. They got that first touch, forced one defender back in the rotation, beat the second man. I mean, for all intents and purposes, that last player could have still made that save, and Ohio State would have been in a very good spot. Getting that goal was just the icing on top. Desan, though, not able to touch this one out. It's a little bit of an unfortunate kickoff scenario.
And this is a delicate stage for Ohio State right now. They have the lead, playing well, and even the goal. It shakes your confidence a bit, maybe saying, okay, I guess we're not fully back. We got to be careful, but just trust in the system. You're playing well. You're relying on good mechanics. You're taking space with efficient boost usage. And to be honest, with all that combined, I think you're definitely back in this series. So no problem. Still got the lead. Now you just got to protect it, Stu. Nearly his last back getting beat, but we'll be able to ultimately get the save.
I believe I saw a bump there on the back wall. The physical play. perhaps becoming more and more integral to the Ohio State rotation as time passes. We shall see. There still is loads of time left. As you mentioned, they have to protect this lead, and I think protect is the only accurate descriptor that you can give, but lots of control here for Saviox. Tossed down in the mid. There's nobody at the challenge that, and they almost get it through. Dasan has to make a delayed touch off the backboard to get that one away. And not exactly my favorite look for a defense being as passive as they were, but they did get it out, so I guess I can't complain too much.
Yeah, if it looks weird and works, then I guess it's not too bad of a big of a deal to really be able to see the defense be a bit slow. However, it's nice to have a defense be present. Ball off the sideline, and nobody home for that one. Stu just going to put one into a wide open net.
The Cools were just following that one downfield, I think in anticipation that their last player would be back, but unfortunately, yeah, they were out for lunch, it seemed. So a bit of an uncharacteristic play there from Minnesota State. Perhaps they have a shaken faith in their ability to take this series, but with Ohio State now leading, they're looking for another one. Quality pass here, but Dasan can't quite beat out the last player on defense. Solo effort here from Stu now. That flick doesn't go anywhere. Still results in a neutral 50-50, and they are right on top of it. They've been getting beaten the secondary so many times. They don't allow it there. A bit of an aggressive play on that one. All players in the offensive quarter, that could have easily been a counterattack, and Minnesota State are going to try and capitalize on their possession.
I feel like I blacked out when we're watching a different series, you know? Like,
yeah,
it feels so different. It's shocking. Like, I understand there's between-game adjustments, but this is a complete overhaul of how they've been playing. Ohio State looks way more confident. They're getting back in time. The rotations are there. And to be honest, it's refreshing to see because I was very concerned going through. It's like, this is not as competitive as I thought it would be. But no, this is what it should have been game number one. I guess it just really took a little bit of a boot-up period, like you're seeing the loading bar slowly go across the screen for Ohio State. And now finally, that update is through. They've understood what they need to do, and they're executing.
You know, I'm simultaneously hoping and not hoping that this is the case, but you do know that, of course, some teams do actually omit warm-ups prior to their games. I'm not saying anything, right? But it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
It's a thing that happens.
Yep. Teams do that. You know, maybe one of those just got finished with their homework for the day. They are college students after all, but they are looking a heck of a lot better here in Game 3. I have no reason to believe they're going to be dropping this one, although Minnesota State has had a couple of issues, particularly that open net leading to goal number 3 for Ohio State. I do think this has been a massive improvement here for the Buckeyes more than anything.
It's also getting, I was going to say into creative avenues. Burgess was set up for a nice spike off the ceiling for their second, but they didn't quite get it. So I would say the execution is there, but not fully. This could have gotten really out of hand if all of Ohio State's plans had come to fruition. Even when they double commit, it seems to be working out. Dasan nearly tapping it past the entire defense, but luckily for Minnesota, no one there in the follow. For the counter, Akula's going to get shut down. Nebula try to slowly advance things up, and they're not going to be able to get that touch. So it feels like I'm watching Space Jam with the Monstars. They have dominant. It's like this kind of, you know, like the dominant team suddenly just can't quite grab stuff. They're missing some of the touches. And I think this is definitely a wake-up call for Minnesota that maybe they thought they were on the way to a clean sweep. But who knows? It's not going to be a clean sweep, but it is certainly going to be a close game regardless. As soon as I start trash-talking them, they bring it within one.
Yeah, I mean, they bring up the demo play, and now we're on an instant reset. This could change things. Massive momentum swing, potentially. 7 seconds is almost an eternity in Rocket League. That's more than enough time to get all of your players boosted up. This face-off will go their way. Cools with control. Bit of a double commit there, though. That's going to be bad for Minnesota State's chances, and they will be denied. Stu has absolute control over that ball and will send their team into Game 4.
Yeah, this is one of those situations, at least for me, when you have that 1-goal lead and the other team's slowly been coming back and you're thinking, okay, it's fine, we just got to last 6 more seconds or whatever. Take a kickoff, it rolls to the sidewall, you're like, that's not ideal. And someone takes an air dribble, you're like, not like this. No, please, I beg of you. And they did get that save off. So clutch defending, and they're going to have to do a lot more of that because that is only the first step here, Squid. They have to mount the reverse sweep, and they have to be wondering, man, where was this 2 games ago? It can be such a tough realization to realize that you definitely were getting punched in the mouth, kind of sucker punched in the beginning, and now it's finally competitive, but you have no more lives left.
Well, Taka, you mentioned the Herculean effort that is getting a reverse sweep, but I have to say, you know, from a player standpoint, this is what I always say. You might already know it, but I'm going to say it anyways, is all you got to do is win a game of Rocket League and then win one more. Like, that's it. If you can separate that mindset from the reality of the situation and just, you know, take that mindset into Game 4, then you are going to be very, very well off because you just won. You already just won. All you got to do is win 2 more in a row. I mean, it's really not that challenging. People do that in ranked all the time.
I was just about to reference that. I was like, that's the exact mindset you have in ranked. It's like, oh, I'm only 2 wins away from that new rank or something. And that doesn't even feel that daunting. So it's basically, yeah, it's basically the same thing. You're just partying up with your bros, playing ranked against some other partied up bros. And oh my goodness, some of the bros, so any bro touched that on Minnesota. And luckily the 4th defender heard the call and was able to get that one out. But nearly a banner start for the I was gonna say the Scarlet Knights. I'm like, no, it is a Scarlet team, but this is very much the Buckeyes.
Yes. Well, I gotta be honest with you. I'm kind of wondering now, you know, we always call them players, or like team members. What if we just call them bros? That would be interesting. Bit of an interesting change of pace.
Not a single bro in the net. Oh.
Not a single bro in the net. Although, on that point, I did just see a little bit of a rotation that reminded me of a situation that I don't think there was anything particularly wrong happening on the field, but something I noted from the last game, Ohio State, on 2 occasions in particular. Ooh, boy, this one is getting a little bit dicey. Okay, we'll get it out. But on a couple of occasions, I did notice they had all 3 of their formation in the attacking, like, 6th at that point. I mean, they were all out there in the corner, or like on the back wall, and they managed to scrape away still with some possession. And of course, every situation is situational, contextual, I should say. Oh, Stu, what is that double? What is that double? Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm trying to have like a philosophical thing happening over here, and Stu just slams this one off the bar and in.
I mean, I don't know what their major is, but that's all calculated. That felt very math major to me. Just putting that all the way up the bar and then free-flipping functionally into the double tap, that's perfection. That shot, though, is nearly doubling up there.
Functionally.
Right off the kickoff. Yeah, functionally, it is essentially just a pre-flip, even though you're just landing from your initial shot. Missed as it may be. Burgess also going to miss one, but tactically, Hassan not able to get up for it. So I do like how Ohio State, you said all 3 of them are just pressed up on offense, but there's also intermittently all these plays where they're more than comfortable just sitting back, waiting for the attack and absorbing pressure and then sending it right through. This is a good mature response to Ohio State. They're not panicking, they trust in the game plan, and they're just trying to carry that forward.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, like I was saying, every different situation has its own context. So you can't really say that they are making a bad decision by all being up, as I mentioned, but not every team will do that. Oh my, what? Does that just go in? Not
even 50.
I think both players were trying to play some mind games on this one. Either one could have touched it, but it just goes right on in.
Savvyax, you got to feel for it because you're thinking to yourself, all right, I have to hit this in the corner, but I can't do that because he'll dunk me. Okay, so maybe if I 50 it, but
protractor,
I'll probably win that because I'm coming from an angle. Maybe if I angle it to the other corner, and then by then it's already in. It's like there's nothing I could do. Tassan was just bearing down on that, going full speed, supersonic. So I feel for him. There's not a lot you can really do in that situation. So I guess they just have to focus on what comes next. Meanwhile, a lot of panic for the Buckeyes, nearly serving it up for Minnesota, but instead they'll be sitting back and Burgess will be giving away the mid-volt. Nice pass and nice goal. My first thought was like, I don't think that shot's going to go, but look at the heads-up play to adapt to the teammate.
You don't think that shot's going to go? Well, Taco, man, you need to start passing more then. That's all I got to say, because to me, if I'm Savvyax in that situation, I look at that 9 instantly on cloud 9. I'm just thinking to myself, like, oh, this is bliss. I mean, the save was almost made. Don't get me wrong, that was a very good defensive effort there by Ohio State at the last moment trying to get in front of that ball. But I really don't think they had much of a chance of that one. Although this one, oh, that was a close call. Dassan had to come in front of it. They do have to forfeit possession off to the sidewall. What a dunker! Oh, off the post and the bar! And away here! Ohio State gets away with murder on that challenge.
And they're going to test the defense even more with a long ball. Stu deals with it well. Dassan does not. Savvyax, gentle tap. Nebula's just waiting for it, but it's not a good angle. They can only get a 50. Kulis trying to keep it in the box, but Savvyax will not be able to back him up. Gets some help from Burgess, the miss. Stu into the corner. You can almost feel Minnesota just licking their chops. They know it's so close. They just have to wait for one more opportunity, but Ohio State is just getting stronger and stronger and continuing to parry away all these chances.
Oh, I like that idea. The pass to the middle was there. There was no second player on the rotation. They opted to play back. The demolition attempt was also there. Oh my goodness! And now Burgess just forces their way through. It looked like it was Nebula's ball to have, but everything just goes completely awry. They just go right at it, and nobody is expecting on the Minnesota State side.
That's a tough thing. You have the first player challenging, and Dasan, I think, meant to flick that a bit higher, but at the end of the day, it held it in place, and that's all that really was needed for Ohio State. And Minnesota, they're on the goal line, they're thinking, can I challenge that, but I don't want to move out, and then everyone's kind of just in this mental no man's land where they don't really have a clean option, and ultimately a change-up shot is going to beat the entire defense. Under a minute to go, Minnesota is not wanting to go to Game 5, clearly, but at this point, I don't really know what they have to do. They have looked a bit neutered on offense lately.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I was just thinking the same thing, although I think in a strange turn of events, we've seen what has been a rather high-shooting game on both sides turn into a, well, rather low-shooting game on both sides. So you mentioned how at Minnesota State, they have hardly made an appearance, and I would agree. They've only got 3 shots, but Ohio State only sits at a meager 4. So it's a bit difficult to say that that Minnesota State isn't really showing up on offense when their opponents aren't really doing that either. And we'll save that one away, but it's just time wasting now. As Ohio State pushes now into Game 5, there is no way they can make this one happen. Final second ticks away, and with a 2-goal lead, you can call it done. But Ohio State, they're not done yet. The Buckeyes want to have some more fun with this. They look for the flip reset. They will find it, but not inside the net. They're just having a good time out there, Taco, and that's really important.
Yeah, you can almost see the emotional shift in how they're playing. Dasan knows that game is done, and it would be so easy to just tap it down. Say, okay, next game, let's go, reverse sweep on the way. But then they keep it up, just say, no, I want one more. And that's just fun. I love that type of approach to the game. It's maybe not the most professional way to do it, but it's definitely showing that they feel like they can definitely take this series. And you mentioned low shooting game, but the flow of the game felt much more even. It wasn't Minnesota cramming the ball down the throats of the defense of Ohio State. It felt like Ohio State had the answer, had the counterpunch, and was able to actually generate opportunities. And even though they're not shooting all of them on target, when they need to, they're finishing. And that was completely absent in Game 1 and 2.
Yeah, Ohio State has completely come online at this point. They have had significant changes to the strength of their defense, to the strength of their offense, to the strength of their players as an individual in the midfield. Playing that neutral game is absolutely key, and they have been dominating it where Minnesota State had all of the presence in Games 1 and 2. So now, Game 5 here, only one team can walk away with a 2-0 record here. We'll have to decide by the end of this 5 minutes, pending any potential overtime, although, frankly, I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that here, Taco, based on how these games have been going.
Well, I mean, it's certainly really all up in the air. I would have to say that at the current moment, I think Ohio State feels like the favorite to take it, even with them having to mount this reverse sweep and complete it all the way through for the next 5 minutes. But I don't think Minnesota is out of really contention. They still look good. I just think they're a little bit shocked by the newfound speed. If they can't figure out a way, I think, to win that neutral game in the midfield, to be able to consistently take these 50s and put them into interesting areas, I think that's really going to be the X factor. They nearly were able to generate one for Nebula, but he's not able to tuck it past the D.
I love that play from Minnesota as well. They tried to force the opposing player into making something happen, but Cools was ready just in case that did not occur. They had the follow prepared. They've managed to hold on to their possession until now. We push back across the midfield line. It looks like it's only a temporary arrangement, though. Savions chase downfield. That is a bad bounce there for Ohio State. They're going to have to play this one out to the corner. There are 2 blue players eagerly awaiting, and they are desperate to keep it in the zone. Burgess, complete breakaway now. Nobody home, and Ohio State will take the lead first.
And I like that goal, especially from Burgess, because this almost feels like the exact type of play that they gave up in an earlier game, in which it was just kind of a lofted ball. The other team just dunks it through and then has a breakaway into the near post double. And I love to see that the teams are almost echoing each other now, because this is the complete turnaround. That's the storyline, that is the play style differences, and right now Minnesota is getting a taste of their own medicine. And let me tell you, it doesn't seem like it tastes too well.
And it's one of those fruit-flavored medicines that nobody actually liked.
Fruit in quotes. Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, it's cherry. It's like, no, it's not. How dare you?
Oh my goodness. But in any case, oh, that's a nice cut there by Nebula. They'll be blocked off, but it was a double commit. Hassan didn't recover in time, but there was no contact by Saviox. They'll keep it in the zone, but we've seen this act before. They're going to have to do something impactful and fast. A double commit here does not look good for them. Cools now left in a 2v1. Hassan, only one option to pass to the mid, and they will find it. Stu is there. What a play for Ohio State yet again.
What a setup from Dasan. They've turned provider for a lot of these games, but can you ask for a better setup if you're Stu? Dasan baits in a defender, and the defenders are frozen because they're too far behind the play to pre-jump it, but they have to react to the pass, and even I didn't expect him to be able to land underneath it and get a gentle jump to then tee it up. That's just beautiful. I love to see plays like that.
Yeah, I personally, speaking of plays, looked like Stu had lost a shootout there, but a little bit of a difficulty getting around that ball. I'll be honest, I was looking at that as well, and I can only imagine what the defender was thinking. I didn't expect Dasan to have that pass, and now a 1-2-3 coming out here. Burgess is just a little bit too far forward in relation to that pass to make something happen. But it certainly looks like they have shaken any sort of uncertainty. Is this one a direct pass to the middle now they're trying for? They almost found it, but the way they maneuver around the Minnesota State defense here just looks trivial. And what an effort there from Dasan. Forced to shut down that solo effort. So much pressure from just one player.
Again, it's the occasional moments I feel like in series, especially with Rocket League, where I know in my mind, like the rational part of my brain is like, there's no hacks in this game, but it almost feels like Ohio State has turned on hacks. Everything is so clean, and then just the cojones to just be like, yeah, this is still a close series, but I'm just gonna try to double flip reset on him. My goodness, I love the confidence.
Just another day at the office. It's what it feels like, and they make me feel like this is what we should have seen from the very beginning. They're trying for another one here. Burgess is closed down. It's a decent defensive stand here for Minnesota State, but they need a heck of a lot more than that right now. Less than 90 seconds to go, and they trail in Game 5. Huge double commit here. So much to shoot at. Burgess cannot put it on target, though, and now Stu is beaten out to that ball. Fortunately, it is a bit of a giveaway. The demolition comes through, though. This should give them a chance at possession. This could be a major turning point. But again, they just tap it out. They have no plan with it, and it turns into a goal against. You cannot come up against a team like this with no plan. This is what happens.
Yeah, look how quickly the follow comes through. Burgess doesn't try to bait in a player, try to get a fake. They know that if they shoot that fast enough and well enough on that near post, the defense is not going to expect it, and they're probably not going to get the save. And it's exactly what happened. They're following the plays. They're getting quick second man rotations through, and it's paying off. Minnesota just does not have a game plan right now. They look very panicked, and when they do get the pass, even then, it seems like it's a miscommunication. Third man cut in front, and that chance is going to go by the wayside. 50 seconds remaining. You really don't have that much more to do, and yeah, at this point, I think the coffin's in the ground. Not even a nail in it. Like, the coffin is just buried. Like, we're done here.
Not even a nail. They just dropped it in the ground. They knew it was over. But seriously,
push it in the hole.
But seriously, you look at that last passing play that Minnesota State had in the attacking half. Does that look anything like what we saw in Game 1? Let's think back now to what we saw in Minnesota State. Multiple times, an excellent one-timer I'm thinking of in the midfield. It was Saviox taking the shot directly at the midfield line over on the sideline. It was a 1-2, basically end-to-end, and they perfectly sniped the bottom right corner. Versus what we just saw there a moment ago, Taco. It was just absolute chaos. Nobody had any plan. They were touching it to each other, but they weren't putting themselves in a better position. They were just kind of re-neutralizing the same situation 3 times in a row.
Yeah, there is an element of, I would say, several different types of adjustments a team has to make. There is inter-series, aka from one series to the next. There is inter-game, which is Game 1 to Game 2 to Game 3. And then there's intra-game. And I felt like there was not a lot of intra-game things where it's basically from start to end, how do you change? But inter-games, Minnesota felt like they had the exact same strategy, and the moment it was countered, they're like, let's just try more of what we were already doing. And that's not enough. You need to change things up. If OSU is playing real fast in the midfield, you got to counter by playing around that. If they're beating you to the ball, then you either need to play faster and play more concerted or play off the rebound, and I don't feel like that was ever made. So the scoreline went from fairly close and inefficient from OSU to then suddenly, oh, we're just getting a decent amount of chance and we're going to start burying them until you really can give us something to contend with.
Yep, and we talked about it at the opener, right? It felt like, oh yeah, Ohio State, they're getting some chances, but they're not putting them together. They're losing out in the neutral. They're having issues on defense, right? And those were like those were 3 big pieces of the puzzle that we talked about they absolutely had to fix. Otherwise, it was pretty much going to be a wash. And they basically checked them off one by one in Game 2, and then Game 3, they were like, yeah, I think we got it down now. And from there on, it hardly felt like a competition at times. I mean, Minnesota State here, even in this final game, it was 11 shots. Sorry, I was doing my math out loud there. It was 11 shots against the 2 for Minnesota State University. I don't really think you can overstate how important that kind of a change is. And of course, that stat line alone doesn't really make a big difference. But you talk about from game 1 to game 5, that is a pretty significant change.
It really is, and that's why I almost referenced in game, I believe 3 or 4, where it almost felt like I blacked out and we just completely switched teams and we were just watching completely different sides, because it wasn't even that the situation you often see in games in which teams are battling back and forth and you have to make sure that everything is going smoothly and make sure that you're countering. It feels like there's games in which a team is dominant and then there's kind of the transition game of a reverse sweep where it's, oh, actually they're punching back. Oh, the defense doesn't look as frail. Oh, are they actually getting a goal or two? But no, it was just kind of immediate flip on its head. Nope, this is just how it's going to be. And then Ohio State just kind of cruised through. So I have no idea what's about to happen in an interview as we're trying to get, but I'm fascinated to hear what is possibly going through the minds in games 1 and 2, and then what do you say? What do you say in game 3? Just like, oh, whoops, guys, it turns out controller was not plugged in. Suddenly, I guess we can play in this series.
Yeah, no, I mean, you mentioned, Taco, how it looks like we were watching two completely different teams. I would say, no, it doesn't feel like we were watching two different, completely different teams in Game 3. What it feels like, what it felt like to me, is that we were watching the same two teams, except they swapped accounts on Steam, and they just play like that. That's what it looked like out there. Think about it, right? Because we saw, like, Minnesota, it was like, yeah, they've got a really solid defense. They're punishing on some overcommittal issues that Ohio State are having. They're making good passing plays on the attacking side. And then on the other end, we saw the exact same thing happen. There were a couple of overcommittal issues from Minnesota State. They're having trouble getting out of the attacking half. Their passes weren't really coming together. And I was thinking to myself, like, this feels awfully similar. What changed? Like, Ohio State hit the post so many freaking times there in games 1 and 2, and then they just kind of like, oh, you know what? I feel like actually scoring now, and that's what they did. Ohio State, they score when they want.
They do score what they want, and it was kind of funny because I genuinely at times, I mean, I did laugh, but also just there were times where like a shot would go through, and I don't know, you can't really see my camera. I'm just there like laughing to myself, like covering my face. I'm like, I can't understand how this is possibly still coming out, because after a bit you have to think like, okay, I'm really gonna focus on every single shot, and then just rush through. And then game number 2, there was a kickoff goal. It's rolling on target, and then they rush it on the near post, and then pitch it out. It's just it's crazy to see. It's really something I had no idea that was about to go down.
Yeah, and I think we're still trying to get the interviewee coming in here. I believe we're going to be having Stu, and so with that, we should mention, of course, that we do have the LLS hero of the game, and I gotta say, Taco, we're very excited to bring this to you guys. But I gotta say, Stu, in my eyes, has been just the guy during this series. So I should say, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is the global leader in the fight to end cancer. They're the world's largest nonprofit dedicated to fighting blood cancer, which is the leading cause of death for childhood cancer. So CSL has teamed up with LLS to raise awareness and support through the season with various initiatives. And this one, the LLS hero of the game, this time it is absolutely Stu. I cannot give it to anybody else more so. But Stu, welcome onto the show,
Hello.
sir. That was an emphatic performance. How do you feel?
I feel good that we were able to get the reverse sweep. I was a little worried after the first two, but I think we were able to warm up enough after the first two. The second game, we had so many shots just come off the crossbar and the post that it was tough, but I'm glad we were able to stay focused and be able to bring it back.
And you mentioned you had so many shots coming through, and it's important to really stay focused within the game. When we were actually trying to, I would say, speculate on how you do handle that as a team, is that something you just kind of laugh at, like it's almost comedic at a certain point, or do you guys try to fight off that tilt? Like, what's the conversation like after a game like that?
We were mostly laughing. It was, I tried to, as much as it was annoying, to say the least, it was good that we were able to laugh about it and stay focused and bring it back for sure.
Yeah, and I think one of the bigger questions that we have is what do you think in that scenario? Of course, you're trying to laugh at it, you're trying to have fun, which is one of the better ways to get back into a match of Rocket League. But were there any particular points of the opponent rotation that you were trying to break down and really nail home? Because it seemed like yes, the answer would be because you guys really countered them on just about every front.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the main thing that we tried to break down was they like to hit the ball away. So in the first two games, we tried to beat them to every ball, and that wasn't working. So we ended up just letting them hit the ball to us, and then we would control it on our side and take control of the game really. And I think that's what let us pull through.
And so when you're looking forward in these different games going forward, because of course you have the kind of a round robin system within the NACE schedule, so you have to play all these teams in kind of individual division, and of course getting another victory like this helps you keep up your record. You're now at 2-0. And looking around, is a game like this, I don't really know another way to say it, is just a wake-up call. I think you guys look very good, but that could have very nearly slipped away from you and hurt that game differential with those first two games. Do you feel like that was just you maybe not under-respecting the other team, but maybe just coming in a little bit cold and not being ready for that pace of play, and it took you a while to, as you said, warm up? Or are you just kind of matching and trying to adapt on the fly to these teams as they come through?
Yeah, I think it would be better to warm up a little earlier than we were going forward. But other than that, I think we were good with adapting to how they played. I think going down to a 2-0 is not something that we should be doing in the beginning of the series, but going forward, we'll try and adapt faster, I think.
Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, going down 2-0, definitely, probably not advisable. You know, if I had to say, or if I had to give one piece of advice, is to not lose games. But I mean, with that behind you now, obviously, you know, what can we expect from Ohio State now moving forward? Obviously, you guys are 2-0. What does the future look like?
Obviously, the hope is to go undefeated. We have a lot of drive to get better, and I think we can go far in this league. So I would stay on the lookout.
I certainly think you gave a lot of people to look at. I think in the first two games started a little cold, but obviously you were fully warmed up by the end. Thank you so much for sitting down with us, Stu. Any shout outs you want to give to anyone before we let you
go? Just my team, Berg and Desan. They did a good job today, staying focused and buckling down to get the reverse sweep.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure to watch, and you know, go celebrate however you will.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
There you go. Stu, one of the standout performers, personally for me, although I have to say, definitely a team effort.
Yeah, I think everyone was clicking at the end of that, and that's exactly what you need at this level. I think a lot of players say, oh, you got to watch out for this team. They have X player, and it's like, yeah, you're playing well, but you still need everyone to click. When you get to that highest level of Collegiate Rocket League, one player just cannot carry you. You need two supporting players, and when everyone is popping off, there is no really standout player for your team. That's even better, because then even if one player's having a bad day or a little off day, then you can produce results like this, where you get a reverse sweep and you get to really end your night on a positive note.
Yeah, and it's something we love to talk about all the time, Taco, is we have a lot of teams that compete at the highest levels of CRL, which are essentially just randoms, but they are greater than the sum of their parts. Names like UT Dallas, for instance, you know, Luby, Dalton, Ghost. They're not really particularly phenomenal as a separate, you know, group of three. You know, they're essentially just some ranked warriors who kind of got together, but they consistently compete against top-level teams. Ohio State seems like they are probably one of those teams. We noticed that in the OSU Beans as well, who are a sister team to them. So it was a great performance, and I look forward to seeing more out of them.
Yeah, and we won't be seeing more of them for right now, so we're actually going to go to a slightly different style of matches. Those teams were 1-0. Now we're going to the 0-1 teams, trying to turn that season around so early as it may be. It's going to be Indiana University, Bloomington against Cleary University. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more NACE Collegiate Starleague. Welcome back, everybody. We just saw that wrap up of Minnesota State, Mankato, and Ohio State, but now we're on to other pastures. Not necessarily greener pastures, we're just different pastures. We got Indiana University Bloomington, and we got Cleary University, but this is a very interesting, I would say, aspect of the CSL stream, is that we're moving from two teams that I think we weren't 100% familiar with the rosters, and now we're going to a different match, but Cleary University is a brand new newcomer, and meanwhile Indiana University is just completely blowing open scene right now. They're the hot topic, I would say, within their conference.
Quite, yes, and of course, they both have that one loss, but Indiana University, they got their one loss against MS&T Gold, which, Taco, you and I don't think we had a chance to check the roster, but I think we can infer somewhat safely that it was a close loss, or at least that it was a loss that they... Well, I guess you can never really be proud of a loss. You know what I'm saying, right? It's a loss that is understandable, right? You know, don't necessarily have to take it with a grain of salt, but it's understandable at the very least. On the other side, though, Cleary, as you mentioned, new name for us personally as a university, but as we take a look at the head-to-head, we notice that there are some names that you and I were both familiar with. It seems like we know exactly what to expect, but at the same time, it's brand new.
Yeah, and this is something that we were talking off stream. It's like, why do I know all these players? I feel like I played against them. I feel like I know of them and maybe seen them in tournaments. I mean, we've run a lot of different stuff. But again, this is the great opportunity. And to be honest, if you want to prove yourself as a player, you could do worse than playing against Indiana. Tide, Strati, and Orso, getting stuff done, just dominating through so many brackets, so many open events. And so this is definitely a team that I'm shocked to both see at 0-1, but that's what this league play is all about in NACE Starleague. It is very competitive. It is back and forth, and so you do not want to really have any hiccups out within all of this commotion as it goes through.
Yeah, well, that is the nature of competition as well, and of course, you know, we are looking a heck of a long way down the line here, Taco, but, you know, having one loss certainly hurts your playoff chances if you know that MS&T Gold might be one of the strongest contenders in your group. We haven't had a chance to take a look at what exactly the whole context is here for IU, or for Cleary, but I can almost certainly tell you that they are going to have a heck of a lot of competition and need a little bit of luck if they want to get out of this group after sustaining this loss here. So this could easily be an important game. I have no idea. We'll just have to wait and see what happens here. The players ready and on the field. Cleary in the blue and IU in the orange. Let's see what the Hoosiers have in store for us.
So I'm looking for a very aggressive start, but most importantly, this is a team that loves to pass, but all has fantastic mechanics to be able to open the game up on the solo play, and that's going to be quite the plateful for Cleary University to have to contend with. And so if they can handle that pressure and get shots of their own, then I think they're in good space. A little bit of double commit in the midfield, but not going to hurt them too much. They're high lob into the mid, and for the first minute, or at least the initial impressions, I feel like things are fairly even so far.
I did see a chance for Roach to break through the opposing defense near the beginning. It didn't look like it was anything particularly significant, but it still was there. And outlier plays do happen. Tom K going to try to lead their team down, and unsuccessful in doing so. A safer rotation here for Philly as well. Things are getting a little bit dicey on the back end now for Cleary. Orso off the backboard, no touch by Tom K, and that one will still be blocked away. Good option coverage there by Philly, following up that ball. Entering the shot lane, he's not there. We'll get past the first minute completely unscathed.
So these touches actually out from Cleary University. The thing I'm more impressed about is they're not just getting saves and clears downfield. It feels like they're very conscientiously putting that ball in a position in which they could follow it up, or more importantly, they're getting a touch into another player to keep possession. And it doesn't seem like that's a high-level thing. That's the basics of passing, but it shows that they're not going to be intimidated by a team that arguably they're lower ranked than, and so therefore they should be a bit more apprehensive of. If you take it to these top teams, you can certainly throw them for a ride.
And of course, we've been singing many praises here to IU, and yet, of course, they have not qualified for Collegiate Rocket League just yet. They have gotten quite close on one occasion, which was a very recent occasion, I might add, just yesterday, but they're going to forfeit goal number 1 here. Roach will be in charge of this. A bit of a strange concession here in the midfield.
Roach is slapping that one through, and that is going to be completely untouched, mainly because every single person from Indiana started creeping up on that read, but no one actually ended up challenging it. When you do get in those situations, when you do actually have to try and make sure a ball is pressured, you have to obviously make sure that all of your bases are covered, no one watching the goal, and it's just going to walk through unattended.
IU the first deficit of the game. And as you mentioned, it almost seems in parallel to what we saw in the last series, Taco, with Ohio State being a little bit apprehensive about making some plays on the ball. Hopefully the parallels end there for the Hoosiers' sake, although Cleary probably fairly happy about that up till now. It will be touched back into their own half. It's a nice 1-2 pass here, and that one will actually bust through. It didn't look like it had that much velocity, but Tide's placement is just enough.
Yeah, that one took it out of me. I actually didn't expect as much power to get on that at all, but I was able to get a decent amount, so much so that that is no easy clear from the defender. So 1-1, quick answer, and IU right back in it right before halftime.
They are. They're still going to have to score at least one more. However much it may have been a fluke on the back end for them to give up goal number 1. There still is some life here for Cleary. We've seen a non-zero amount of offense since then as well. Try to continue here at the midfield line. Tom K is at least able to stop outside, looking for a pass mid now as both teams, it seems. Just the controlling touch on either side could have been the defining factor in that particular offense, but we're noticing a lot of the neutral game being played here. Of course, as I say it, Orso pretty free. Look at the net, couldn't put it on target. Neither can Tide. Tom K got a little bit out in front of it, and just enough of the mental game was being played there to stop that one going in.
So we'll have to see the continuation here from Indiana. Orso, nice shot from them, and you can't have to talk about that shot without talking about this setup. Tide, a gentle tap, and then just putting it on a plate.
Yeah, that's a beautiful pass out to the top of the box. As well and truly a one-timer as you could possibly ask for in Rocket League. And of course, the coverage not quite there for the defense. They want to try and stop that one out at the source of the shot. I completely understand and empathize with that situation for a defender. But unfortunately, they are not able to make it happen. IU now with the lead. Might be looking for more. Orso with that double tap certainly could have put them in a good scoring position. They still have control of this ball though. Tide pass back down to Orso now off the corner. They are looking for it. Orso up high and Roach makes the save. Excellent deflection.
So Tom K able to clear it out, but only temporarily. That felt like more of just, please, I need boost, I need some time off type of clear, or just sending it straight down. And I think this was the phenomenon, that emotion that I was really waiting for from the team as confident as Cleary. And it seems like IU is starting to really roll down the field, take every opportunity. Look at the coordination. Tide setting up a ball in an awkward position, and then they're going to bury it himself.
Fortunate for Philly to not make that contact, but it's a hard lesson you're going to have to learn, is that you cannot let yourself panic in those kinds of situations. Tide is there to punish you. Now just under 70 seconds to go here. They're going to have to formulate some sort of significant response if they want to get back into this game. Double commit on the defense. Tide is forced away, but Orso plenty of control on this one. Well, he's be able to make a safe transition downfield. I love that idea on the backboard. Cleary, they're not just out of it yet. They still show some signs of life here, but it's IU who's making so many impactful clears downfield, and they will be gifted one as well. Strati out of the corner here, and a bit of an own goal for number 4.
Well, sometimes when you're playing this fast and you're playing against a team that is kind of starting to get the brunt of a lot of your offense, I think plays like that tend to happen, not because the other team can't read it, but because they feel like they need to get to it as quickly as possible, and they disregard, really, do I have this read 100%? Because you're thinking that third player is going to be crashing through and scoring it if you don't get to it, and then you mistouch it. So you can't really put too much blame on him, but right now this is just turning into interesting game number 1. It started fairly even, but now seems like IU has this game figured out.
Yeah, perhaps it was just that one fluke at the beginning. We talked about it was IU getting very anxious to move downfield, caused them to have a bit of an issue with nobody challenging and allowed a goal against, but seem to be holding strong on the defense. Just now, Tom K denied out of the corner. They've got really no fear moving forward here. The remainder of the game will tip away. No problem here for IU. I think the question now resides with Cleary. What can they do to match the coordination of the Hoosiers in game 1 here? Because it was absolutely impressive on the offensive side.
I think for sure if you're trying to move through and the midfield and contest. You have to make sure you are being very, very careful with the ball, because at times it felt like Cleary was tapping the ball forward or trying to keep it close, and it made Indiana have to play faster, but people are careful. They can't just dive in. They can't just do everything. But at the end of the day, if you do start being conscientious and the team starts countering it, then you need to focus on those individual mechanics. You need to make sure that you are taking care of business on the backboard within the midfield. And I felt like they're kind of waiting back a lot of times. Uncontested shots are really the bane of your defense if you're allowing a team like Indiana to be shooting from the top of the box.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, I'm even looking back at some of the replays happening here, and, you know, it's understandable. Sometimes you find yourself in a spot on the defense where, you know, your gut instinct takes over, and you might make a play that's not necessarily well advised, but, you know, you have to try and get around that. You have to try and see the plays before they happen, right? You can't just go on autopilot and make that back post rotation and then be surprised when something out of the ordinary happens, because IU has shown now that they have the creativity, they have the game sense to know where the other players are, to pass it directly to their teammates and make something effective happen out of pretty much nothing. You have to be able to have that raw option coverage. You can't necessarily rely on just your brain to go on autopilot and do all the work for you. So moving to game 2 here, that may be the key. Is start to get a little bit more proactive there on the defensive side. Force IU to do something just so that way it's not unexpected for your defense. So that way you can at least compete in the neutral game and then take steps from there to see what more you can do.
And I think taking those steps and not getting flustered. I think there's a very common issue with teams that are trying to be on the come up, to try to form more chemistry and get more consistent wins, is that they get into a game like this against an opponent that's really going to test them. And then once one goal goes in, it feels like everything shifts to a point. It starts getting panicky and they start trying to improvise stuff not out of necessity, but just because they feel like they don't really trust in the game plan. If you have a style that you want to play, make sure you stick to it. And if the other team is adapting to it, then you also have to adapt. Don't just allow these hits to come through. I guess it's so tough, though, when Indiana is just always looking for that clever touch.
Almost got a little bit of a fake there as well, tied through the midfield. Had something looking good for just a second, but it did get turned away. That being said, there's a heck of a lot of offense going on here for Indiana, and of course, as soon as I say it, get a shot on the other side. It was easily deflected there by Orso. So a little bit of a runaway at that time, but now the counter is there. Strati in the mid. They just let the opponent pass it right to them for goal number 1.
Look at the vision to get this shot, though, because Top K lobs it out, but they are right in front of it. So Strati could have just plowed right through it and tried to shoot it through, but they know there's only one place that's going to go through. Just tucking it slightly near post, past that near side, and into the goal. So good job from Indiana. And I think this is something that we saw in Ohio State in the other game, that they weren't really putting away those easy goals or being able to put it on target. That is no such problem from Indiana, it seems, in the start of the series.
And no doubt about that. Having a heck of a time out there on the offensive side. That was one of the big talking points that we put forth, right? Is if Cleary can start to find their footing on the defensive end and really stop this Indiana attack, then we can talk about this series as a whole. But until that happens, Tide is just going to be having a field day here in these 1v1s.
Yeah, I talked about how each of these players can definitely have the solo play, and that doesn't look like much is happening, but look at what Bird has to do on that. Tide takes an air dribble, it forces a challenge, but they hold the flick, and then last second, little push to the left past the defender. It doesn't look flashy, but oh my goodness, is it effective.
They'll certainly do it now. Tide once again up in the air, has Orso to work with, and a double from Orso, a direct handoff in the sky. And the defense just left speechless here, Taco.
Even when it looks like they screwed it up, they're able to get it. It's technically a double tap right off the ground and into the net. It is, honestly, that might have even helped, because the challenge might have been blocked, but if you tuck it underneath the defender, there's nothing they can do. You're putting on a clinic. What a pleasure to see, and we're not even 90 seconds in.
I wonder if this counts as a teaching moment for having to have the raw option coverage that I was talking about. You know, it's not about what the opponents are going to try to do necessarily, what you think they're going to try to do, I should say. It's about what they can do. You have to be ready for anything at this point. Because IU, making some creative plays, and this might be a little bit too creative in front of their net there. Rather passive on that one. They do get it out, but they have to use the post as a bit of an asset there. Cleary going to try and keep it in the corner. Very little success on that initial play. Tide on the backboard actually opts to go down to the floor, and they are ready for it this time. So clearly, they have their wits about them when it comes to playing on the offensive end, even a demolition here to try to gain them some more space and time. But they still lose out on the control.
So We've seen a long roll down, and this has been the calmest the game has been. We don't have any goals, and also IU is starting to rotate a bit wider, making sure they have the boost locked down, and that's where I want to see Cleary start to march into those spaces. Try to keep all the options covered on defense, of course, but then on offense, try to knock it in a position in which you can generate something, kind of like how IU is doing it. Never a direct attack. They always have options, and eventually one of them is going to put it through.
That is true, but Roach really needs some backup here. You gotta ask yourself where the rotation is coming from here. You cannot make that kind of a question, though. That's the problem. You have to know where your backup is going to be. When Roach tries to make that diving save, of course they're going to have some difficulty getting back to it, and that's where Bird or Tom K needs to be there. There cannot be any sort of uncertainty about that defense, and immediately again here, they have no plan with this. They just try to drive it out to somebody, and there wasn't the communication. It's an easy takeaway for Arso.
That's one of the hallmarks of a good team, is understanding when there is a opportunity to really mess with the defense and to be able to put away a chance, you're not going to let it go by the wayside. Orso's rotating out and then says, wait a minute, when they turn off ball cam and just immediately rechalls the ball. That's it in for number 5. And it seems so simple, but there's so many teams that just rotate out. They're so focused on maintaining that structure that they're never open to that clever improvisation.
So looking for another one here. Will not find it, denied by the upright, but you are absolutely right, Taco. And it feels like, you know, one of the biggest points I've been talking about is option coverage has been the name of the game here for IU. It seems that every opportunity they are there to force something out of their opponents, right? They're never leaving that uncertain spot, right? And it's working wonders for them, clearly. You know, at 6-0 now, I think we can start to talk a little bit less about the actual gameplay at hand and more about what's going on here behind the scenes for these players as they're trying to think critically about it. But there almost seems like never a single play for Cleary that IU doesn't have an intimate grasp on.
Right now, they're just trying to be able to make sure that there's always one player that can shut the door on something. They don't have it completely covered. Tied! He didn't even aerial for that save. He jumped for a different save and then missed it and then was able to just fly through it. I cannot believe what I just seen. I would love a replay on that. I don't think we're going to get it, but that just shows just how in control this team is. Even when things seem to go wrong, they're able to make it right.
Yep, they are just living it up right now in Game 2 here on DFH. I honestly am kind of at a loss for words. What does Cleary do to get back into this one? Another shot here. Bird will save it out. At this point, it's really just them trying to evaluate what IU is bringing to the table and how they're going to counter the Hoosiers. Because it feels like every time they get out onto offense, something just silly happens. Like right here, Strati to Orso makes 7 now, Taco, and the landslide simply continues.
Well, it looks like it's just Strati taking it up the sidewall because, oh, they're setting up an air dribble, they want to flex, they want to get a special goal. But no, if you look at the rest of the field, Orso and Tide both just attacked. They're landing on the enemy side with no boost, so they have to get out, reposition, make sure that they get back on offense. And so Strati, instead of just shooting that ball, they take it up the sidewall, which buys their team probably an extra 2, 3, 4 seconds to be able to get back, reposition, and then enter right back in. And we saw it, the goal go through off the middle pass, but that's only available because IU has an intimate understanding of where each other are, how much time they need, if you're getting back still, how much boost you have, all of that clicks. When you have the communication, when you have the mechanics, and you have the confidence, really, sky's the limit.
Again, here they are just having some fun out there, they are. You can see Tide, a little bit of freestyle just on that recovery there. Completely unnecessary, does it anyways. As they might go for 8 here, Orso off the backboard, has no boost to work with. Strati, though, will weave it through 2 defenders. At this point, I feel like the defense, you can hardly say that they're playing at full capacity. I don't really think they're investing themselves into Game 2 at this point. They're just trying to figure out what they can do to counterplay IU.
Yeah, and obviously if Cleary is not already in this mindset, then you just got to let go of the tilt to say, okay, yeah, we really let this one get out of hand. The first game, I think, was pretty decent in the beginning, and then it kind of got out of control. But just got to say GG go next, understand that it's just IU running up the score, trying to stat pad. They're going to get one more, put it at 9-0 but between the end of the game. But this is a good team. You are going to struggle, and accepting that is fine. You just got to make sure that you're implementing those quality saves, be able to shut down these passes earlier, focus on that possession, and you can be right back in it. They were not getting blown out in the beginning of game number 1, but over time, they just didn't know how to counter.
Yep, that seemed to be the case, and 14 shots here for IU. 9 for 14. That's quite a good turnover rate when you think about it. But on the other hand, Cleary, they had 6 shots, so not a non-existent defense. But, I mean, when you do get outscored by 9 goals, then generally speaking, you're probably not terribly confident in those odds. And we are noticing, of course, Bird came in for Game 2. Philly rejoining now for Game 3. But we can see the replay, Taco, I think, of what you were looking for, potentially. I have a couple of saves here on the IU side even. And tied. This was a one right out in front, just pre-jumps that one with absolute ease. No questions asked.
There's just the only thing that amazed me about that is that they saw the pass off the sidewall and then Tide pre-jumped it, and I was like, oh, you're not gonna get that, and then they didn't. And then the shot comes through, and it's really well placed. And it's the far side, and Tide, still landing, is able to then say, oh, I missed it. It's okay, I know the shot's coming. And just glide over, and then gets the save. It's like they just knew that was going to happen. It's just they're so far. It's you know, they're 2 moves ahead in this chess match, and they're playing so incredibly. Cocky is the bad way to say it, but they are. They're just be able to flex all over the field, and until Cleary is able to really shake things up and show that, no, you need to adapt to us. You need to be able to respect our touches. Then, what's it going to take, I suppose, from Cleary University outside of just got to play with speed and you got to challenge quicker.
Well, I mean, that's also a big part of the equation, Taco, as you mentioned that they're playing a little bit cocky, to be honest. And I would care to say that, yes, they are. I mean, look at the confidence that Tide has, making that challenge out in front of the opposing net. That they sometimes get the kind of creativity, as I believe Starleague might be having some technical difficulties here. You wouldn't know it by looking at the gameplay right now. Orso will put number 1 on regardless of playing a man down. But this is the advantage that they get. They can just do whatever they want. They can do things that you wouldn't expect out of players of this caliber, and it throws off the other team.
Just look at the lack of hesitation. Orso 50s that, and the moment the tires hit, they're not thinking about, okay, do I have that read? Do I need to boost? Nope, they just speed flip right directly forward, and then as soon as they land off that speed flip, they aerial for it to be able to get that shot off. And meanwhile, the defender rotating back, they thought they had a lot of space, and then suddenly all of that evaporated, and then they just have to contest basically a pre-jump, the shot coming through. And yes, you would say you can't really tell based off this gameplay, but just because IU is just incredibly confident on every single read, and as long as they're playing smart with the ball, they don't really need to panic. Yeah, the boost might be an issue, but apparently so far that they have more than enough to spare.
And they'll continue to drive here. Okay, now way up high. Stretty still has not been moving this game. But I will reiterate how they seem to be staggeringly unconcerned about the situation here, as Orso almost even puts that one on target way up high. Now Tom K for the squishy save. Let's get bailed out by Philly. But IU, they look incredibly confident in their gameplay at all times. I haven't noticed a single misstep here so far, and that is included. Orso now around the last player. Are they going to get this one all by themselves? They will! Another goal here. In a 2v3 scenario, Stratty still has not figured out what's wrong with their controller, or I don't know what is going on here. But this is ridiculous.
It's just, I don't have words. They're very good. They're just very good. And I don't like to heap praise on a team and try to feel it lopsided, but this is just evidence. This is a literal handicap. And they're cruising. They just know what they need to do. They're just kind of ball chasing it away, but I guess that's just kind of what 2s is. Yeah, I know, that's my inflammatory comment for the day. If you play 2v2, you're a ball chaser. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
Yep, no, that's definitely Taco's hot take of the day. But, oh, Strouty, they're back in the game. But you have to question now that they have returned to gameplay, what can Cleary do about this, because they were unable to put on any significant amount of pressure when it was just 2 of them, when it was just Tide and Orso.
I think you just got to swallow your pride and accept that that was a tough one. And then you just got to move on from there, because, I mean, what else are you going to do? This is just a very fast team. And to be honest, I've been in ranked games like that where player DCs and you're thinking, this will be easy. And then the other team is actually doing a really good job of maintaining a lot of pressure, or at least being able to keep you off the board. So certainly this is, I would say, not a shameful performance by any means. This is one of the best teams out there. Certainly a team that I expect to qualify for Collegiate Rocket League spring season. But certainly it can't be easy for Cleary to be able to face with this. Maybe they'll get one here, but even that shot, Tom K, they predicted the trajectory, but they could not be able to keep it between the sticks and will so painfully just go wide.
That's quite the unfortunate scenario to find yourselves in now. 105 seconds on the clock. They've got to find 2 here. They want a chance of starting this reverse sweep. IU, they played away, albeit not very controlled, but Tom K not able to rotate out in time. We tied has Orso pre-jumping from the ceiling on the opposite side. They won't find any sort of a connection, but again, they just feel so confident out there on the field right now. Their ability to rotate back and their ability to read their opponent and their ability to control the ball at basically any stage in their play. Defense, neutral, offense, it does not matter. They don't really care. Orso almost on the pre-tip there off the opposing backboard. It feels like really a close game with a 2-0 scoreline. But at the same time, it feels to me like we're just taking down the seconds.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what is going to happen until you start getting more consistent offense. And it doesn't even mean shots. The consistent offense to me is being able to get a shot off and then be able to just keep the ball around the offense. Just being able to force the defense to really have to earn any ball that goes out of their zone. And right now, with these deeper rotations, with kind of the inefficient boost usage, then you start to relinquish a lot of your possession because you'll hit it down, you get a shot off, and then you look back and the third man is just about getting to their back corner and there's no follow-up. So Indiana is able to just kind of sit back, absorb that pressure, and then inevitably get their clear because who's going to stop him at mid?
Sounds to be the case. Final couple of seconds ticking away here. The Hoosiers putting down the foot in this series. For all intents and purposes, is the final couple of seconds tick away. And this will be almost a clean sweep here for them. They did allow a goal in game 1, but other than that, Cleary University has not had an amazing showing here. They'll have to look forward to the remainder of the season if they want to recuperate from this loss. But what a performance it was here for IU.
Yeah, and this is just, again, a little bit of reminder that they're not to be trifled with. Their one loss was against MST, which is a very good team in the West. I wasn't entirely sure who could possibly have beaten them. I saw that and I said, well, if there's going to be any team, I suppose it would be Missouri Science Technology. But come back to this game, this is really a reminder that they're not going to take any easy games. I mean, that game 2 was evident enough at the 9-0 scoreline, but then when you get to 2-0, this is a game in which they were handicapped and still able to play their game and still bring it to the other team. They're just so deadly with so many options.
Yeah, I don't think there are any significant surprises here. I mean, even when we were talking about this in the pre-match, Taco, we were discussing what we expected the outcome of this game would be, and I think we both kind of landed on the correct option. That's, of course, not to say that Cleary is a bad team. I just think they are getting a very rough cut. So if you guys are walking away from this series saying, like, oh, we're going to discount these guys, don't do that. I think that's the only way I can really say it, is just don't do that. Sure, they had a bad showing in Game 2. They did take Philly out of the game after Game 1, which granted was, I believe, a 1-4 scoreline, and then in Game 3, Philly was back in, and it was a 2-0 scoreline. If you have that kind of a scoreline throughout the 3-game series, that certainly seems a lot more competitive. So perhaps there was some substitution stuff going on in there that we're, of course not privy to, but either way, they did have some good looks. They just got outclassed by IU. And again, as you mentioned, Taco, we expect them to make it into the spring series here for CRL this next weekend, which is, of course, the premier circuit for Collegiate Rocket League.
Yeah, and I would certainly say that a performance like this is, of course, as we talk about with Indiana, okay, now they're 1-1, they're back on the right track, they can move from there, contest for that top spot. But at least for Cleary, this is just a nice reminder that this is the competition that you're going to be competing with. So games like this, even though they hurt, and I've been on the end of a lot of them when I used to play at college, it can be tough. So definitely take a learning lesson from that. And as luckily, we'll be able to sit down with one of those teachers, because we have Orso sitting by from Indiana University. And nice little 3-0. I think that went according to plan. Do you, Orso?
Yeah, I would say so. Unfortunately, in that third game, Stratty's fire alarm went off, so we kind of just rolled with it.
Oh, yeah, okay. We were kind of curious as to what was going on there, but it seems like you guys had everything well in hand here. So, I mean, talking on that point now, obviously, taking the loss against MNSU, not optimal, but you get right back on track here. Are there any other potential opponents in your division that you're worried about?
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't taken a look at the full sheet yet. Ty's usually the guy who lets us know when to play.
Wow.
But I
There you
know
go.
Taco was there yesterday during CRL qualifiers, and
Oh, I
we
was there too.
are
What? Am I
looking.
just getting discounted?
Squid
Were
was
you in our
invisibly
Were you in
there.
our match?
They were the bracket. They were the
I was
bracket moderator.
moderating the
I was
bracket. I followed
commentating,
the
but yeah, Squid was
whole
bracket moderating. So
time.
he was actually DMing
Oh,
me on
no way.
Discord about different stuff. So they were there.
No way. I'm so
They bared witness to you. But
well.
yeah, go
Well,
on.
then you guys know we fell down to game 5 to Stockton, and so I'd say that's where our primary focus is, to make sure we're qualifying for CRL in this coming week, this weekend. But yeah, I mean, in regards to challenges, I'm not too sure who's in our full division. But we lost to S&T. We played in Grilla on Wednesday, did really well there. We were happy with our performance this Sunday. So we're just going to keep using that performance to build on top of for the future games.
And I think that's a really important lesson, and I think kind of a lesson in perspective to have is that I think a lot of players, when they're in your position and you lose, I see them tweeting, "Oh, this is the worst. I'm so upset. I'm so grumpy, and I'm furious." But you're saying we were right there. We're so close, and then it's just simple adjustments, or like maybe one or two bounces goes different. Like, and then it's fine. You take a loss, it's good because we'll just take it as it comes. Oh, you don't qualify through. Yeah, but we got all the way up right to the edge and then you couldn't do it. But that just means that, you are capable of that play. So is that something you try to cultivate, or is that something you guys have tried to like, try to reward at each other to take things kind of on the positive side for self-improvement?
Yeah, I would say the loss against Missouri S&T wasn't like in our heads wasn't feasible. Like we totally just had a bad game for sure. And so we went into Grilla, used that as an opportunity last Wednesday to work on some of our passing, work on our team building abilities, and then we took those skills we learned off of from the loss on Monday, the win on Wednesday, to Sunday with CRL, and we plan on utilizing those experiences to continue to build for NACE as well as CRL.
Well, I mean, obviously, you guys are starting to have some significant improvements over a relatively short period of time. Because until, I mean, what, Taco? What, 6 months ago, maybe? If that, for the CCA Open? Until the CCA Open rolled around, you guys were not even on the map. So the improvement that you've had has been nothing short of completely outstanding. And I've been a huge proponent for a long time of experience at the top level only makes you better. Do you anticipate that there's a lot of room for improvement for your squad? Of course, now one of the big factors also, with your not making it to CRL this last qualifier, there are 8 big teams who you now have no chance of facing off against. So you got to be feeling pretty confident about that. If you make it to CRL, you get that experience at the top level. Do you think there's lots of room for improvement for IU here?
Yeah, I would say so for sure. Tide and Big E, they play a lot together on Team Meteor. And so between Stratty and I, we're just trying to find our spot. And throughout this past week, we've seen massive improvement, like you mentioned. And I for sure think there's a major improvement, specifically on my end, as well as a team effort to make sure that our cadence is very similar. We're playing, rotating very well, and we're staying strong on our shooting, as that's been our kind of main issue, has been hitting that crossbar a bunch. So if we can kind of consolidate at net and as well as maintain our cadence as a team, I think that you'll definitely be seeing more of us.
I 100% love that philosophy, and I love the energy that you bring. I wish you the best of luck with the rest of the season. I don't even think you need it after that performance you just put through, but thanks for sitting down with us. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you get back to your evening?
Other than esports at IU's Twitter page, that'll be all. Thank you guys for having me.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Orso. Have a good night.
Have a good one, guys.
I love that approach. I love the mentality, and that's
So good.
exactly what I would
Yes.
expect out of a team that expects to succeed, but they're not getting cocky, they're not getting frustrated, they're not ranting. They're just saying, "Yeah, we lost, but they're a good team. We're also a good team. We'll grow from this." It feels so simplistic, but
Yes.
I don't often hear that, and it's really refreshing to see that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the kind of mentality that's really tough to come by. And even when we talk about, experience can really, iron out some of the faults of teams, that is usually where it happens, right? Is fixing the mentality. So to see IU, like I said earlier, like 4, 6 months ago, we had no idea that these guys were going to be as significant as they are. But, now to see them up and coming, and they've got that rock solid foundation that you absolutely have to have as a Rocket League team, it's just it's just such a like heartwarming thing for me personally, and it's a very grounded in reality confidence that they have in their odds to make CRL and the NACE playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, with all of this NACE content, as we just saw for the first two games, we also have to shout out some of the sponsors that, of course, make this possible throughout the broadcast. One such being Gunner Optics. They're the pioneer of blue light glasses, and actually the #1 brand of that entire concept within gaming. They've been helping gamers perform better for years now, protecting their eyes for 15 of those years within the esports scene. They offer gaming glasses for improved performance and protection from blue light, so it reduces digital eye strain, as well as youth glasses that offer those same amount of protection for those young gamers, because you got to come up young. You can't get into gaming in your teenage years. So kids aged 8 to 12 or even 4 to 8, Gunner still got them covered. And it's the Gunner difference is that, of course, you block in blue light, which keeps you up. That's why if you're staring at screens all night, you're not able to sleep super well, but able to block that out. But also they combat digital eye strain. So if you've been a college student, like all these NACE players, staring at a screen for so long, you start to get a headache or you have to rub your eyes and get some eye drops. That's something that can be prevented with the help of Gunner Optics.
Yeah, and of course, there are plenty of options as well, so you don't have to go all in and block out blue light from your life completely. It's not like gluten for people with celiac disease. They got a couple of different options, all right? So, first off, clear, blocking 35% of blue light, amber, which is 65%, which is already higher than the majority of the other blue light glasses out there, I might add. They got sun, which blocks 90%, absolutely ridiculous. Or you have Amber Max, 98% blue light. So if you absolutely just need to cut this out of your life, like it's a toxic relationship, then there you go. That's it. Just get it out of your life, and Gunner has got you covered. So huge shout out to those guys for making all this possible, and of course, go and check out their quality products because those things are fire.
Yeah, and as someone who used to work in a sleep lab within a university after college, a huge aspect of what screws up your sleep schedule is by staring at blue light screens, which is essentially a wavelength of light that is produced pretty much by your computer screens, by your phone. And so by wearing glasses, it helps filter that out, can help you produce that more melatonin, get some restful sleep, fall asleep a little bit easier, sleep better once you actually do fall asleep. So I actually do use some blue light glasses day to day. So of course, pick up some Gunner Optics today to help you out with all of that and continue to not strain your eyes while you watch the rest of this NACE Collegiate Starleague broadcast, because we have one more break to throw you to, but we'll be back with our third match of the day. It is SUNY Farmingdale and Cornell University after this. Welcome back. Just one more time, ladies, gents, and non-binary pals. We have one more game of NACE Collegiate Starleague Rocket League. It is SUNY Farmingdale, it is Cornell, and it is a beautiful day for a New York matchup here. And of course, we want to do a shout out, as we mentioned earlier, the sponsors and the different events that are able to produce this and help us put on this type of show and showcase the wonderful world of Collegiate Rocket League. And of course, we have to touch on LLS, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. They are the global leader in the fight to end cancer. They're the world's largest, not even just second largest, they are just the largest in order nonprofit organization dedicated to fighting blood cancer, which is the leading cause of death of childhood cancer. CSL has teamed up with LS to raise awareness for it, support throughout the season, and also partner with them for various different initiatives. You've seen different hashtag Tilt Cancer events throughout the scene, but you should certainly stay tuned for end of season updates or mid season updates on these different initiatives and the fundraisers to support LLS, and beating cancer is in their blood. One of the initiatives is actually called Tilt Cancer. As I just mentioned, it embodies LLS's gaming and esports initiatives. If you want to get involved and you want to get more information on how to be able to give back, how to be able to get involved with all that, please visit lls.org/tiltcancer. And with initiatives like that, it's not easy to see why esports and fundraising go well in hand, because who doesn't like a nice tournament play in Squid?
Oh, absolutely. That is 100% my favorite thing to do. And we've been a part of a couple of those things actually before, Taco.
Yes.
For some reason I cannot remember off the top of my head which event I'm thinking of, but I definitely know that we have done it. Oh my goodness. I'm just having a bit of a brain melt, but of course that is just the way that it goes. You know, sometimes you forget things, but of course I'm not going to forget to say that LS is of course at the forefront of the fight to cure cancer. And of course, it's not just the cancers that they're particularly focused on. They have new treatments that, were originally discovered and they're being tested in clinical trials for other cancers. Again, if you want to help CSL Esports in our support of LLS, then you can go to ls.org and check things out. But Taco, let's go ahead and hop into the last game for Rocket League this evening before we transition over into Overwatch. As you mentioned, you've got your alma mater over here
Not
versus.
quite.
well, wait, hang on. Sorry. Yeah, no, wait. You're not. My bad. That's my bad. That's my bad.
I
On
am
me.
a product of the SUNY system, but not necessarily Farmingdale.
There you go. But Cornell facing off against your almost there, almost the
Yes.
almost mater. Can we call it that?
The almost matter. Yeah, I think that's probably the word. I wonder what that means in Latin. I guess we'll never know. But Farmingdale and Cornell always facing off, and it's nice to have that New York matchup in the Northeast Conference. And Gallico, Fresh Pickles, and Ice Alliance or Allegiance rather for Cornell University. Very regal names on that side. And Farmingdale got Otto, Ebest Drew, and Lil Fair. Actually, Ebest Drew is a player I know. I've actually played with and against them in different leagues around Rocket League, community leagues like United Rogue and also MLE. So that's a player that I certainly think would be my expectation for a player that could pop off within this matchup. But to be honest, it's just nice to see some more Rocket League on display and another glimpse of two teams that are on the come up, looking to make a name.
Well, we do have the players ready and on the field, and Taco, I gotta be honest, the fact that you've played in a league with somebody doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the player to watch. I'm just gonna throw that out there, all right?
No, they are. I believe me. Trust me on that.
Yeah, whatever you say. Well,
My
we've got the
instincts.
game. We've got the game underway one way or the other already. The first shot going just off the mark here. Gallico, instant counterattack, and there is goal number one. No time to rest here for us, Taco.
Not at all. And Gallico, talk about a flick. Wow, just launching that one. Nearly gets it all the way without even bouncing to get right on the goal line there. And we talk about being aware of the counters. I don't even blame the defense for being pushed up. I would not expect a flick to just go to the heavens like that. So I think that just kind of a fluke goal to open us up here. And I'm sure the players on Farmingdale will be able to adjust from there.
Look, all I'm saying is, if you can't flick the ball into the upper stratosphere, you're not flicking the ball correctly. All right, so just don't even give it a try. But there we saw Gallico give it his best effort, their best effort, I should say. But it's only one goal, and it's still a very young game here. And Rain is looking for the net, cannot get around that ball. Will be a solid opportunity to try and tuck that one in the upper 90. Dead and gone now as Ebest Drew will inherit here. No flick on that one. Like I said, if you can't get into the upper stratosphere, you're doing something wrong. We'll still have the offense, though.
Yeah, well, despite the inability to get that singular flick, I still think that there's the components of what I want out of the attack from Farmingdale, but just not the end product. They're getting some high lob. It's forcing the defense to adjust to it, and at times, it's not the cleanest touch, so it could be something they can build pressure with, but every touch needs to be clean. Otto, unfortunately, only rolling into GameStop, and ball will go right back out to mid.
Good look here. I think they were searching for that double tap. They noticed the defense was there. Waved off pretty quick. They're there for the rotation now. One pass, GameStop. Good look at the net here, and there is nobody home. Ebest Drew will tie things up here 1-1.
I'm trying to see what had happened here. Gallico and GameStop are both the players back, and once one misses, I think the other teammate was trusting in the process, maybe going out for some boost and realized their mistake a little bit too late. So that's going to be an equalizer after 90 seconds, so fairly even-handed showing here in game one.
That is to say, it's an even-handed showing at this far in. Still have yet to see much more on the offensive side here for Cornell. They will find themselves in the blue half at the very least for now. They will be easily stopped by Otto. This one back to the midfield. Ebest Drew trying to make a play on this one. Thunder is forced to make some sort of contact to get it away, but it's only momentarily. Engaging in some neutral shenanigans. Now Gallico almost actually snipes the upper 90 on that one. Wasn't meant to be. Once again sent back to the midfield line here.
Certainly, I'm looking for some analytical play out of Cornell. I'm sure they're going to be adapting throughout this series. It is an Ivy League school after all, so I'd expect all these guys to be in the books in the replay sessions, be able to identify the issues here. But at least for right now, it is certainly still in the data gathering phase because They're slowly figuring out how to defend against these plays, but it's just not enough over time. The ball just keeps throwing forward, and Reyes is going to collect a goal off a flick.
Well, you mentioned how they have the smarts, certainly, to deal with things, but that, I gotta be honest, that didn't look like the most well-put-together defense we've ever seen. Perhaps it was a one-off, you know? Certainly, I hope so, but not the greatest look there for the Cornell defense. Perhaps there's just a misrotation. They'll get one back. Thunder off the back wall here, receiving from GameStop to tie things up very quickly.
Yeah, it's all hesitation. I feel like Ebes almost waiting for the third man to come through. It's almost like, hey, you got that? The person goes, no. And then Ebes goes, oh. And then it goes in. And it's just an immediate goal. And that's what happens when you slack off. The other team, as soon as they see that, they can pounce and get that equalizer. So it's right back to an even scoreline. And I'm still saying assuming Farmingdale, as we've seen the game develop, I think they are the ones that put together, I would say, the more deadly opportunities. But, I mean, it still takes a lot of skill and a lot of heads-up play from the side of Cornell to notice a couple times when there is a gap in the defense, they take advantage.
That much is true. And you mentioned having deadly opportunities. I think you are right in a sense, because we're seeing some much more consistent offense there from Farmingdale, and of course they find the opportunity. This is Cornell. See, they're not making the most deadly opportunities, but when they find that gap, they are making use of it.
Great job by Gallico and Thunder to communicate with each other, because they know that they can advance up the field. They don't have to throw the ball away, but to have a lead blocker force the player to go through, and then have the wherewithal mentally to be able to tuck it underneath them to put it into the open net, that takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of composure, and it's a nice thing to see from Cornell in the lead now. Only 2 minutes. Farmingdale to do anything about it.
Again, it's a little bit curious. Cornell have had very little sustained offense, but they still find themselves in the lead. They're being outshot 7-4 presently. Nice control here, though, by GameStop off the back wall. Reigns will take it away. Tap down towards the mid. Gallico is already there with the pre-jump. Otto's going to try for the pinch mid here. Gallico has to recover and will be able to do so. Ebestru can't make the play. Reigns denied yet again here by Gallico. And once more, the maintenance of pressure on the orange side is not quite enough to punch it home, and they'll be sent packing.
Reyes, that's going to be a very tough read, and that shows why. A little bit of a miss, but got with a clear. Gallico slowing things down. GameStop the commit, but ultimately will just be flying out to Thunder, send right on back. Long balls are going to be draining out a lot of time from the clock, so Farmingdale, you need to keep one eye on the ball and one eye on time remaining, because you don't want to get too in your head. Try to focus on defense, because you need to make sure you push up the field, otherwise this game one is going out the window.
Ebestru going to scramble back here, speaking of. Send the game out the window. Oh, that was a nice fake. They've got a little bit of space and the option in the mid. It's Reyes, but the shot much too low and slow to make any sort of significant impact. Otto with the cross, though, will find a gap here in the defense, if only a little one, and that'll tie us back up.
Look at that vision. Honestly, this looked almost like a miss hit, but then Otto came in perfectly and hit it through, so what a field of vision there from Ebestru, tucking that pass in the middle. They're getting the goal, and just in time, 23 remaining, and Cornell's going to have to put together something one more time. We want to be able to take this game before the death, but this almost feels like an overtime match. It's been so close and really blow for blow, but as I say that, GameStop uncontested puts it just above that last defender.
And yet again, all it takes is one attack here from Cornell. They have the precision to do the job, and they once again apply the scalpel here to the net. 4-3 with 11 seconds to go. It's been great, consistent offense from Farmingdale, but they need to find just a little bit more here in the closing moments. Otto looking towards the back wall. There's nothing there, though. Ebestru was available, and they are desperate now to get something on target. Final second is gone. They've got a chance to keep it up. Nice pop here by Otto off the back where there's no contact made into the mid, but there's nobody there, and it will drop down right in front of the net, and Cornell will have game one.
And that is a heck of a showing from Cornell, because honestly, the start of that game, Wasn't a huge fan of how their approach came. Yes, they got the flick, but ultimately it felt like Farmingdale was just rotating through, uncontested, getting the shots off, making sure that they were keeping pressure, and they were all able to get multiple shots going through. I'm seeing Gallico, 6 saves on the board. They're racking it all up, and I'm thinking, this isn't sustainable. You have to be able to move out. And then every single time they did, they got a goal. Talk about efficiency. I mean, they're really locked in their half for a decent amount of time, and yet still, every time that there was a chance to score, they took it. Whether that's sustainable, I suppose is really the question that I have for them in game number 2. Farmingdale has to feel like, at times, they felt like they were playing quickly, but they just weren't able to have the same level of efficiency and success as Cornell.
Right, there were a heck of a lot of moments where they were on the back foot, and I was just thinking to myself, like, what exactly is the game plan here? Like, they don't have the exact same coordination as they do on offense. Of course, I don't think any team is really as good on one side as they are on the other. There are, of course, variations, but I do find it a little bit curious as to how they are allowing so many key opportunities here to Cornell, which don't look like extremely threatening shot opportunities, I might add, as Reynez making a save here was a slight double commit there with Otto, but they found themselves back in the net anyhow. I've got to ask now, if there is sustained pressure against, then how quickly do they fall apart? And I think that we've got our answer.
Thunder doing just what Thunder does, throws it up high and lets it roll right down into Gallico, and talk about a sweet finish that absolutely pounds that one into the top shelf, and it's a game of inches. It seems like at this point from Farmingdale, they're around the play, but not enough to actually curtail it, and Cornell's shooting success continues.
Continues, and they had a little bit more pressure than we're used to seeing them with, in all honesty. And of course, just 2 shots in succession seems a bit of an outlier for them. We'll see if that story continues to be told here. Otto looking for a flip reset. I believe they've got one, but it's not enough contacts to make anything significant happen. Of course, I say that. Things are heating up in the goaltending box here. Reynez with a speculative shot there. GameStop easily touches it out. Loads of power on it as well. eBest will send it back into the zone. Otto for the redirect and on target and in.
A lot of confidence going up for that, and for good reason. They got all of that ball. Placement, I think they might have wanted better, but GameStop, I think they expected that much power. They could not get around it in time, and will ricochet right on through. So even scoreline will continue all the way into game number 2. I wonder, at what point are we going to see one team get 2 straight and be able to actually take a lead that isn't just a temporary 1 goal?
That's a good question. I think for Farmingdale, they are expecting to get a little bit more under control. This nice pass out front, but he passed through unwittingly is the undoing of their own play here. And now the follow-up shot from Otto will find its way through. There was no defense for the backboard, and it'll make it 2-1.
Variety is a spice of life, but also in terms of success on offense, you see GameStop almost playing for not the read, but the catch. And the moment Otto notices that there is no one up for that, I'm just going to rush it. And then on top of that, sees the defender waiting for the dribble. They go for the challenge, and then eventually the dunk right into the net. So a good goal from Farmingdale, and now they're in the position to maybe do something with this lead. Otto, the man of the hour, getting the shot off, but brilliant save this time from GameStop.
They had to make that stop as well. 2-goal margin could very well be insurmountable. They might yet find it. Gallico bumped out of the way. Heads up play here from eBest just to drive it past 1 here in the mid. Past 2, GameStop getting bumped, and Gallico also on the receiving end. What are you going to do?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, there's not much you can do unless you essentially pre-jump that flick, and eBest knows that full well. So the moment they land, they don't rush it out, they don't go for boost, they just go for the only possible player on the Cornell roster that can touch that save. And if that person's not there, it's an easy goal. And now we have seen the situation. I was wondering what's going to happen. Apparently, at this point in game number 2, 2 minutes in, Farmingdale trying to mount an even heftier lead, and certainly they have all the control and wherewithal to do so. More controlled rotations.
Been locking it down here at the midfield. It's been a long time since we've seen Cornell actually on the attack. Another high lofting ball here from eBest. It will just be a giveaway now to Reynez in the midfield. They've got to get somebody to tackle this. Gallico goes first. There's no flick though from Reynez. They will not be punished for that. Otto actually missing this one in the mid as well. Some weird lack of contact in succession on 2 plays there. See, it's caused the Cornell defense becoming a little bit confused on the back end. Gallico was able to pre-jump that and force out a touchdown to the side, but still, things were looking dicey there for the longest time. And then again, here, eBest drew lots of time solo in the air. You have 3 players on the back end, 2 of them completely flat-footed in the goal. You've got to start sending some people out here and taking some control of your own half of the field.
This almost gives me vibes of that Indiana game in which one team is kind of sensed the defensive structure of the other team, and now they're just going to adapt to the point of keeping it fast, keeping it high and lobbed, stealing that boost out, and then the opportunity presents itself to try to put it in the best possible place. Good placement past everybody, and for the goal number 4. So even no longer shooting 50% from the field is Otto, with that last goal being their hat trick.
And I mean, if you want to draw some parallels between series, talk about that Ohio State series that we saw for game 1, match 1 of the night, Taco. It feels like there are a lot of points now where we can say that the other team is just kind of tossing it away, and I don't really necessarily think that's going to be a sustainable game plan here. In particular, I'm talking about Cornell, of course, because we've seen some deep rotations from Farmingdale just to keep the ball in the zone. It's been working wonders for them. When their opponents can't really make any effective attacks, then that's where things start to get complicated. Another one here from eBest Drew will just narrowly miss high and wide. Reina is also denied on that attack. But still, with Cornell being unable to actually get out onto the attacking side, it doesn't matter how accurate they are. They're never going to have any success.
Yeah, it's just about, again, we talked about this in previous aspects of rotation with other games, and that you have to lock down this midfield. Farmingdale, notice how when they're on attack, it's not that they're getting every single shot repeatedly, it's that when the ball does inevitably go out of the attacking third into the mid, it just gets set right on back, and then they can just pretty much set up a camp and say, all right, well, we're just going to keep on doing the same thing until you're able to control the ball, to bring it to us and force us to do something different, because if it ain't broke, obviously you're not going to fix that.
Of Cornell on the attack. Gallico trying to lead the way, losing out on that control, and again just launched back into the opposing half. That might have been the longest possession they've had, and they instantly get punished for it. Otto, as you mentioned, the big name for game 2 here at the very least. 4 goals now to them alone, and it will be the defining moment of this match.
Yeah, and the shooting percentage continues to increase. They're above 50% now, 4 for 7, and this is a good pop-off performance. And granted, you can attribute a lot of the success for this win to, obviously, Otto for scoring the goals. But to be honest, I think it's just the fact that all the shots that they've been taking, inside that one ceiling shot, have been fairly just, I would say, fundamental. They go through for the challenge. There's no one on defense that's closing them down or turning it into a more complicated issue. So strike it well, strike it consistently, and eventually goals will fall if the defense doesn't give you something else to think about. So a very even game number 1, followed up with a very clean performance from Farmingdale to strike back in the series.
And that deep rotation really helped them out. They managed to hold on to the control. Cornell had but a dream of scoring a second time in this game. And I think that we can safely say that the tempo has now been set here by Farmingdale. With Otto leading the way on top of the scoreboard here. It really almost feels like an insurmountable mountain at this point for Cornell. What are they going to do in order to be able to break out of this just oppressive offensive pressure that we're seeing out of Farmingdale at this point? They have to take some slow control and at least get that ball to the midfield line, guarantee themselves they're going to be able to take control of their own half of the field. There was so many times that we saw them lacking boost control even on their own side, and that will almost always lead to your downfall.
Yeah, 100%. And if you're not in control of the destiny of a defense, then you're never going to be able to actually get up on offense, because, of course, we say some of the best defense you can have is a good offense. And, of course, you can see the results of that in Farmingdale. The touches coming through from them, they don't really need to defend, because ultimately their focus is hitting 50s. They nearly become their own worst enemy. They've just assisted on a play, and after singing their praises, I can't think of a clunkier way to give up your first.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that one. Reina is also completely wiping out after jumping at that one. I think realizing they didn't necessarily need to forfeit control of that ball just a little bit too late. Hey, but for Cornell, there you go. You are going to take that. That's the classic Rocket League way. We take those. They drive it home, but can they deal more damage than that? Gallico, nice flick here, trying to go over top of eBest Drew as well, but also overtops the net. will be sent back into their own side.
These are the types of balls that I'm really curious about how Cornell's going to deal with it. Gallico's going to take it out and try to keep it close, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. Too many times they're starting to realize, oh, I don't have a lot of boost. They just send it deep, but if you just keep it close to you, it gives the other team an opportunity to chase it, and more importantly, to not immediately just hit it right back. They have to adjust to you. It allows your teammates to get boost, and I think that allows a lot of control back into the hands of your squad, and I think that's confidence is what they need. And hold this lead, and seeing it feels like a drought of goals based on how the other games have gone, but I think this is kind of what happens now that both teams are fully adapting to each other.
Absolutely correct. Cornell beginning to have much longer and more involved forays into the attacking zone. Of course, as I mentioned it, Otto with a really good look here. The flick way up high. eBestru cannot quite turn it in. The pass back, and Reynez is beaten out here by GameStop. They're off to the races. Drop down in the corner. I love the patience there by GameStop. Tossed down. Nobody's prepared for it. Gallico on the deep rotation will at least keep things under control. Tries for the pass over to Thunder, but a clear miscommunication causes them to be way late on that play. Just give it away to eBestru.
And eBestru is going to try their darndest to get that on target, but that man cannot pull off magic. From that angle, it's only going to go across, and there's no second man. How about Reynez now on the delay on target, but Gallico with the save. They touch the corner, but Gallico tries to pass across the middle. I was going to say that's risky, but didn't work out. Didn't find maybe an unintentional target in Thunder. We're starting to see both teams actually implement some more dribble play, intermixed with the longer ball, but both defenses are handling it well. On their horse now is Farmingdale into the far corner, lead the way with a demo, and Gallico answers right back to stop that attack and extract one more deflection and Thunder to the corner.
Was a bit close on the spawn, though. 1 moment later, and they would have been scored on. They're still in dire straits here. Gallico actually narrowly avoiding a demolition there by Otto. I believe they didn't even flinch at that one, but now Misso to the corner. Reynez couldn't make the play, and GameStop is just behind. Now Thunder, a big whiff out of the side, and Gallico has to 1v1 it back to their own end. Lots of misplays in succession there, and finally, no, eBestru misses way up high on a completely open net. The 1v1 now downfield. Gallico can't cut it back inside. They're just too far away. Trying for the ceiling shot yields nothing. And this has just been a crazy turn of events here. We've seen a very punishing Farmingdale turn into a team that's, well, they haven't had nearly as much control as they would like. Gallico off the backboard, they make it happen, and somehow Cornell is holding strong. Here on the counter, they'll pick up number 2.
It almost feels like a play from Gallico where they get the save, and at this point they're just like, I need to get this, I need to get this, I need to get this, and then they hit it, and then immediately realize, oh, that's a goal.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's intentional. I think they're just trying to beat at that player, but it's on that third man to make sure that, yes, if your back player is attacking that ball, that you are making sure that that long ball is going nowhere dangerous, and no more dangerous play to happen than be putting it right in the back of the net. 2-0 to Cornell, 90 seconds to last that out.
Goodness, what a change it's been. Certainly their game plan has shifted in a way that has been massively beneficial. At the same time, I feel like for Farmingdale, they may have gotten a little bit complacent with their status at the end of regulation in Game 2. So perhaps some changes now are merited on their side of the ball as we begin to tick down the seconds. They're certainly going to need something new here. Gallico is not having that. Otto trying to shoot post side, easily saved away. Reynez way up high now. This looks like a good pass. GameStop is there and ready for it though, and this should be completely open downfield. The worst case scenario yet again here for Farmingdale.
I guess it's the right type of season. Gallico just picking cherries downfield. They're just so excited to collect that next goal, but I don't blame them. They're upfield and they immediately turn around. I'd have to think it's because of the communication or just the trust in their teammates to read that pass as they did and serve them up with an easy finish. This is truly a turn of events that I did not see coming. Cornell is, I would even say, looking more confident, but they are just moving so much quicker, and I don't think Farmingdale really knows how to handle it. Maybe just dug it through. At least there's a sign of life. 1 goal with 34 to go.
Yeah, I suppose now the odds are no worse than they were just a moment ago here. eBestru, I think, getting a little bit fortunate on that one. I won't say lucky, but fortunate that the opponent decided to hit it directly in that direction. They still need a bit of a miracle here if they want to bring this one back. There is lots of time off the face-off here, and GameStop has to touch that one away from eBestru. They will not make the same mistake twice in a row. Will Cornell, Reynez, that was just too high. Otto can still turn on it, but they're beaten out by GameStop this time. And Calico will ensure the possession stays with Cornell here into the final 15 seconds of gameplay. Nice dunk there by GameStop. That should just about close things down here. So I say that, Otto, the flip reset over the top and in! And I may have called it just a little bit too early here.
Otto's been going for these all day, but eventually, if you don't contest, you can't always rely. They're not going to bang one through eventually. 2, 3, 6 seconds to go. Now, it's all about the kickoff.
That it is. Cornell, they had a lot of difficulty in game 2. Oh, no! What? You gotta be joking! All of that build-up, the flip reset from Otto, just for this? What?
Their last second adjustment almost makes me feel like they were trying to deflect it to the corner, because you did have a player out there in the side kind of driving up immediately, but I can't really tell. That's heartbreaking. That is, I would say, a missed opportunity of sorts, but they had plenty of that beforehand. Cornell, they took theirs. They're going to get that victory.
Yeah, I'll tell you, for Cornell, that was definitely a sigh of relief at that point. I mean, you get scored on with a flip reset with 6 seconds to go against a team who just beat you 5-1. And you're like, oh God, everything is going wrong. It's all going downhill from here. We already lost, and well, maybe not going that far, but still. And then just to get a kickoff goal, they're just thinking to themselves like, huh, imagine that. Look at that. You know, it really is that easy. So now Farmingdale, the team for, you know, which for all intents and purposes, I think have looked better in this series overall, now find themselves on match point against.
Yep. And now it's suddenly this situation in which you don't really know what to trust. You don't know if your game plan is working, or maybe you just had a bad game, and if you don't figure that out soon, it can get a little bit weird out there. So as we look now at Cornell on match point, now it's about making sure that you're not giving up free goals. I don't care if you're playing a team that you don't really respect, or if you're playing the CRL National Champions, you cannot give away those wide open shots, because players like GameStop are going to cram it right into the bar.
Well, I'll be honest. If you told me where the series was going after game 2, I would not believe you. But here we sit with Cornell now leading. Only having to hold on to this lead for 4 minutes and 44 seconds longer. Granted, that is loads of time in Rocket League. So don't change the channel just yet, ladies and gents. But certainly an excellent start here. MNSU almost gets a bit of a lucky dunk there. Thunder, all their tires straights, and they're not going to get that one away. That pop-up is about the last thing you want to see in front of your own net.
And a good job by MNSU. They didn't challenge that immediately, and GameStop is desperately trying to get the ball to try to force a 50, but there's none there. So it lobs out, and then they throw it right back into the mixer. Defense can't handle it, understandably, and it goes through the goal. It's good pressure, throwing in dangerous positions, and seeing if the defense can handle it.
Immediately back to tie. This is exactly where you want to be if you're a fan of Farmingdale. But they still got a little bit of work to do here. They've had some more difficulty, especially with the changes that we saw from Cornell in that last game. Oh, big miss there. Calico is there for the save, though. GameStop also back there on the goal line. There was a slight double commit. Perhaps they're a little bit antsy about the situation at hand. Cable chases one downfield. Calico trying for something of a flick here. It doesn't have too big of an impact on the play, though. Will be safely guided now back to the midfield line. Cornell and Farmingdale tied still as we move into minute number 2.
That's true. Lobbing it near post. Double commit technically, but I think they just wanted to be extra sure that that was going wide, and we'll be able to escape that last attack. Otto, the combo with Reyes to Ebestru, the bump play. It's all coming together for Farmingdale.
You could not ask for a more perfect setup here. Reyes up to Otto, down to Ebestru, and Calico getting tossed to the moon here in the net. That is just textbook Rocket League at that point. Of course, there was a slight touch. The Cornell defender there on the back wall, post ace there from Otto's contact. But, you know, you take what you can get. They certainly will take goal number 2 to enter themselves into the lead. Yet again in this series. Oh boy, GameStop, no contact there. Calico is available for the backup. Referee Inheritance down the sidewall. The speed is there from GameStop. I think we'll get dunked out here by Otto. Again, it's this neutral game that we're looking at that is going to be a definitive factor. And Ebestru actually cannot snipe the right side of the net with that one. There was a desperate attempt there by the defense to make something happen. They were unable to make contact.
Reina's trying to make contact right here, but I don't think they expected that shot to come to him. That's going to go well wide. Best Drew. Chase him down. Oh, they're looking for blood, and they're going to find it. Otto, follow-up again over the bar, and Gallico will probably just heave this one downfield and take a deep sigh because Cornell has been under a lot of pressure admirably. Still, it's only 2-1, but we have just hit halftime, and as he said earlier, if you told me how the series is going to go, I wouldn't believe you, but now I don't even know what to believe. Both teams are fully in it.
Yep. They certainly are, but now with Cornell having some continued offensive pressure, I am a bit fearful for Farmingdale. They are certainly letting things get close there in front of their net. Thunder now off the backboard. It looks so dangerous. They're playing a deep second and third player here on the Cornell side. They'll at least get a safe transition back on the defense. What a dunk here from Gallico as well. They'll grab the boost. They've got loads of time now, way up in the air, and this looks like it could be a goal on the way. They will get blocked, though. That's the kind of aggression you need to have on the defense if you find yourself in that situation. And now downfield, Evis drew down low. Easy counterattack here.
Now that was a spacing issue that I always hated personally. You get a flick through. This player, they could shoot it, they could throw it low, they could flick it again. So you just dive at it and then realize they're just playing for 50 anyway. They have that all under control. Evis drew, dunking it through, 3-1. Now they got a bit of a cushion to protect, and they need that cushion because they are looking to force game number 5.
They do. Game not over yet, but honestly, based on what we've seen out of past results here in the series, hard pressed to say that Cornell has much of a chance in this one. Evis Drew blocked out early there by GameStop. They need somebody out of this ball. Gallico's going to force it, but there's nobody ready for the secondary. I actually like this play for a second, but when it results in a goal against, you could not ask for a worse result.
And Gallico actually opts to go to the boost instead of trying to go for the ball, maybe expecting that that ball would be handled regardless of where it went, but I think everyone had different expectations on that play. Wide open goal, as you had said. And in this game, also, according to previous results, it's definitely going the way of Farmingdale, but once it seems like they have a couple of goals, I don't know, it just seems like Cornell just doesn't have an answer, or they get nervous. I don't know. As long as they get as close, it seems like Cornell always has the answer, but after that, everything just kind of falls off the rails.
Yeah, this is exactly the story that we've seen go back and forth twice now. It was Cornell game 1, 1-goal game. Very close. It was Farmingdale in game 2. Absolute destruction with 5-1 being the final scoreline. And now here again, after Cornell took a relatively close game, it's 5-1 for Farmingdale.
And it comes from such a tough of plays, too, because Gallico, they're not even doing anything wrong there. They just tap it forward, land, and then go for an aerial. But instead of playing the clear, or the long ball, they played a clear to the side. They side flip past it, and then it just turns into, I think, an accidental setup from Reina's, but they're going to bury it nonetheless. And that 5-goal scoreline, I think, will do a lot to just remind Farmingdale, this is what we need to succeed. This is what we need to get back to, and I think they're would be boosted going into game number 5 because 20 seconds remaining. I think Cornell could maybe get a little bit of morale boost out of a goal, but come back very much so has left the picture a couple minutes ago.
I'd care to agree. Triple commit here on the defense as well. You can see that things are not exactly in the right headspace for them. Nice pre-flip save, though, there by Thunder. But, again, you know, this is just how back and forth this series has been. It's difficult to accurately assess how the next game is going to go because it feels like a very thematic or pattern-based series at this point where, you know, it's 4-3 game 1, 5-1 game 2, 4-2 only very narrowly. It was almost a 3-2 game for Cornell, but either way, very close game, and then 5-1 blowout. So I am tempted to believe that these teams have been able to adapt to each other. Yes, and that being the case, Cornell should basically have this one on lock. Although, I've got to be honest, I noticed that they seem to kind of recur back to what we saw earlier in that they're just giving the possession back away over to Farmingdale more often than not, which is strange, to say the least.
I think it's especially strange because it's inconsistent. I keep applauding them because I want to point out that in these replays, even when they do give up goals, sometimes they just have the plan in place. They have the 50, they're getting a catch, and then last second they'll just flip away from it, or they'll miss a 50, or they'll go for a read that I didn't really think was as dangerous as the other option, and then they bite the dust because of it. So it could just become down to momentary lapses in judgment. If you're just playing kind of a weird read, or you go for a boost instead of the dunk on a long ball, your team could pay for that. So with Game 5, I really feel like they need to keep it as close as possible, and the way they do that is making sure you're locking down the midfield, making sure you're not having those silly mistakes, because Farmingdale, they don't need any more invitations. They'll take all the goals they can get.
Cornell can get more out onto the offense with more consistency. This should pretty well be a done deal. And speaking of, that one almost just trickled right in. Thunder has to force this one off the sidewall, and already Cornell has a majority offense. Although it looks like that story may well change. I really feel like this has been the story of who can play more on the offensive zone. It seems rather simple. You know, say for game 1 where Cornell had loads of counterattack goals, one-off chances that resulted in goal scoring. But other than that, it really seems like that has been the deciding factor. And Gallico, nice save up high here. Not be able to make a follow-up. Rain is over the top of the last player. Thunder's not able to get there. And that first goal goes over to Farmingdale.
Can't help but smile whenever I see plays like this. It's so easy to just shoot that or power shot it. But instead, they know, well, both players are back. Maybe let's bait one in. And then as soon as they catch it, player commits. They get a quick flick. They don't hold it any longer than they need to, and it goes right in. It's all fundamentals, but it takes a lot of awareness and a lot of, I would say, mental fortitude to keep yourself focused in that play and execute when you need to.
Presence of mind is a very difficult thing to master when it comes to Rocket League, or sports in general, so I care to agree. It's an excellent play there for Reynez, putting their team on top, but they've got to hold on to this lead. Nice long clear should help things out. Drew now out of the rotation, however. Better to field this one on the sidewall. Doesn't really make any significant progress. Easy force there for Reynez, but they don't really have the backup. But then again, neither does Cornell. GameStop has to make a bit of a late challenge, realizing they have the opportunity. Now things are looking a little bit complicated here on the back end. Gallico for a shot, and that one will go through. Things look like they were under control for the longest time, but it just falls apart.
Great trigger discipline here from Cornell. It's so easy to go for these shots a bit faster, or maybe go for some unnecessary things, but instead, Thunder stays in the play, knocks it somewhat quickly, and then immediately Gallico goes for it and just puts it anywhere between the posts. And it seems like something that, yeah, of course, that is what you're supposed to do, but the biggest issue sometimes when you're playing a team like Farmingdale is if they're playing fast and playing efficiently, it's not going to be a huge gap of time in which you're able to get the shot. So when that ball does pop out and you do have an opportunity, you need to get to it as quickly as possible. It seems like Gallico is the go-to player for Cornell for that very purpose.
Couldn't agree more. I feel if Cornell takes this, Gallico, for me, definitely going to be the standout player. I mean, particularly that Game 1 victory, as you mentioned. I believe they had 100% goal participation on top of the fact, or sorry, no, they didn't. I'm thinking of a different game. But they did have 6 saves, which you can, I think, safely say is a majority of the participation on the defensive side. So at least there is that going for them, and of course, goal number 1 in this game. They're searching for more, though. It's kind of zone time for Cornell. Does look rather dangerous if you're on the blue side. Nice long clear from Reynez, and GameStop side flips. That's going to give a heck of a lot of space and time now over to Farmingdale to recuperate. Maybe just reset, grab some boost, maybe put a shot on target or two. Reynez is here for the follow-up. Thunder with the pop way up high, but they're in a complicated spot now. Otto, the drop down is there, and the follow-up from Reynez. Top bar and in.
I can almost hear the hyperventilating coming from the Cornell side as they're just rushing around, desperately trying to get a touch, and even when they get save after save after save, double commits are going to hurt them, and they get deflections they just cannot counter. Reynez is there, the ball is dropping in the box. That's a very brutal goal to give up for Cornell, because up until that point, it seemed like they were right back in it. Maybe they very much are, but Caligo could not put it in that time.
Not that time, but they have still a chance at this one. Like a reasonably good play there for a moment, but Evestri didn't really have too many options there up the sidewall. Long clear, Thunder is chasing it down. He's able to force it across Gallico. Key boost grab, but cannot keep the play in the zone. Now Reynez, open lane, but cannot get the shot on target. Was completely there. Nobody available to make that save. A huge missed chance there for Farmingdale. They'll maintain the offense here into the final 100 seconds of Game 5. But still, they could really use that insurance.
And they're looking for it right now. They keep sending it high, and fortunately for Cornell, they have enough boost, but that boost can't last forever, especially if it stayed in their half. Evestri double tap well over. Otto on the follow, but all they will meet is the bumper of Cornell. Reynes, third time the charm, to the back post, past a couple of them, but now a fast break. It's Gallico. Who else with the flick? Ebestru, what a save to keep their team in the lead.
Absolutely coming in the clutch, but the triple commit there on the back end for Cornell. Disallowed them the ability to make that a particularly effective offensive. They will keep in the blue half, though. This is a key red zone moment. Gallico, the return. Reynes is able to stop it out, but there is no possession just yet on the defensive side. Thunder has to get this one under control, is able to do so, but only for a moment. 2 players now gone. GameStop is able to get things wrangled yet again. Out in front, Ebestru up the backboard. Things really starting to heat up now in the closing moments. Cornell very desperate, no touch there from Thunder. This allows a huge opportunity now. Ebestru in the mid, the drop down. He's blocked away by Gallico, and now Reynes in the 1v1 is 15 away, and Gallico will clean up GameStop. What a play in the midfield to keep it clutch.
GameStop take a bow, but not for too long. You still might have to play overtime. What a setup to be able to get in the way, knock it down, and then Gallico almost anticipatorily will just turn toward it and knock it into the open net. Psychologically, the hardest shot in the game, but they do it with aplomb. Now, 20 seconds remaining. What lies in store for Cornell? Maybe it's an Ebestru flick through the middle. No, will be stopped through. One more from Gallico, looking for the tuck underneath, and they get it through!
No way does Gallico pull this one off. You can see GameStop stops out right there because they realize it's like, nah, I'm not taking this from the star player. Absolutely not in your lifetime. And Reynes trying to wait for the flip reset. It gets outplayed in a way they never thought imaginable. 10 seconds now on the clock. Cornell with the lead so late in this game. They win the face-off. They put it towards the net, and they get the dagger. GameStop for the game-winning goal here. Decidedly, undoubtedly, it's Cornell.
3 goals in 17 seconds. I'd call it a collapse, but they're all so well earned. What a performance from Cornell. We had our doubts earlier on, but there is no doubt now. This team has showed up so many times throughout the series, and what a chance to save your pop-off moment. Cornell in 5.
Dang, you could not ask for a more hectic ending. But again, Taco, it follows the pattern that I was talking about earlier. Cornell, a 4-2 victory, the exact same thing that we saw in Game 3. This is just ridiculous. I can't believe that such a, you know, on paper, you would look at this and you would think, wow, that's predictable. Yeah, you know, I don't think it is. I don't really think that's that predictable, to be honest.
I mean, it was really interesting. And those are actually, I would even go so far as say is like these are the exact type of series why when people ask me, why do you commentate a lot of Collegiate Rocket League? Because of games like this. I didn't know what was happening. Everything is unpredictable, but it's dramatic. It's changing. There's a lot of adaptations, and there's not a clear storyline or narrative with a lot of these teams, but it builds throughout. And games like this where you have a player who is the hero and they have a chance to show up and then they falter and then they drop a game and then come back in the best possible way. It's so lovely to see. And Cornell, I mean, 3 goals in 17 seconds. I barely even expected the second one. It was just, what a way to be able to save your pop-off moment, like I said earlier. And certainly a well-deserved victory, maybe a bit closer than they might have wanted.
Yeah, and it was an incredibly bipolar series, I think, by and large, because we saw so many instances where we were looking at Cornell and we're thinking to ourselves, like, oh my goodness, you know, they're having like these misplays. Even there in the last game, there were a couple of those moments where it was just like, oh no, Thunder side flipped, and now there's so much space for their opponents, and everything is gonna, you know, be a disaster. Oh my goodness, they just triple committed on the defense. Things are in shambles. Clearly, they're going to get scored on, right? Well, shockingly enough, that's not necessarily what happens all the time. So things, subverting expectations, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world that could happen in a game of Rocket League. In fact, I would care to say that it's one of the best things you could possibly expect. I mean, even that goal from Gallico, I believe it was to tie things up or to take the lead. I can't remember which one it was. They were all just insane. But Gallico with the solo play and just absolutely just juke the brakes off of Reynes at near the end there. I mean, nobody could ever predict that. When I saw him going for the flip reset, I was like, yeah, he either gets the flip reset and scores, or at least hits it in this direction, or he doesn't get the flip reset and it just kind of drops out, and that's the end of the play. And then Gallico hits it with a secondary that I never saw coming, and I can only assume that Reynes was in the same spot. And I was like, oh my god, I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe my eyes. That's the way it goes.
And it's really improvisational, and I always love situations like that where you are looking through the play and you're trying to determine, okay, can I figure out the best way to beat through a player? And of course, highly mechanical players are saying, yeah, we'll flip reset, we'll air dribble, we'll air dribble bump, we'll be able to get a breezy flick, which actually Calco almost pulled off. They pulled off a fake breezy if the viewers caught that. But then past that, when you're looking at a situation like that, just the threat and the awareness of saying this player can do anything they want with the ball, I need to be aware of everything, and then go for the fake into the pinch to the other side. Like, I was blown away how 200 IQ that was. Just such a heads-up play throughout the series, but to have the wherewithal mentally just to keep yourself focused, knowing you need that to take the lead, and then hitting it, it's a beautiful way to end out the day.
Yeah, and of course, from the other perspective, how heartbreaking does that have to be? How much control do they think they had in that game? And we talked about it during that game as well. They had chances to get that third goal, right? To get things back under their control. And of course, with butterfly effects being the way that it is, Cornell may never have even scored a second goal if they had gotten that insurance. So they look back on that series now and they're thinking to themselves like, well, did we just lose that because we missed on what was pretty much an open net opportunity? And the answer is probably, to be honest, So, I mean, looking back on it in retrospect, you had the lead 2-1 for the longest time, and then in the dying moments, 3 goals against, and that's it. The series is just over there. I mean, that's just got to be crushing in so many ways.
But this is why this is the early part of the season where you can work out those issues, because it's just as much, hey, we got kind of beast on mechanically as you saw in some other series, but it is also just mentally being able to say, hey, we need a goal, or it's a tie game and we maybe play for overtime, or at least just trying to make sure that no mistakes come out. Everything is tapped down. There's no awkward 50s, no awkward balls in the midfield. And I think when those plays did pop up, Cornell was the one that tried to force them and then took advantage of them accordingly. So it's a very good job by them to be able to do all that together. And I'm excited to be able to sit down and talk with them so we have them on the line, because I do want to pick their brain on exactly what even is going through the minds of a player when the series, as you mentioned, I think a perfect word, bipolar. It's just no predictability of is this going to be complete blowout, or are we going to be neck and neck and it'll be flawless for how we want to the rest of the series to go.
And of course, these kinds of results, always something that we enjoy watching from the outside in, especially when you consider that, again, these are two teams that you wouldn't necessarily consider for top-tier contenders. But you still look at it and you think to yourself, yeah, these are some pretty high-quality competitors overall. And I think that not only is it great that we have, NACE Starleague for this kind of an outlet, but it's also great that Collegiate Rocket League as a whole is such a talented community. Because I look at some other esports, and I gotta be honest, you get some teams in, for instance, competitive CSGO in smaller leagues that, they might have an LEM on them or two perhaps, but sometimes you get teams that have such a huge rank disparity. You might have a Gold Nova on a team paired off with a global elite. You don't really have that in Rocket League. It's not common that you have a team with just one champ 1 player, matched up with some supersonic legends. You usually have 3 GC2s at least, even in the lower level, like Cornell and Farmingdale here. They obviously had some very high caliber players on both sides for every single slot that was available to them. I love it.
And that consistency, honestly, I could argue the consistency might boost teams more than just having that pop-off player. I think a lot of players focus on saying, wow, this player is going through it. I mean, the reason why oftentimes when you see some teams falter is because you might have a very good player on a roster. I think Stevens Institute of Technology is one example. They have Beastabonium on a roster, who is a pro RLCS level player. And they get a decent way through the bracket, but eventually you just need to be able to have enough of the tools, because they don't falter because they're playing poorly. They only falter because they're running up against a team of just the same ranked, consistent level, kind of coherent level of players where everything clicks, everything works together, and there is no player that's in that situation, I can't hit that shot. Can someone else take it from me? And I think that's a really important thing to see. However, if we reset that series, we don't know how it goes. I think we replay that over and over again. But we do know how this one ended, and we do know we're talking to Thunder from Cornell. And Thunder, after a series like that, how does it feel to really be able to have that kind of a comeback at the dying breaths of Game 5?
Well, to be truly honest, we just kept hyping each other up, and we knew that as a team we would have to like fight hard. We knew that they were taking our games one by one. They were constantly pressing hard. As you saw, it went back and forth. We won, they won, but we just kept the intensity high, and we were really hyped when we scored those last few goals. So I just like to thank my team for really pushing themselves to really take this series. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to hand it to your teammates and yourself as well. I mean, you guys all made some pretty key plays, but in particular, Gallico just popped off there at the end. You talk about hyping each other up. That was just absolutely massive. The rotations started to come out for you guys. There were some panic moments, I will admit, but like Gallico just at the end there was absolutely nuts. Like at that point when he scored that second goal for you guys to tie that up, what exactly were you thinking about that? Were you thinking like this is the Cornell that we want them to see, or was it just kind of one of those moments where everything is crazy?
No, this is the Cornell that we want people to see, because honestly, last season we didn't have such a good season, but now we're trying to start off as strong as we can, and really taking this dub has really secured that. And yeah, Gallico's been popping off lately. We've been telling him to just move up the field, because honestly, he's our goal scorer. He's the one who's going to put us in the good setup so we can score those goals. So anytime that we can push him up, that we're just going to succeed. And when he's popping off, we're feeling good. And if we all stay hyped, we're going to have a pretty good season.
And when it comes to this series, of course, you say it pulls through. Galco is the player that you expect to, pop off, get your goals. But throughout the series, there was obviously struggles with that. You guys dropped a couple games, obviously, to go through this Game 5. But what is your reaction, and what would your explanation be for how kind of strange this series seemed? It went from very close games to kind of one-sided games, and yeah, you never lost hope of the end sight, and you got that dub. But what was it like to go game to game and have to adapt to scorelines like that?
Well, it was actually so complex because, like you said, we kept it close, but then after like every even numbered game, like Game 2 and Game 4, Farmingdale was just boost starving us like crazy, and we were just suffering. And we were just like, yo, we're so empty, bro. We're just gonna concede because there's no way we can hold them. But I'm just glad that we just held strong in games 1, 3, and 5, and we were able to push through. So we'll see what our opponents have in store for us next round.
Yeah, well, I gotta be honest, you guys made some great changes during that game, and you kind of touched a little bit on what I was going to ask here next, is the changes that you all made from game to game. I mean, when you talk about, hey, we were getting massively boost starved here in Game 2, we didn't see the same story, right? You guys had so much more zone time. In Game 3, for instance, same can be said for Game 5. You had so much more zone time. Were there any particular focuses, some parts of the Farmingdale like defense, for instance, that you wanted to break down and start to tear apart at the seams? Because it seems like you did something right.
Yeah, we needed to push up. We just needed to push up. We could not suffer another game just sitting in our box trying to clear balls. We knew that if we stay close to the ball and get those 50-50 balls, we were going to be successful and push it to their half more. I tried to go for a couple demos. I know my team did too. And whenever we just started clicking on the ball, making sure we were in front of it, making sure that they didn't have any passing options, we knew that we could shut them down instantly. And that's when we pushed into their half on a counterattack, take them 1v1, 2v1 if we had numbers up. But as long as we pushed as a squad and a union, then we're all good. So
I love that approach to all your movement, and obviously you're putting the cherry on top for the Rocket League broadcast today, because you are our last Rocket League match of the day. So thank you so much, Thunder, for sitting down with us. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
I'd just like to shout out my team. They're the ones that have supported me this entire way. Yesterday we had CRL. We did do okay, but I'm really thankful to Gallico and GameStop for really helping me improve, because I know that last semester, my first season for Connell, it was actually quite difficult, and I had to adapt to a new playing style. And they've been really here to support me, going through replays, playing extra games with me, so I can actually just hold down the fort when I need to. And I'm grateful to have them on my team.
That's wonderful to hear. Honestly, I honestly wish you best of luck. You guys pulled out a good victory here, and can't wait to see what you do in the future. Thank you so much, Thunder.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, what a nice
More to say.
bow to put on the NACE Rocket League broadcast for
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah. Wholesome AF, as they say.
As the
Thunder
kids
over
say
here.
nowadays, yeah.
As the kids say, yeah, making me feel old over here in my late early 20s.
I'm fairly certain I'm still older than you, so don't worry about it. It's I guess it's my job.
You think you're still older than me? Oh my goodness.
100% sure.
Oh my goodness. But yep. Awesome day for matches. I gotta be honest, we had some highs, we had some lows, but 2 game 5s, as I recall. We're just gonna ignore that middle game. Although it was fairly close at times in match number 2 tonight, I gotta say that Cornell matchup was just insane.
Yeah, and I love chaos like that because you never know what's coming and exactly what you'd expect out of the NACE Collegiate Starleague broadcast. And unfortunately, that's the way we're going to have to end it. But it's a great way to bookend that broadcast and then kick us into what we got coming up next for everybody, Squid.
Yes, sir. We got Overwatch here coming up shortly, so we're going to be heading over to Lafon and Los after that. But we do also have some more games coming up for the remainder of the week. Of course, it's going to be Dota 2, or excuse me, there's no Dota 2 anymore. Am I ridiculous? I think I'm ridiculous. I don't think there's any Dota 2 anymore. But I think we got the schedule. Yeah, there we go. We do have League of Legends. I apologize. I've been playing a lot of Dota 2 lately with my friends, but it's League of Legends that we're going to be having on Tuesday, Call of Duty on Wednesday, and CSGO on Friday. Once again, Overwatch is going to be taking over for us just after we take a quick intermission here. We want to thank you guys for joining us here for the first week of the spring semester. It has been awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And for myself and Danger Taco, we will see you next week.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Overwatch NACE Starleague Spring Split. We are so happy to be back here after that wicked fall season, and, we're ready to get into the new season, the new split. People are back for blood. They came out from the break and are ready to break bones and break records here in this new split. And, of course, back on the mics today is myself, Los, and joining me, of course, it's the Fawn. How you feeling, man?
Doing pretty good. It's exciting to be back. As you said, we got a lot of wonderful Overwatch action last split. So coming into the new year, it's a new season, some new gameplay, and I think we have a lot lined up for us in terms of the action here tonight.
Of course, but before we get to that, we got to talk a little bit about MNSU, which helps gamers all around the world. And MNSU is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. It grants players a private one-on-one coaching session with elite coaches across a variety of games, including Overwatch. It also features a powerful replay review tool, allowing you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game. And you get annotated feedback frame by frame. So choose from the top Overwatch coaches and book your first session in less than 3 minutes. With MNSU, you can book your sessions and instantly chat with coaches in real time, or upload past gameplay and get expert level analysis from top players. MNSU also provides custom support for collegiate programs, which maybe, if you aren't doing so hot in the beginning of the season, you might be able to utilize that one. So if you're an esport organizer at the collegiate level, reach out and learn to how they can help your team with one-on-one coaching, team coaching, and competitive analysis. Well, thank you, MNSU, but now we got to say thank you to everyone who's joining us today. We have a great first matchup tonight. It's a pandemonium in the Panhandle as we have two Florida squads going head-to-head. LaFon, it's Florida Atlantic University versus University of South Florida.
Yeah, we do have some exciting games underway, and both these teams also have a something to play for. We talk about this always at the top of the season. You want to get out of the gate early, get it out of the gate quick, try and get those wins as quickly as possible. And as we're going to look at the record here in the head-to-head, Florida Atlantic University 0-1 to start the season off. University of South Florida 1-0. So clearly there is some room to be gained here from the team, from the Owls Esports here on their side coming in. We do have to talk about the format, of course, and how we expect it to play out. It is a best of 5. We start off on Control, going on thereafter, and list for this first map. Big things, expectations wise need to be set. A lot at play here early on.
That's what it always is. It's about setting the tone for the rest of the series. Control, just a neutral point for both players to test their offense and defense in multiple fashions, multiple takes, multiple battles. And that's what we get to see. That's how we make our first judgment call on what these players can possibly do. And I believe that we are heading to Nepal for our first map, which I'm pretty excited about because not one of the usual ones that we've started with, or at least seen from the fall split, right?
Yeah, those viewers who have been here through the fall season will know that there's a bit of a joke going around here that Lijiang Tower is the map du jour, so to speak. But we are headed to Nepal first of all. It's going to be that first Control map, and a lot underway as a result, right? We talk about the regular season opening up, how you want to get out of the gate early, get aggressive, get those wins. But the same can be said in a series itself. And map number 1 is sort of that testing ground, if you will, sort of to kind of set the tempo of the series, get the jitters out, if you will. You don't always play your best right off the top, so get that first game out of the way and try and get a victory to give yourself a little bit of a buffer zone into the rest of the series.
Of course, you got to get those hands hot, and there's no place to do it than one of the coldest maps in the game, Nepal. I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see especially boops that we might find coming around this map. And, I'm a big fan of the boops. I'm a big fan of the Roadhog. I don't know if we're going to have that come into play just yet, but, it's a little bit of wishful thinking. But, hey, it's also the beginning of the season, so there could be a little bit of experimentation, especially on the side of Florida Atlantic, because, well, they already had a loss out of the way. They got to try something new to get that first one.
And it's a good thing you mentioned that sort of idea of experimentation. Overwatch is in a weird flux position right now. Coming into this, the meta is not really defined. We see a lot of flexibility across the board, right? A lot of styles can be played. We're seeing hybrid compositions come into vogue a lot more nowadays than they used to perhaps in the past. That being said, teams sometimes trend towards what they're comfortable with. The question, of course, is have teams sort of elevated their gameplay over sort of the winter holiday and coming into this? Is it going to be sort of a stylistic difference from what we saw last split? These are the questions that I'm kind of keeping a taste or keeping an eye out for as we keep going further into the season, into this split here, and definitely a lot of questions that I think we'll get the opportunity to answer here after today.
Yeah, without a doubt. And speaking of getting that practice in over the break, it was a break, but if you're looking to stay at the top of your game, obviously you got to put in the reps off season. That's where most of the difference is made. Of course, there is mid-season adaptations where you could learn from other players, watch their VODs, see what you could do to counteract that. But I think most of the real training is going to be happening. Most of the real improvements are going to be happening when nobody is watching you, when you're in the sideline, when you're in the practice. We're going to see if any of that practice paid off here on the first map of Nepal.
We are going to get set underway here for the first game of the stream of the season. It is going to be that rush composition coming out from Florida Atlantic. University of South Florida playing an unconventional style with the Roadhog in play. So you got your wish there, Los. There is a big tank man. And Florida Atlantic on the flank early. USF giving them a lot of space.
Dirk the Turk, that's going to be my boy. But what around the world we're seeing right now. Florida Atlantic just doing the most. Getting a full rotation across the map and still maintaining that first control.
That being said, this has not been painless for Florida Atlantic, though they will get the first possession of the objective. They do lose a player, and the respawns are going to come in. There's that the amplification matrix use a lot of damage throughput. Florida Atlantic trying to stave off the damage here from University of South Florida.
Great amount of spam coming in. They've trapped themselves underneath that area, and it's allowing Bebop to get so much spam damage, and even bringing up to the gravitic flux. It will find some help, and that's going to be the immortality field, and it's going to be a lot more as well as Kyler and Sobamask are starting to take the L, as well as Fordo. Oh no, you did take out Dirk the Turk, but worth.
Yeah, it's a lot of that comes down to the fact that University of South Florida, does a great job of denying that amplification matrix getting value, right? We saw Bebop getting an off angle into that area where the window was kind of portrayed. Florida Atlantic couldn't stand through it, and as a result, University of South Florida get the gravitic flux. Excellent work there. Reapproach coming in from Florida Atlantic, but look how much damage they're taking. Transcendence is online here defensively, University of South Florida.
Yeah, having a bit of the high ground. It might have been a hook right there, but it was successful enough to take out the Lucio. Both healers are down, and Saki's on the off angle with that tactical visor, forcing out Zarya to jump off and save themselves a little bit of that ult charge.
Yeah, incredibly clean run there from University of South Florida. It only takes the Soldier's tactical visor there from Saki to really get anything done. You can see Bear Stefan going to move over to the D.Va here, trying to put a little bit more mitigation with the defense matrix in play as they kind of get set. But you have to consider that Bebop is going to have the gravitic flux again. Coupled with the Bob, there's a lot of damage coming in for South Florida, and this is now at 65%. There's that big grab.
Huge! Oh, but they will live, but it's going to cost them quite a bit. The amplification matrix and the beat drop are both put into play, but it's actually working out, and the counterattack, a boop over onto Dirk the Turk, does save them some time, but they haven't gained any ground. They are keeping their lives, but finally it's going to be here. They move on to the point. Bob is going into play, but some great shots coming out from Commander. They do have control a little bit now of the point, but it isn't enough to capture it and flip it.
Here comes that flank from Kyler. It's not going to be enough. The pocket's in play from up top. And with that being said, it is just the Cassidy in close. Even the flashbang right click will not be enough. The takedown is there, and round number 1 will go to University of South Florida as the opening comes through.
And a nice little hook to just say, there's no shot you're getting on to this point. Very well done by University of South Florida. A good maintain of control. There was a lot of rotation from Florida Atlantic, and they had done that full circle around the objective, but that movement isn't going to be enough, LaFon. You need to be on the point.
Something I'm really liking from University of South Florida, though, Los, is their initiative. they're taking that advantage in these fights, not giving Florida Atlantic time to really react. A couple of that, and also the pressure they're putting down that front line. I want to harken back to the off angle that Bebop placed with the Sigma, right? Spamming in through the amplification matrix. It is really difference makers like that that is going to give you victories in these games. The University of South Florida off to a brilliant start. We are going to see the Symmetra mirror coming in. In fact, basically mirror compositions. The only difference, obviously, the off tanks here. Damage advantage to University of South Florida.
Fordo diving right into the enemy team and facing massive amounts of damage, and that will be it. Immortality field already popped by USF, and they're still maintaining a good amount of trades there and keeping themselves alive. Both Fordo and JCP have fallen, make it even more as Florida Atlantic continue to pile down, but I think they might actually come out of this one on top. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, Hopeful Pie, trying to live up to their name, but they will be taken out post-haste. There's the Maywall to block off the objective, and first capture percentage will go to University of South Florida. Now the reset needs to come in. Florida Atlantic have to regroup as a full 6-player unit. That's going to allow USF Gold to walk back and see Saki with the barrier, the photon barrier, in play, or available, I should say. Coupled with the amplification matrix from the Baptiste, University of South Florida in a really great position to keep this fight going.
There's that amplification matrix blocked off by the ice wall, but here comes a response of that Earth Shatter. I don't know if it landed on anyone, but it's forcing out a ton of different ultimates. The photon barrier nullifying that amp matrix completely, and USF is holding on to control right now, but the fight isn't over just yet. Commander keeps sending out the ice, but there's a response. Their own photon barrier to try and save their lives, and it's giving Florida Atlantic time to recover and recoup, and they're fighting back now, and they might have a chance to respond. There is a forced out ice wall as well as Bearheart's spawn doing work here, clearing out the objective.
There's the Blizzard also being committed, the freeze coming in from Florida Atlantic. Great play, recognizing that University of South Florida had overstayed their welcome a little bit in the front line, right? They didn't win the fight cleanly, and they still tried to force the issue. Florida Atlantic responding with an excellent sound barrier from Hopeful Pie to keep themselves alive, and Florida Atlantic get the cleanup there. A lot of pressure on Kyler to get those eliminations, does so cleanly, and now Florida Atlantic are looking to kind of deny advantage with the combination of the Earth Shatter and the Blizzard. University of South Florida, though, if this Graviton Surge can land, they may be able to clean things up. Again, all about execution here, and eyes on Bear Stefan, who, with a well-timed Matrix, could just deny University of South Florida any entrance whatsoever.
Well, this might be a little bit of a delayed push as they have lost Dirk the Turk in a bit of a connection issue, so they're going to have to hold on for a little bit longer. There's still plenty of time for them to work with, but it will get closer and closer to an equal matchup. Now finally, it seems they're going to make their move from the outside, letting Zarya lead the charge. Looking to send in the Gravitic Flux right after the wall, potentially, but here comes the freeze right in the middle of the action, setting up the Immortality Field. It will keep some players alive. Saki holding onto their life, but Fordo with a huge knockoff. Bebop, though, using that Graviton Surge, finally keeping players stuck in the middle, and it's allowed the rest of the squad to focus their damage, and finally they do have that response that we've been looking for.
Yeah, and that's going to mean that University of South Florida gets right back into the lead in terms of point percentage. Fordo is not afforded the opportunity to land that Earth Shatter, and University of South Florida, even with that loss of the Earth Shatter percentage, still coming clean, and they win it with, again, that Graviton Surge, that Photon Barrier, a lot of pressure taken off versus for them. Looks like we have another disconnect coming in before Atlantic, just kind of waiting out, biding their time, seeing if anything kind of goes through here.
Yeah, there's a lot of ultimates to work with on the side of Florida Atlantic. Basically, if they want to commit these 5 ultimates into this next fight, not sure it will be necessary, but they're going to kick it off with the self-destruct. It might be able to harbor some good fortune, but no, there will be a loss in the beginning. Commander Hui stuck in the back. He will be frozen, the first casualty of this fight, and it will cost them the Immortality Field, getting hit with that Earth Shatter now. Bebop stuck in the back line. They will have Reinhardt there to protect them just a little bit longer, but now the secondary Florida Atlantic Immortality Field is going to spell all but doom here for USF.
Yeah, a reset has to come in now, and you can see just the eliminations are not really going to be here. You can see some ult charge trying to be gained from Saki on the Symmetra. We'll have that again. So, I mean, in this last fight of this round, and perhaps the map even, Florida Atlantic really only have the Blizzard to rely on. Meanwhile, South Florida, USF, that is that Photon Barrier, which is so effective and has already opened up the fight.
Here's the Blizzard from Commander Hui, and he's sending shots right through that Photon Barrier. Multiple players on both sides stuck in place. The Immortality Field for USF popped. They don't have a backup now. The safety net is gone, but they aren't relying on it just yet. The wall keeping the point divided, and here comes double amplification matrices, but it looks like Florida Atlantic are the ones who will truly find their damage amp as they push the measure and make sure no one on the side of USF finds the advantage.
Ordo comes up clutch at the very end there. It was a 4-player shatter towards the very end of that round. This does not allow any more brawl to go through. And that is going to be round number 2. We are tied up 1-1 here on the Paulos as we head into a village for our third and final stage of map number 1. Decide who's going to open up the series with a map victory. And it really has been a back and forth affair here.
Truly, and who knows how that second round could have gone if there was the Turks' presence throughout the entirety of the round, but that does not matter now. What matters is what can USF do in this final round? What can Florida Atlantic do to maintain that control that they've just earned in the previous round? How are they going to face off in this first incursion? It doesn't look like there will be anyone contesting Florida Atlantic up in the top row.
Looks like it's going to be a rotation to point for University of South Florida. In fact, it is, and so we're going to get the first brawl on the objective. USF, with that Reinhardt composition, is in a better position. They take less spam on the entry. In fact, Hopeful Pie is the first to go down. This is a very bad start for Florida Atlantic.
Well, the fight isn't over just yet. There goes a dash right in, and being locked off with the Maywall spells doom for him. Now it's going to be a forced retreat, a forced rotation, and eventual reset. There's no one who will be escaping from this one.
Yeah, this is just a high-energy Symmetra at the very end. We do see an adaptation here from the University of South Florida. They bring the D.Va into play for Bebop, no longer on the Zarya. So flexibility has been the name of the game for this off-tank player. Has played all three to great effect. I would consider the major off-tanks, the Sigma, the D.Va, and the Zarya. And now, Photon Barrier, you got available again for Saki, who was the primary damage dealer in that fight.
Lot of damage coming in from that fire strike. Turco taking a serious amount of damage. They could be the first one to fall, but another place wall almost traps them away from the rest of their team. But Bordo with the huge flame strike coming out of the amplification matrix, but it won't be over just yet. A nice little flank out here from Commander Hui trying to lock off D.Va, but there won't be anyone falling out of that mech just yet. And even so, they have been demeched. Tyler is here to pick up the pieces and ensure that no one is retaking this side.
No, there's going to actually be a reset with that wall and the Blizzard. Commander Hui is going to keep this one alive long enough for the reset to come in, and University of South Florida is right back in this.
As quickly as we thought it was over, the fight continues to go. Bebop hoping to continue that contest, and they will still hold on to their position. The Blizzard has been activated with the wall coming out from Commander Hui. Keeps them safe, keeps them alive, and keeps them in the fight. The Ultimates doesn't have the impact that Florida Atlantic was hoping for, and here comes the Dragon Strike along with the self-destruct. Hopefully someone will fall off. It's only going to take out the Immortality Field, and this is just going to keep on going, and University of South Florida might be able to walk out of this one in just a few moments.
Yeah, 10% and less remaining now, and the Earthshatter is still available here for Turk as they cop around. No one's blocking that. That's going to be the shatter for it all, and that will end the map. Nepal 2-1. An exclamation point on this first map here as USF shut out Nepal's village 100-0.
That was a critical play by Commander Hui, staying alive, keeping themselves in this battle to allow the recontest, allow the rest of the squad to pull up and show up and bring the damage, bring the pressure that Florida Atlantic just wasn't ready to face off against. I mean, a great play by that squad in the beginning, but they just couldn't maintain their control on that one.
No, absolutely the case. I mean, there was a couple of really clutch moments that came into play, right? The first is the teleport to the objective. That, considering this composition is so strong in that close quarters brawl, they get the first pick off, do USF gold, and then as you highlighted, that Blizzard play in the corner that really kept the objective in contest. And then obviously the shatter to close things out, right? Just sort of a shutdown, even attempt to touch the objective, just completely denied with that Earth Shatter. And USF Gold, it's a little shaky on round number 2. We can give a couple of reasons as to why, but they bring it back in style as they take this one 2-1.
Yeah, it didn't feel as though they were losing control of the objective in the third round at all, especially with the forward play that forced a great amount of punishment over onto Florida Atlantic, chasing them all the way almost into their spawn. And when you're being put in a position like that, it doesn't have a strong omen for your team's success. But there still is the possibility for them to bounce back, and they did have some great moments, but it was just an undeniable, unstoppable effort by that one ice wall to continue that stall for the rest of their team, and they were just outlasted. It was a war of attrition, and they just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, and I will say that the one thing that if you're kind of looking at this from a Florida Atlantic point of view, what can you kind of do to accomplish, or to kind of force a victory in the next map coming in, is that University of South Florida, you have to kind of differentiate here from the two schools. When push comes to shove and they're kind of forced to overcommit resources in the fights where they don't really have much to their in their war chest, so to speak, that's when they're at their weakest. So if you're Florida Atlantic, you're looking in maps to kind of force fights to be a little bit more chaotic and hectic, to try and give yourself a chance of success, a chance at victory, as we kind of head into map number 2.
Well, it's time for them to try and redeem themselves. They had some good moments, Florida Atlantic that being. They had good moments where they had opportunities to take advantage, and this should be the time for them to be able to step up and ensure that they will not go down without a fight. And we should be going into that map number 2 very shortly. But, I definitely want to see more plays, more solid plays from USF as we move into Eichenwald. I'm excited because this is another map that we haven't seen in the rotation quite a bit, LaFon.
Yeah, this is somewhat a favor in terms of teams being expectations when we kind of see what's coming in. Reminder that we haven't really seen what these teams are fully comfortable with. We saw a lot of flexibility from University of South Florida. Florida Atlantic kind of played the one composition, didn't stray too much from it. Eichenwald is going to force you to adapt in a couple of ways, right? Point A is a little bit less dynamic in terms of just kind of bunkering down. You can still play it, but it gets a little bit harder. You can still play, you can play hard rotation kind of compositions based around the Winston or the Wrecking Ball. Obviously play, a very aggressive Reinhardt composition, find success. So definitely a lot of opportunities to showcase what your strength is, especially with Florida Atlantic taking the lead in terms of the attack, as they will be on the aggressive side first.
Yeah, well, we've seen how USF has been able to hold down objectives pretty tightly, and I'm interested to see if they can manage that from a one-sided standpoint on the defense. Are they going to be able to maintain control of that major choke point in the beginning on point A? I'm interested to see. They've done quite a nice job so far. I'm imagining there will be a little bit of May play, as they have utilized those May walls, Commander Hui, in the past, in this previous matchup, or in this previous map, to their great advantage.
Yeah, I think something I want to see is if there's going to be, to kind of mirror that idea, right? If that's going to be the sort of the standard, I wonder if there's going to be something, towards more highlighting the hyper flexible, right? Is there a Pharah going to come into play, an Echo perhaps? Or are they going to go to, sort of a more dive composition? With how we sort of alluded to this at the top of the broadcast in terms of what Overwatch looks like now from a strategic point of view. There's so many viable compositions that what your strength, based on the map, based on your player strengths, I want to see if that comes into play more as well as we head to some of these maps that we don't have a lot of game footage on here at the NACE Starleague over the last little while. So definitely an interesting look into, I think, what's coming further into the season.
Of course, and speaking of how we don't have a lot of footage on this map specifically, I mean, we haven't seen much of these two teams from the first season that we covered back in the fall. We didn't have too much coverage, and that's kind of a double-edged sword. It's so exciting to see all of these different universities take place, but at the same time, we don't get to see all of them at a very close level. I want to watch all of these teams. I want to know about all of the squads and all of their plays, but we'll have to take what we can get, LaFon, and I'm excited to see what these two squads bring to the table today.
I mean, listen, not to get baited into the attacking teams' compositions, but that is a Junkrat in play early. So certainly an interesting look here from Florida Atlantic as they kind of go through. University of South Florida, it is that Cassidy May composition. in rotation. So a little bit, based around that hyper aggression that you can kind of have from the Reinhardt, or slow things down with the Mei, of course. See Bebop just scouting out to find the composition, get a little bit of damage, and then get back out. But that is a big opening pick here for Florida Atlantic.
Huge 2 picks as well, and they're getting quite aggressive. Saki already going in for the kill as well, but finally a way to respond back. Jin, the first one to fall, and more will fall as Dirk the Turk will face the wrath of that Junkrat. That was a true pick, it wasn't a bait, and they are feeling great after almost maintaining their composure on this first objective, and they do get it in such quick fashion.
That is just spectacular stuff from Florida Atlantic. Foot on the gas pedal and don't let up as they just run through point A. Get set for the second phase here of Eichenwald. Junkrat not going to find elimination, but also not going to be traded out. So JZB 300 stays alive for the moment. See, Florida Atlantic doing a great job of getting to the high ground here, making a smart play, and getting yet another pick off.
Well done, and it also has forced out the amplification matrix along with the immortality field. That's an interesting spot to start a fight here for either side of the team, but it's going to allow a free push here for Florida Atlantic as they're making their way through the second objective. And at this point, USF is just looking to pick up some pieces, but they are falling to pieces instead.
Yeah, the ammunition just sort of goes flailing into the night as, I guess the daytime, considering Eichenwald is a daytime map. That being said, the Hanzo and the Ash, not finding purchase on each other, and instead it's going to be Florida Atlantic who win the fight quite commandingly. Get a quick pause here as technical difficulties step in for University of South Florida. We'll get those addressed as quickly as we can to get back in the action. But Los, I mean, this has been an entirely different team, right? I highlighted the end of the last map that in those fights where University of South Florida, where USF Gold is put under pressure, they kind of panic a little bit and things kind of fall apart. And we're seeing that, happen here early in Eichenwald. And will have to be, a third point kind of hold if they want to stymie the bleeding, if you will.
Certainly, because they won't have that much time to recover and get back into position for that second objective. And like you said, it will be a like 3 hold. And we're jumping back into the match now as we have recovered everyone. Bebop, Dirk the Turk, now taking on new goals. Well, Bebop over onto the Wrecking Ball. Dirk the Turk still on with that Sigma that we're familiar with. And oh my god, JZB not even allowing them to leave their spawn. They're going to walk through, maybe take the second objective, unless Bebop has anything to say about that.
This is going to be just a full focus fire, though, and Bebop will go down. And the final members will be cleaned up here. There's the kinetic grasp, not even stabilizing for a moment. The cleanup is there. My words did turn prophetic at the end, as there is the far in play, unfortunately. Not finding the value that you'd otherwise hope for. And now with a third stage underway, I don't know if this composition makes a ton of sense. In fact, we're going to see the changes come through. And now you've denied yourself a ton of resources for ultimate charge. And USF are in a bit of a panic situation, right? No real resources for Atlantic, has a time bank advantage, and on top of that, they have the resources to clean things up. Good start things off there for USF Gold.
Swap over to the Orisa, hopefully maintaining, just Earth Shatter as well as the Accretion to knock them back, but they will be okay for now. No one's falling, especially to that Dragon Strike that will be crucial. Florida with a bit of a misplay over onto that charge, and they will still hold onto their lives and positioning. Commander Blue getting out that damage and being maintained by those shields, by those healers, and hopefully that blue beam out from Pinto is going to be able to allow them to deal more damage and maintain that posture. We do have Saki up on the top deck, hoping to get that extra damage, but here comes the Gravitic Flux. It won't have too much of an impact at this point. Those players were able to avoid it. There is the minefield from Bebop, who narrowly escapes with their lives as Dirk the Turk deals with that overextension from Florida, and a little bit of too much aggression here from Florida Atlantic will bite them in the end.
Yeah, Porto was unfortunately separated from the team, right? That minefield from Bebop doing a lot of work, right? If you're the Reinhardt, you can't back up there. And the rest of your team is caught off away from you, and without support, Florida Atlantic just run out of steam. University of South Florida make the best of a bad situation and kind of clean things up. They still have a lot of work left to go through, though, as it's still 4 minutes on the clock here in this third phase.
Yeah, definitely a bit of looking and prodding, understanding the defense capabilities here from Florida Atlantic, but they might be falling now as Saki is starting to deal serious damage. The visor along with the triple shot rocket keeping them in play. They're holding it steadfast now, having a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, that combo that I affectionately like to call the tactical square, right? The tactical visor combined with the amplification matrix from the Baptiste does a ton of damage in close. Florida Atlantic just run out of damage mitigation, the matrix, as well as the immortality for itself. University of South Florida doing a great job. They're going to continue things going here with a supercharger, just stacking damage on damage now.
Tyler there with the Dragon Strike, forcing them back, hopefully looking for space to be created. Here comes the amplification matrix of their own, and they're still working with a lot of opposition. The Bob comes into play, Scoba gets taken down, and they have to be on the back pedal again. A secondary frag out from Bob.
You know, that's a minute taken off the clock. A lot of ultimates committed for University of South Florida, but you'll take it, right? Especially now that you're back up to nearly having other Ant Matrix. You have the Valkyrie here for Mercy, and Bebop is continuing to put, you know, the fear of Wrecking Ball into Florida Atlantic University here, as Bebop just continues in the back line. Go off the map, but that's not too much of an effect, as the Wrecking Ball will be back.
A great amount of staggering going on against Florida Atlantic at the moment. Here comes that amplification matrix again, looking to make sure nobody gets past this corner. They've done quite a nice job maintaining that posture, maintaining the pressure, but there's the Riptire, looking for the big damage, but it only gets the immortality field, but it could be enough. But once again, Bebop is back with the minefield, looking for that massive damage play, and knocking back all of the attackers, not even able to maintain contesting on the objective.
And on top of all that, Commander Hayes doing a great job with the damage throughput on the Ash, right? The dynamite comes in at the very end. We saw Cassidy, JZB300, get burnt out, even as the healer is trying to keep them alive, and it's just not enough. Bebop, perhaps this time finding a little worrisome if Lucio is right there, but they've done a great job having University of South Florida. Now less than 2 minutes on the clock. And they've slowly eked away time here from the attacking squad. And Florida Atlantic have run out of, it seems, resources and ideas here on this third point.
And we know the second that this fight begins, Jin will be back with another amplification matrix. We might have the tactical square make another appearance here in one of the last fights. There goes the visor, there goes the square, and they are truly feeling the pain from this combo. Saki going absolutely massive, along with the rest of their squad. Commander Hui putting in that follow-up damage, and there's just 1 minute left on the clock, LaFon. Are Florida Atlantic going to be able to clutch it out?
This is going to be, you have to be under pressure here. Bebop again, minefield at the ready, looking to knock them off the point. Oh, they don't see this one coming. This is disaster.
Oh, it actually made success. It won't cost them their own life, but it is worth it to stifle the play, to stifle the energy coming through. Here comes the self-destructing. Does manage to take down Commander Hui, but might be able to recover from this, but the Soma is so low. Jin gets taken down, and now they have to truly find another retreat. Kinto there for the resurrection over onto Jin. Saki falls instead. They don't have the damage. All they have really at this point is the minefield. Maybe Commander Hui can bring out the Bob in the last moment, and I do believe that will be done, but it's the final fight. So close, only 2 meters left in the last play, but all these players are moving up. They're stuck behind the Bob. The barrier's keeping them alive. Bob is still in play. Bob is taking shots. Bob takes down Hopeful, and now these players have no positioning. Commander Hui shooting them all down. They have no shields. They have no defense matrix, and they are all sitting ducks waiting to be plucked.
That is going to be the overtime ticking away as well in Florida Atlantic. One last hurrah was not enough. University of South Florida coming clutch and prevent the full capture of the map. And so, Florida Atlantic University now have to prevent a completion of Eichenwald to win this map out. There is no overtime in contest. There's no secondary rounds left on this map now, Los. And Florida Atlantic University, they're hoping to bring up a very strong defense here early on Eichenwald.
Yeah, they're not looking to make the same mistake that they saw USF have in the beginning of this game. It was not a very strong defense in the beginning. It was actually quite an easy take To be brutally honest, there was not much opposition in terms of the defense on Objective A.
It's right. That is sort of the tail of this map. The fact that University of South Florida didn't have the defense that was supposed to happen on A kind of happened on C and on that third objective. So they kind of fell apart early and made it up at the very end. And so Florida Atlantic University are trying to hope for a kind of reverse of that, right? If they don't have to go to third, then they'll be a lot happier in terms of the performance they can kind of complete here. Florida Atlantic, again, the Junkrat coming out, and University of South Florida trying again that rush composition.
What are we thinking on this trap? You think that's going to work out?
I mean,
Yep.
Yes.
A little bit.
It's 13% for Jin, 23% for JZB 300. So I guess that's even.
Well, Jin has had no problem securing that amplification matrix. Oh, locking them in, and it's actually forcing out that immortality field quite early. But Kyler actually the first one to go down as command buoy on the Hanzo is a dead eye, in fact, and will start up this fight. The barriers are going down from almost both of these tanks, and actually they will. There is no protection again. Now Florida Atlantic University in a corner, hoping to be able to hide, but there's the amplification matrix, there's the damage dealing that they were looking for, and hiding in the bar will do you no good, as Florida Atlantic are soon to fall.
Yeah, this is going to be disastrous, actually, for Florida Atlantic University. Not only do they lose this objective right off the rip, but they're not going to be taken out on the objective, so this is going to be a very staggered fight in this next phase. Look how much time. There's that last respawn coming in now. As Bear Stefan and Hopeful Pie will be the last two to come into play. And this card's going to move to the first third of the objective. It's going to allow University of South Florida to take the high ground in Castle and deny Florida Atlantic the setup.
Good charge does get a little bit of damage, but Fordo now swapping over to the Winston. The Immortality Field just narrowly allowing him to escape. Dirk the Turk, though, doesn't have too much room to play with his life, but still somehow managing to keep themselves in the game. Finally, they will be taken out by JZB, but not after a Herculean effort coming through from USF.
Fordo forcing these sports to work overtime, and they're up to the task as the Winston comes in and just takes the brunt of the damage. They can't eliminate the Winston, and as a result, the damage throughput is there for Florida Atlantic. And, this is where the cart should have been moving. This should have been University of South Florida taking the high ground, but instead Florida Atlantic doing a great job of playing that Uno reverse card as the Dragon Strike going to try and take everyone and clear the high ground.
It does allow them to get into great position for that Earth Shatter. Dirk the Turk, along with the follow-up from the rest of USF, have taken the high ground just as they needed to. It's just a little bit of those staggered plays to take out both Soba as well as Bear Stefan, falling down to the pit of doom, giving them a little bit more room here for USF.
That was a cute little play, actually, from University of South Florida. Commander Hui actually puts a Dragon Strike, forces everyone into the stairwell, and then the Earth Shatter lines them up. The self-destruct actually gets one, technically, as the mech is removed, and this has still been Florida Atlantic, though, right back in it.
Mordo here with the Primal Rage does manage to knock off one, might even get a second right there, and he does, in fact, with that jump, and just in the last second, right before they were able to secure that objective, it did feel strongly in the favor of USF, but a great response here from Florida Atlantic.
We're actually going to see the Reaper Sombra sort of dive rush hybrid coming in from University of South Florida in response. Florida Atlantic, the only thing they have to work with is this Riptire, and so it's gonna be the opening. It's gonna be the opening gambit.
Here it comes. It finds two, and that will be a great play. And JZB still manages to stay in safety, and that will be the rest of the players followed up. Only Saki remains hiding incognito on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, you can see the players of University of South Florida, Florida Atlantic not being over aggressive. They recognize the Sombras right there. Saki just hiding behind a lamppost. No, I'm not here. Don't worry about me. Doesn't get scouted. Okay. And here come the respawns now as they try and go through. And Saki is just hiding in the backline right now.
Ooh, Fordo almost falling to that damage from the Reaper, but it is another double out here from Bear Stefan, picking up even a third. Finally, Saki will be sniffed out and taken down. Another attempt from USF that is stifled by a great response from Florida Atlantic.
Yeah, the double tank ultimates there from Florida Atlantic are very efficient, right? Self-destruct in the back line, and then in the front line is the Primal Rage, just grouping everyone together. University of South Florida need to come up with a different plan of attack, as they've not found a lot of value with this sort of 5-1 look. There's that first pickoff on the clean dive they had, though.
They were looking for another one over onto JZB, and they have found it. A dive over from Dirt, but they don't have help. They might fall first as the help has finally arrived with the Coalescence. Here comes the self-destruct. Doesn't find anyone, but it has created space. Saki allowing that hack to ensure that Mercy's going to fall off, and finally the response is here. They do have an EMP at the ready, but they will not need it, as the walls will be broken in. And finally, the extra stretch for USF has been reached. Only 2 minutes and 45 seconds for them to lock down Eichenwald.
USF technically has a combo that should guarantee a team fight win. If they can get this EMP and then layer it down with the Death Blossom here, you can see Saki setting up for that play. Commander Hui trying to find an avenue of re-entry. That's going to be a big EMP.
Here it comes! EMP comes through, but the damage isn't found because Commander Hui is taken out within an instant of activating the Death Blossom. Dirk the Turk, though, activates the Primal Rage. A hack comes through. There won't be any escape except for the spawn room for both of these supports. Rip Tower coming through. JCB looking for blood, climbing up with the tire, hoping to get around, but they will have a delayed response. Seconds left. Are they going to be able to find value? Saki does go down, but will anyone be there to stop them? It's just going to be a delay here from Bear Stefan, and finally, players are trickling out, but will they be able to do the damage they need? Can they have the protection? Can they defend the point? It might be so, but this is going to be an extended fight for sure, especially with this Coalescence being put into play, or maybe I spoke too soon, as both of the supports are going down. Bebop takes down Fordo. There are no shields. There's no one to defend the rest of this squad, and slowly but surely, University of South Florida find their second map win.
They're going to take that 2-0 lead to put themselves at match point, and it has been clutch moments coming in for the USF Gold. In those critical moments where you need someone to step up, it has been University of South Florida who's been in that position, and though Florida will get the highlight, it was simply not enough to really force this to a continuation of that series, or of that map, I should say. And in that end, Commander Hui yet again comes in with a pick off the May, a good read, I think, at the very end there. Gets the slowdown on the tanks and then the wall to just prevent anyone from contesting. So it's a good showing here from University of South Florida.
Absolutely. A great tale of resilience for them to hold it down in the final objective while they were on defense and find a secure point, a way to destroy all the defenses on the offense. But I also want to highlight that Florida Atlantic has popped off. They have become a much stronger squad in terms of conjunction with their ultimates. Definitely want to highlight their ability to hold on to the second objective before that bridge was crossed over by USF. So if they could bring out more plays to control where USF is going to go, ensure that they are playing the way that Florida Atlantic wants them to play, they aren't going to be out of this series just yet.
It's almost unfortunate that Eichenwald is or the fact that we weren't able to get that the full capture on Eichenwald, because the dive has looked really clean for Florida Atlantic, right? I think the Winston play from Florida especially has been impressive, coupled with the I think the tank line has been really good on this Winston Diva sort of hybrid setup. The fact that you go to an enclosed final point where you can't play to your strengths perhaps is a little unfortunate. The fact that you don't get back to that first point, a second time. So definitely looking forward to map number 3. I want to see that dive come out again, because I think that has been Florida Atlantic's bread and butter. They've looked the best on that composition. They've looked dominant on that composition, Los, especially when we harken to that second phase of Eichenwald.
I also want to talk about that third phase where they were able to read through the plan of USF. They realized that Saki was going in for the EMP. They knew that a Death Blossom was on the way, but before that Death Blossom could even find any value, any damage, Reaper was taken out. And that was a great way for them to hold on to their lives, and they maintained a little bit of a defensive strength. Just a few moments later, they did end up losing, but in general, having the ability to read your opponent is going to be a critical ability or factor going through the series.
Yeah, and to kind of mirror the conversation we had moments ago, we are going to map number 3. It is going to be a full escort map, and it's going to be Gibraltar. And I think this makes a ton of sense, right? When we talk about that dive composition being sort of the strength that we can sort of see from their gameplay here, Gibraltar gives you a lot of opportunities to play, a very aggressive, in-your-face style that Florida Atlantic has seemed to find more success with.
Yeah, a much wide open space here for Florida Atlantic to play with. There is the capability for them to do a bit of wrecking ball plays as well if we're looking on the side of USF. Great use of that minefield defensively, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that, because while it was quite a nuisance, I'm wondering if they could extend the issue of having that constant harass, having that constant spin to win capabilities here on the payload.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about the wrecking ball play, you have to talk about Bebop, who's played the most flexible role in the server, right? This has been a player who has stepped up in every single off tank. And I think even to that point, Bebop, playing the wrecking ball on Eichenwald was not, that off tank position. It was playing more that main tank role. So clearly a player well versed in the tank role, and certainly expectations going forward is you do need a player like that who's able to kind of flex at will to any of the roster positions in that tank role.
Okay, having that first Widow, I think the first time we're seeing one here over from Electron and Kyler as
We're
well.
also seeing
but,
a substitute coming in too, as Electron is stepping in here, as it was JZB 300 who was in play earlier.
Well, JZB definitely had some great plays over with the Junkrat, but I can see why they would want to swap for this final map. Not exactly a time where they want to keep them closed in. There's too much space to work with, but whoa! We have a little bit of a surprise here for Bear Stefanu. Jumps right into the heart, the belly of the beast, the belly of USF. So they're going to have to back off a little bit. Electron as well as Kyler looking in to try and get some snipes here on this initial fight, but no one is showing their face just yet, except now as Bebop goes in for the dive.
They've taken a lot of space away from Florida Atlantic, and Saki's going to get the first elimination. And though Dirk the Turk is going to take a little nap, this is not going to be enough. Not quite the knockoff, though, there off the map that Bebop was looking for. So the war of attrition will go to USF.
Saki continuously harassing the squad, and just a great overall hold here from USF. Not much lost. I'm not sure if they did manage to lose any players in that fight, but regardless, still a minor fight for them to take. They have plenty of time to get to this first objective.
Looking for that first pick-off, though. Ideally, you'd like Electron to kind of step out and kind of find the Ash, perhaps. Gordo doing a great job getting in the face, but that's a big stick. A lot of damage on the tank line here for the offense.
Saki almost falling prey to those snipers, but this all composition, they're diving right into that fight, trying to take that space away, but I don't think these snipers are providing enough support in terms of damage for them to actually take the space that they need. Dirk the Turk jumping right into their face. They don't have too much backup to keep them alive.
Oh, Dirk the Turk finding a little bit too much aggression there. Ordo, though, kept alive from some quick thinking by quicker fingers by the support line. There's that re-aggression with that nano boost. Excellent work here from FAU.
Ordo popping off into that Primal Rage. Does get behind the line. Bebop back into the mech, however. They're hoping to try and keep their support alive. Finally, the Primal Rage does run out, but so too will Sova or Jin's life run out. They are maintaining their life. They are able to get out of this one. Still, a good aggression coming here from Florida Atlantic. They finally got the space that they were looking for here with the self-destruct, not finding the value they were hoping for, and it is time for USF to take back their objective.
Yeah, Saki now back on the flank is gonna just dance around Yana, and then as the cavalry comes through to provide the support, the main Silver Mask gets taken back to task. It's going to be the reset now. 1:17 left on the clock here for Florida Atlantic University, and Pulse Bomb goes wide, or rather does not find any eliminations, though. Bear Stefan under a ton of pressure here.
another reset. Electron, if they can manage... Oh, a nice shot. That could be the signal flare for them to begin this fight. Porto, once again, in that back line, hoping to cause a little bit of chaos, as we've known them to do. Dirk the Turk, Primal Reach at the ready. They do have a potential here. Potential with the nano boost. It doesn't have too much value. They are going to walk away with their lives. Not worth the spending of that ultimate just yet, as the fight is just about to begin. Sweet Dart does push back Bear Stefan, but they're woken quite instantly. Dirk the Turk into the back line. Now might be the time for them to activate it, but again, they have so much support. It's not that necessary to pop the ultimate just yet.
You know, I really like the restraint that Dirk the Turk is showing here, not going too aggressive, allowing Florida Atlantic University to have to step in and keeping, you know, the resources for this final fight, which we are ever closer towards. This is only 8 seconds left here. University of South Florida, that's an awful lot of check marks. There's the rally to start things off.
So starting it off with the self-destruct Dirk the Turk as well, and the Bob. There's nothing that Florida Atlantic can do at this point to keep themselves in the fight. Porto does manage to get that Primal Rage just to have an extra 1,000 health to lose it almost instantly, and not much ground gained here for Florida Atlantic.
Yeah, now they will have to put on a rather stellar defense if they want to keep this series going. Again, this is match point for USF Gold here in our first to 3, as it is looking more and more likely for University of South Florida to end this game up 2-0 in their record on the season.
It's seeming to be so as we get closer and closer to the potential end of this first series. However, we have seen Florida Atlantic be able to pull off good fights, be able to have that team composition, the team strategies and positioning that has thrown USF for a loop. If they can bring it back here on this defensive round, I don't think they're out of the fight just yet.
It's not over till it's over. That's definitely the thought process here if you're Florida Atlantic University. Playing a very slow composition, are they, with this double shield with the Orisa, right? Make it really difficult to dive onto. And, you know, I can't disagree with a thought process here, right? Especially with how stable the dive looked from University of South Florida in those latter moments of the attacking run. So, Mystery Hero is being looked at by University of South Florida. They'll eventually settle on the Tracer. I would expect Commander Hugh to teleport them across the high ground here and switch to a more regulation-based character. In fact, there it is.
Commander Hui on the Echo, excited to see how they can bring this hero to life. Getting a good angle from the top rope, but nothing too serious just yet.
Yeah, this is the cart is moving forward, and again, that yellow box of victory not very far in. There's going to be the resurrect committed. SFAU is forced to retreat from the high ground. Blue box now open for University of South Florida to start off the stage of this engage. And USF just taking a lot of space uncontested by Florida Atlantic.
Yeah, Florida Atlantic has given up so much ground. They will get almost a nice little wombo combo with the accretion there, but the high ground is lost. They're maintaining their posture with those double barriers, but once you get behind, once you have Bebop in the back line, the immortality field is going to fall, and soon will the rest of Florida Atlantic. Their does have a little bit of damage, and they will be able to take their lives instead, but all the while, USF, Saki has been pushing the cart. Not many players are left to defend it, and it does seem that Electron, one of the last bastions of hope here for this squad. But let's look back to the point. The objective still has players defending on it, but not for too much longer, as they are being cleaned up. Again, it's Electron, hoping to get that damage in, hoping to stall, hoping to keep the prayers and lives in this fight, but it is all but over. Self-destruction makes it to the end, but it doesn't count for much, as USF walks away with their third map and the series win.
That is a clean finish there on Gibraltar by University of South Florida as they continue their undefeated start to the season. Only 2, but start somewhere, right? As Saka will get the final highlight here of this match for the time away. And I gotta say, really, really calm under pressure in a couple of these fights was USF to give themselves this victory in control of a lot of the series. So well-deserved in terms of the match victory as they take 3-0 win here over Florida Atlantic University.
Yeah, a well-earned victory, and of course, Florida Atlantic had their moments, but in the end, they just couldn't maintain control and hold their ground. They couldn't stand their ground in the way that we saw USF do. It really speaks volumes, that final map, that final defensive first objective there on Gibraltar, because we never really saw USF give up an inch when they had that initial high ground, but almost after that first fight, immediately Florida Atlantic had to backpedal, backtrack. I think that's been just the story of this game so far, this series so far, backpedaling on the side of Florida Atlantic.
Yeah. The one thing I would say is that Florida Atlantic University, looking forward, they shouldn't be too concerned, I think, about I mean, a loss is not ideal, but they were definitely, I think, not chased out of the lobby in terms of skill level by USF. Right? There was, even though the 3-0 score line, and it was a one-sided 3-0, make no mistake about it, even though that was the case, in terms of the pure skill level of the players, they were very much there. I think second point Eichenwald speaks to that tremendously. And so moving forward into the rest of the season, I believe for Florida Atlantic University that there is a lot of growth available to them, a lot of potential to improve and to get better as a team later into the season.
Absolutely, and we'll get a little bit of information as we interview Jin over from University of South Florida right after we come back from a quick break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody, here to the NACE Starleague Overwatch split. We just witnessed a great series from Florida Atlantic and University of South Florida. And we're going to interview Jin in just a few moments. But before we get there, we have to thank our partners over at Corsair. Corsair is a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone, from casual gamers to committed professionals, to perform at their very best. And we've seen players perform at their very best, and definitely one of them tonight has been Jin, one of the support players. You've seen Jin bring up a lot of those amplification matrices today, LaFon. What were you thinking of this player's performance today?
All spectacular stuff. And in fact, we can get the thought process of Jin themselves. Welcome. Congratulations on the victory here. You're 3-0 over Florida Atlantic University. Just give me your first reaction as you guys take the 3-0 lead here.
A little bit of relief, considering we were handicapped by our main tank player who has a faulty internet connection at times. Yeah, I mean, we prepared relatively well for this, and yeah, I mean, I'm just excited that we took the win. I'd especially say in the Nepal map, we were really excited that we got the win there, because that was a little stressful there for a second. But yeah, really happy with it.
It had been a little stressful in Nepal, but also in Eichenwald when you first started your defense, and it kind of fell apart pretty quickly on that first objective. How did you maintain and regain your composure toward the end of that first round?
It's really easy to tilt, like just fall apart and tilt as a team, and people were getting frustrated. But I think we did a good job recentering around the plans we had practiced and just focusing on building our comps to be effective for each situation we were in. We like to swap comps when we feel that a certain point lends itself more to a certain type of playstyle. And just because we have ults on one comp doesn't mean we're not going to be willing to swap. So I centered us back on that idea as a team, and Bebop, who was the other person who does a lot of the vocals on the team, he did a really good job of leading the team and making the choice to stick on ball on third point, which is not something we typically would do. He felt like he could get more value out of that. And sometimes we struggle making the audibles when we need to, but he did a really good job there. So I was really happy with the team, and everyone held it together, even despite all the challenges we had with the online aspect of the tournament.
Absolutely. Sometimes those things just kind of come into play, right? But you talked obviously about the status of the team. I want you to talk a little bit about yourself specifically with regards to the roster. I think you sort of touched on the fact that you are part of the communication structure of your squad. Just enlightening the viewers at home as to kind of what your position is beyond just that.
So my spot, honestly, I hadn't really played in any organized competitive play for Overwatch. When I jumped into USF, I was totally new to that concept. I had just been grinding solo queue in the comp ladder for forever. So I had a lot to learn, especially from Bebop, who, as I said, manages a lot of the macro calls that we do. And I came in and I feel like I kind of like to hold down the consistency of the team, because I feel like I perform at a very constant level where we have players that will hit super hot streaks like Saki, and then like maybe not have as great matches some other times. I feel like I can be kind of the rock that holds the team together in that way, where each person does really have like a defined role and contributes a lot to the team. Dirk brings a lot of energy to the team. Saki, like I said, can hit those hot streaks. Commander's our great shot caller during Rush as well. And Kinto's our newest support, who actually came in just this split because we just lost our last support member, and he's done a great job filling the role there too as well. So I think everyone has a defined role and everyone's happy to be there.
That's awesome to hear. You know, you mentioned that going on Wrecking Ball wasn't your standard play when it comes to the third objective in Eichenwald. What is the feeling amongst the team for deviating from a set play that you've practiced and going to something new in the heat of a battle?
I would say generally we trust our players. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes we have some mess ups, and I'm looking at someone on the team and they know who it is. But generally we trust our players to make the right calls. So we'll ask somebody, like, are you sure that's the right call? And if they're certain, we generally roll with it. Pun intended with ball. So again, we've played together a good amount of time now for almost an entire year. So yeah, I think we just trust our players to know what they need to do.
Fair enough. Congratulations, of course, on your victory. Any final shout outs before we let you go?
Shout out to Sinead, and shout out to my whole team and my mom, who might be watching.
Well, there you go.
She might not
Congratulations. Congratulations to Jin and University of South Florida for their 3-0 victory here over Florida Atlantic University. We're not done though, Alos. We still have more Overwatch action left tonight. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have more action right after this.
And we're back, everyone, here for some more Overwatch action. Our second matchup of the night is going to be University of Oklahoma versus Grand Canyon University. And both these players already had a few matches in the past. Both squads 2-0. To break down all this action, of course, how could you forget myself, Los, and LaFon? How are you feeling about this, I guess, a little more seasoned matchup?
Right. I mean, this division is actually looking very interesting in terms of the teams that are kind of setting their pace here, right? Obviously, we have two teams 2-0. I believe University of Texas Dallas is also in this bracket, so definitely a hard fight on the southern hands here as we see University of Oklahoma versus Grand Canyon University. Getting a look at the rosters in the head-to-head. And no, Los, this is a very important match in terms of kind of who's stepping into that 3-0 position after with these early times here. As we get a quick look at the rundown of the players in the game.
Grand Canyon University, not a unfamiliar name that we've seen a few times here within the NACE Starleague, and definitely one that has made their presence felt within their own respective regions and rosters. In their conferences, they have had a lot of strong teams to work with, so you're always going to have to be at the top of your game. So nothing really to scoff at here for these two squads.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just take a quick look at the South Conference. There's already two teams 3-0, standing in the standings here. So that a chance. One of these teams will join, a tie for first place overall with that 3-0 score line. But I mean, you're looking at kind of who's in this one. I highlighted University of Texas Dallas because last split, they were a force to be reckoned with in the South. Making a pretty strong running through the playoffs as well. So. Being able to kind of be at the top to contest with some of these higher tier teams is going to be a big difference, I think, if you can get out of the gate early with that 3-0 scoreline.
Yeah, while this is a pretty long season, it almost isn't at the same time, LaFon, if that makes any sense. You have to be at the top of your game. It doesn't matter, even if you are winning in the beginning, you have to maintain that strength just so you could get toward the end of the season, just so you could get to the postseason. Remember, it's only the top 3 teams that are able to get into those conference play-ins and eventually playoffs in general for the season. So there's no room for error, even in the beginning, as much as the end.
No, absolutely correct. And, as we talk about the overall format of the season in the granular sense, this is going to be a best of 5, starting off on Control, headed to Hybrid, then Escort, then Assault, and finally onto Control if necessary for map number 5. And so a lot underway. We're going to get a moment to figure out what that first map is going to be here for these teams. And, we kind of highlight this at the start of every match, especially highlighted at the start of the season. This is when you get to sort of put your mark on the series, get to set the speed, the pace, the tempo, if you will, of how this game is going to play out. And we kind of saw that in our last series, when Nepal was opened up and it, continued through the rest of the game. We're looking for that here again between University of Oklahoma and Grand Canyon University.
Well, I mean, to kick off this series, we're going to all reliable. You know the vibes. It's Lijiang Tower kicking off in the night market. Looking to be a nice little matchup here. Ooh, Lively being my favorite player over here. It's going to be the Roadhog. Excited to see what this squad can bring in.
Yeah, I mean, Revan and Jeffy gonna bring the Far Mercy as well. So this is really going to be sort of a one player in Lil V just running around the map trying to stay alive while the rest play more harass in range between the Tracer and the Pharah. That being said, it is going to be Sweet Potato taking the first elimination through, and that's a great start for Grand Canyon University.
Oh, a fantastic play. The boots are on point, and so is GCU. Revan trying to get away, and they are doing a bit of a good job. They don't have the help from the Casty. And finally, Sweet Potato decides to step out of the market and say, enough's enough.
Great start there. Pinnacle going to be demech, though. Not ideal here, as I believe that was a hook from Lil V to get that through. So it's going to be the reset coming in is OU, University of Oklahoma. Going to just continue to surround and conquer. Here comes Quinn on that wrecking ball.
Someone Getting a lot of damage out there with that Photon. And a little V here on the prowl. Putting some chunk damage into the Reinhardt shield, but really taking a lot on their own. Quinn in the back line, taking a big risk going there, but they will walk away with their life. Both tanks are on death's door. They don't have any positioning, any strength to follow up and maintain a contest up to this point.
Now you're going to see Thumper go for the health pack there, and Jeffy just barely staying alive. That's a big pulse bomb. Takes down 2. This fight's not even close to being over yet.
Will be back into the fray, hits the vape, and then brings out the whole hog. Does have a support. Pinnacle knocked out of the mech, but will activate that self-destruct. Buy some time, forces players off the objective. And now there will be the contest. Here comes the Earth Shatter out from Flamehead. The charge misses, and they hit their head on the wall. Shot in the back, but still, at the same time, Grand Canyon University hasn't lost control of the objective.
No, and now with someone getting a pick off, this is going from bad to worse. The Immortality Field keeping everyone alive, and so too does the sound barrier. The eliminations are there. The flip is not. And the University of Oklahoma is going to have to reset as Grand Canyon University stepping through, keep themselves alive, and keep the point in control to give themselves final fight here in round number 1.
It's going to be a tough one to take. Not many ultimates to work with, just that sound barrier as well as Thumper's Pulse Bomb. A few pieces of hardware to work with on the side of GCU. They can use that Photon Barrier to negate any of the pressure coming in. Thumper sends out the Pulse Bomb. It only gets the Immortality Field, and they pay for it with their life. Not much for them to step up with. A Sweet Potato brings out the Deadeye, taking down 2. And this attack is all but done here as GCU takes the night market.
That's going to be 100-0-2, and again, another big hold, right? This has become sort of a trend, it feels like, on this map. Just the clutch play from the players staying alive on our squad in blue, and GCU ride that to the round victory as they take the early lead in this series. We'll see if they can close out Lijiang Tower as we head to Garden.
Not much of a change that we're seeing here from their composition. Oh, Q-Tip bringing out the Brigitte. I'm excited to see what they could do there. Just a big brawler. And how is University of Oklahoma? Okay, there it is. That's that Bap Brig combo that you know and love and also hate. But Q-Tip keeps baiting me right now, LaFon. Pick a support.
Yeah, they're going to go Lucio. I think they're going to teleport to point. There it is. Yeah, so they're going to get objective control first. University of Oklahoma trying to play that surround and conquer style yet again, but Quinn and Thumper are going to take so much damage with that stun, and in fact, there it is. Thumper eliminated early. The Tracer no longer in play. University of Oklahoma at disadvantage early.
Getting some shots through the window, but now that the focus has been put to the skies, they don't have that presence they were hoping for. Sweet Potato with the great Cassidy shots negates their effectiveness. All up to Revan to somehow get away with their life, and they do with a great use of that defense matrix over by Lil V. A nice play, but the fact that that was just an escape from losing the point, not as great in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, you'd like to see Quinn be able to just put a little more harass in the backline so Thumper can find some more opportunities. Right now, Sweet Potato's been able to do whatever they want, and in fact, there it continues. There's the Deadeye that finds 1 and will continue to put pressure on the back line. This time, though, caught out as Q-Tip keeps them in.
Sweet Potato finally hitting their maker, but they aren't as necessary as previously thought. University of Oklahoma struggling to get a footing in the objective. Quinn on the escape once again. Someone picking up the pieces, holding it down with the damage from Symmetra. Now Sweet Potato's back in action. Things are looking to be troublesome. University of Oklahoma.
That's going to have to be... you're going to have to see a full reset come in. Thumper taking so much damage. Quinn is eliminated as they even hit the point. This has just become a bit of a staggered play, and the dive just is not keeping track, not keeping pace. There's the resurrect. They need to find some eliminations. The pulse bomb denied.
That would have been their saving grace, at least for that stagger coming from Thumper, but they just do not have any possible way of getting a full squad attack together. It's just bits and pieces trying to hew away at the mountain of Grand Canyon University. They are unstoppable.
this has become a bit of a panicked move. Revan is going to use the switch over to the Echo, but the Earth Shatter is going to deny any forward progress. And with 10% remaining in this map, GCU is not giving ground nor quarter here, University of Oklahoma.
Cassidy on the dead eye, even if it's unnecessary, it will ensure nobody can make their way to the objective unless the will fly right through Lil V, having that contest. But I can't imagine they'll get a point. Pinnacle with the double kill on the self-destruct. Someone putting up that photon barrier. No one is there to help the players on point. It's another 100-0 here for GCU as they take Lijiang Tower.
That is a shutout on the first map of the game, in Grand Canyon University off the same composition twice. Just put the hurt into University of Oklahoma, give themselves that 1-0 series lead. And in fact, this has been, a real staggered map for Oklahoma. And GCU just scrappy, even as they control the objective the entire time.
Sweet Potato really putting in the work, making Cassidy look fantastic on that map. Definitely a strong pick for that player. And I definitely want to highlight one of the opening fights where Sweet Potato was able to work with the rest of their squad. I don't want to specifically say Sweet Potato because it was all of Grand Canyon University getting that team fire to perfection, where while they had that pharmacy in the air having some harassment, once they got their focus done and turned their attention to those two players, they had no support, no presence from the rest of their squad to take the pressure off, and they were just, it was duck hunt essentially here for Sweet Potato.
I mean, I'll be a little bit more effervescent in my support of Sweet Potato in that regard, because yeah, sure, it is a team effort, but when you're on the spot, when you have that much resources put into you, you need to perform, and Sweet Potato did, right? That was a player being given opportunities and then succeeding. So while absolutely there is, credit to the rest of the squad for GCU, in that moment, the Cassidy player has been arguably the biggest difference maker in this map, in that map one, to give GCU the lead 1-0 in this best of 5.
Yeah, definitely a dominant showing here from GCU, but it is just a bit of a test run, as we always say the Control is, but I mean, there needs to be some serious changes here from University of Oklahoma. I'm not able to draw upon an instance where they really demonstrated serious strength. And that's a bit of an issue because it just felt a bit like bullying coming out from the GCU squad, especially when they had that up close and personal Reinhardt Earth Shatter to stop them from even leaving their base after switching to the Echo.
I mean, compositionally, the look from Oklahoma University wasn't bad, right? That is very much a style that you can play. It's a hyper-aggressive one that kind of, forces the one tank player, the off tank specifically, to kind of be sort of the anchor, the one who kind of takes the majority of the focus and the damage and sort of survives, while there's just a lot of spam coming in from the rest of the squad. Unfortunately, Quinn and Thumper were never able to sync up on their sort of engage timings. They lost a lot of potential that way. So they're going to have to shore that up as they head into map number 2. It is going to be the hybrid look here, Los. We are headed to Eichenwald for the second time today for our map number 2 here, as GCU and Oklahoma University continue their battle.
Exciting times, 2 Eichenwalds in one night, and I felt like we barely saw any in the fall, but hey, a great time to visit Germany. I hear it's beautiful this time of year, but let's see if University of Oklahoma can bring out some beautiful plays and find a bit of redemption. You did say that they had the good composition, but it was tough for them to bring it all together as a solid unit. There was definitely in the second half of that second round over in Lijiang where Thumper had just not found too much value in those flanks. They hadn't had that solid team effort going through, and they're going to need to change that seriously if they want to last and hold on to that undefeated record here in their conference.
Yeah, I mean, fully agree with you. I have to cycle back to one thing you just said, though. Germany, nice this time of the year. It's January, almost February. It's wintertime. There's no way.
Hey, it could be.
I suppose if you like skiing and if it's like a clear day, maybe that's, super nice, right? But then again, I'm a winter person. It's I'll take the cold.
It it could be like summer. It's kind of spring. Maybe I'm talking in game, Lafon. I don't
Oh,
know.
I mean, in game, yeah, but Eichenwald lives in a perpetual summer state, right? It's you know, I guess it's like summer turning into fall if we look at some of these red leaves that are kind of, you know, springing up. Like a September, maybe?
All right, yes, I think we could agree January worst month, I would say.
It's not the worst, though. University of Oklahoma running this hyper-aggressive composition. And I like this look a lot more, right? You've got the break, you've got the Zen. There's a lot more synchronicity here. You can put a lot more pressure on Sweet Potato as well. It's now moved over to Tracer rather than Cassidy. University of Oklahoma just finding space here as GCU just gives them, you know, the opportunity to walk back in. Win taking so much damage. Great knockback there from Q-Tip to prevent Wrecking Ball from finding entry.
Oh, and Sweet Potato isn't going to allow that to go unpunished. A very deep dive in, flanking in kind. As Quinn was looking to get behind the enemy lines, and Sweet Potato responded with a flank of their own. A nice play. Someone the first one to open up this fight here. Grand Canyon, and they might be able to maintain a little bit of strength there. Someone getting in a bad spot. The amplification matrix already put up, but I'm not sure if too much value is going to be found with that.
Yeah, no, Sweet Potato pulled the no U on that flank as the reset comes in. That's first fight pulse bomb. And a first fight elimination as well. Grand Canyon University sent University of Oklahoma back to the drawing board as they reset. And, I mean, now eyes on Revan, who has to pick up with this pulse bomb. You've got the Transcendence available as well. So University of Oklahoma likely want to play aggressively around this support ultimate rather than use it defensively. Use it to just sustain through the early part of this fight and through this ball.
When, again, going through those side lanes, hoping to get the alternate angle and provide some support, provide those off angles, take away some pressure from the main force. Thumper bringing out that Deadeye, but a bit of positioning error here, or maybe a responsive positioning doesn't allow that to find value, and the second that Deadeye isn't able to find any frags, the response from GCU is overwhelming.
Yeah, this concept of desync is something that I think University of Oklahoma is going to have to, you know, contend with, because the Transcendence implies that you want to move forward aggressively, but we saw half the team play a little bit more passively with the Deadeye, right? So they end up wasting both resources. Grand Canyon University outweighed both, and they just find a ton of value. That's a big pickup, though, as the Red Dawn's out, no heals. And, a little bit more space here.
Rivetic Flux goes up, but it doesn't allow them to find value as they come down. Both Flamehead as well as Sweet Potato bringing out their ultimates, chipping away University of Oklahoma's push, and now it's just a last-ditch effort. Thumper to find the frag over onto Q-Tip, or Revan to find the frag onto Q-Tip. Doesn't work out.
I believe that Reinhardt change is actually what keeps Flamehead in, right? It was that 200 damage in close. The patch we had a couple of weeks ago is able to fully eliminate one target and then get the knockdown on another. So a lot of Grand Canyon University just in response has been the big difference here. Revan Pulse Bomb again, but has found difficulty to try getting in the backline to get those sticks off. It's certainly been easier said than done here on the offensive side.
Another amplification matrix used to shut down this main oh no. Rip Thumper, another play out from Q-Tip, holding on to their positioning. It's Revan, another pulse bomb that doesn't make its connection the way that they would want it to. And this player is certainly struggling to find the value within Tracer.
Excellent play, though, from Pinnacle. The peel there onto the main support was spectacular. There's the support from Q-Tip as well. Sound barrier in play, and that's Grand Canyon University holding on to this push, just denying University of Oklahoma any space, not even a percentage gained on the objective, as GCU are running the clock out tremendously well.
Yeah, not much opportunity here is Quinn again going solo onto the objective. I'm not sure if that was even necessary. The contest wasn't needed. It just wasted the opportunity, wasted having a body that you require on the objective to keep your team in play. And they just can't find anything here on the first objective of Eichenwald.
This is going to be another map with 0% gain. So far, GCU has done a spectacular job of shutting out on the objective Oklahoma University through 3 stages now, denied any point gain whatsoever.
It doesn't feel like they're playing as a team, Lafon. It just doesn't feel that University of Oklahoma is communicating with each other.
I mean, it's tough, right? This is a composition that's timings like the tracer with the wrecking ball. The timings are very very hard to get down, and that's just assuming that the other team is not responding. Grand Canyon University are making it difficult for University of Oklahoma to set up, right? Every time Quinn tries to get into the backline, Q-Tip is there disrupting with the Lucio, or Sweet Potato is putting pressure onto just harassing the wrecking ball before they can get in to kind of find space. So sure, University of Oklahoma is struggling on their tempo. They're struggling to kind of play to the same speed, but I think we have to give a lot of credit to Grand Canyon University for making that so difficult. And that's a mark of a good team when not only is your strategy one that is effective, you also slowly tear down the strategy of your opponent to give yourselves the most opportunity for victory. And Grand Canyon University have done just that.
Well, now it's the time for University of Oklahoma to finally have their own piece of defense, but over the roof and onto the objective, they have flipped the script and flipped who is holding the point. And in a matter of moments, Grand Canyon just takes complete control of this first objective. Players are falling, all the kill feed is red, and this might actually be a chance for them to hold it on, but two of the tanks are still in play, and this is over as quickly as it started. GCU takes Eichenwald in crushing fashion.
That was 4 minutes and 12 seconds, I think, of actual game time. In terms of time spent here, GCU making this one go very, very swiftly. And yeah, I mean, not sort of caught unawares was University of Oklahoma on that push, and GCU makes quick work of the series, or quick work of the map, and now put themselves at match point, looking to close the series out in record fashion.
Yeah, I was certainly not expecting that play. There was a full setup waiting for the main choke to be attacked over from Grand Canyon University, but that was not the case at all. Certainly, University of Oklahoma will be kicking themselves for not being able to read that one. But I mean, this team has just been unpredictable, unreadable, and unstoppable. Even LaFon, it's very tough. Where University of Oklahoma, it's a tough place that they found themselves in.
Yeah, here's the thing about sort of setting up, though, is that with that bunker composition, that rush composition is going to have the advantage, I think, basically all the time with Eichenwald set up the way it is. Even if you go through main, you're able to rotate around sort of the clock tower that's there. And I think with the way GCU has been playing, they're able to get in close enough, even without the teleport, or without the Maywall over the sort of the height there. And it's tough. I think it's a rock and a hard place for sure for Oklahoma University. And perhaps they'll hope that the open sight lines of Junkertown, where we're headed to for our escort map, is going to be a little bit more favorable to them. GCU will head to the defense yet again as they try and close out the series here and now.
The big question is, what can they do to counteract the harsh and strong resistance that we're finding from the side of Grand Canyon University? If they're on the attack, what can they do to ensure that their flanks find success, that Revan can get those pulse bombs in, that Quinn can get that swing around on the wrecking ball?
I mean, part of the thing is that the way this composition kind of has like 2 or 3 ways of working, to my mind, is one is that the wrecking ball gets in place, stages up, creates distraction and damage, and then the tracer comes in for the cleanup. That's one way. Another way is that the wrecking ball takes away the majority of the crowd control abilities, right? The flashbang, the sound wave from the Lucio, halt, etc., etc. And then you have the opportunity for the rest of the team to move in, no longer deterred by those abilities. And the third way is a hybrid of the two, where you kind of have both going at the same time and kind of split the work up. And I think right now, Oklahoma University, they've played this composition. They seem to be trying to go for the third option in that stylistic setup. From what we can see, it's not working. I think you need to reapproach, reevaluate how you're playing this composition, because GCU has the answers for kind of the way you're playing right now.
Well, let's see if they can find the answers themselves as we head over to Junkertown. This is going to be their last chance at staying alive here in this series, and they have not been able to find any ground so far, LaFon. It's still been 0 time on the objective that's been earned from University of Oklahoma for. That would be 3 straight objectives, or even 4.
Yeah, it'll be miraculous if that happens here, though. With the fact that this is Escort and the cart is right outside the doors, and the fact that Junkertown plays, rather stylistically similarly across multiple teams. They are going to get some percentage here. And it's going to be a mirror in terms of the tank line. A lot more snipers, a lot more long-range abilities for University of Oklahoma. Grand Canyon University, though, in close, they're going to have Sweet Potato again being that just genuinely irritating individual on the Tracer. So this time, spotted out, and the snipers go to work early.
Yeah, they won't fall for this one. They won't allow that to happen just yet. As a great play from those 2 snipers, giving themselves some ground to work with. It's going to be University of Oklahoma getting a good amount of damage and winning their fights, winning that battle for control in that first choke point.
And this is, Divinity doing a great job of sighting the Tracer, sighting Sweet Potato. Eliminating the Tracer means you don't have that flank harass and a lot more pressure to be put onto someone. The Ashe player in this regard, not just anybody in the lobby. And University of Oklahoma can snowball that into a fight. Here's the reset for GCU as they walk back out, and Revan trying to find those eliminations, as in fact, they're going to get 1, but this may not be enough.
Those shields are going to be certainly providing a lot of cover, stopping those bullets from reaching their target, being a bit of an issue for Revan, but at this, nice little dinger over onto Sweet Potato, and this will be the first objective earned here from University of Oklahoma. Definitely a different squad or a different performance than we're seeing in previous matches or rounds.
This composition is less reliant on sort of the timing aspect of things. You can sort of set up and it's a lot more forgiving, shall we say, to mistakes or to errors in timing. And as a result, University of Oklahoma can make their mechanics sing. And right now, Revan is doing just that as another headshot comes into Pinnacle. And down the off tank already is Grand Canyon University.
Resurrection out from Q-Tip. But will it be enough? The pressure is still on from Revan. They decide to show their face here. We know that someone might take a peek, but even from any angle, the pressure's on from these snipers, and they are maintaining a great amount of presence and holding on to that payload without much issue.
And Sweet Potato's being sort of zoned out quite well, I would add, by the combination of Revan and Divinity. And there, the couple headshots come in, and Revan has now come alive. And that's going to be the second phase gained by University of Oklahoma, pardon me. They now head into third phase. The hardest point, to be fair, we're going to see a swap come in. Sweet Potato, who's not been getting a lot of value on the Tracer, will now mirror out the Hanzo. And University of Oklahoma, though, still a lot of tools to work with. The Gravitic Flux is online. We're going to have the Supercharger as well as the Dragon Strike to chase off this high ground. And that's a great combo there. Someone taken out as they try and crossover.
The Amplification Matrix, but the Gravitic Flux taking them out of the range. They can't even use it to their advantage. Now Lil V pushing that issue over around that bend, but someone busting out the Bob has found that answer to the big problem they've been facing. They have not been able to get that good response here against Oklahoma's push throughout this entire first round.
Yeah, this is going to be the reset now coming in for University of Oklahoma. The Hanzo pick in and of itself does not, I think it makes a little bit more sense here. You have more shield break, obviously, but you can also provide a lot more pressure to Rev in the backline. Divinity going to make a change as well, going over to the Genji. So it's going to flip as the flanker is now on the offensive side of the table. And here's the Supercharger from University of Oklahoma to try and force the issue. That's going to be a lot of damage as Q-Tip goes down.
Oh, getting that Immortality Field and destroying it will be huge as they maintain the high ground, but it won't be enough because the cart is circling this turbine for free. They are shooting from the top, but no one has that pressure down below. Divinity going in with the dive, having that reflection, not finding too much value out of it, but here comes the Gravitic Flux. Nobody is really caught into the breeze, but it's also a Transcendence that is going to negate any damage coming out here. Grand Canyon University not looking strong at all, but they might be able to bring it back in this final fight.
that elimination for Pinnacle onto Thumper, as well as the Bob to provide a little bit more sustain on the objective, is going to make things so much more difficult. And with that elimination on to the main tank, University of Oklahoma will have to reset. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, and Grand Canyon University seems to have reapproached their swagger. Ooh. Out in the hallway, the Dragon Strike going to attempt to keep Q-Tip alive. Instead, it's going to be the Immortality Field on the offensive side. So that's a Dragon Strike for no real value. And University of Oklahoma are right back in a position where they can put pressure onto the defense.
They do have some ultimates to work with. Here comes the Dragon Blade, but it does manage to pick up one before he is taken out by someone. Here's the Amplification Matrix. Low V having a little bit of damage and isn't able to break that line. A great shield bash over from Q-Tip. Playing for their lives at this point, but they are going to lose them as soon as they lose this round, potentially. But the stall is there. Coming out from the spawn, it's Pinnacle swinging around, flying for their lives. The Gravitic Flux taking them out of the objective, allowing them to continuously clean this up. But the stagger is still here. The stall is still here, and the round is not yet done.
Well, Flamehead back out onto the Reinhardt. They get one. It is going to be Lil V down. Don't know that's enough. There's that Amplification Matrix from on high, and Revens ends the fight as they started it with the elimination yet again, popping off the Widow. A big difference maker for University of Oklahoma as they complete the map. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Impressive stuff, actually, when you consider how difficult this third phase is on Junkertown. University of Oklahoma are not dead yet, very much in control of the offensive side of this map of Junkertown.
It's great to see that this squad has been able to find the strength within them, find a composition that works, and bring that energy back. Because this still is a prominent team, still 2-0 within the conference. So we need to see the fight in this team to prove why they have that status so far.
Yeah, it's any team that's 2-0. It's, sure, maybe some of the teams weren't quite up to the top end of the bracket in terms of performance, but University of Oklahoma, I don't think are complete shutout either on level as they were on the first two maps. So Grand Canyon University, certainly have their work cut out for them. It's not easy to complete Junkertown. It's not easy. It's even more difficult to do so with time. A time bank that's healthy as University of Oklahoma had. And so now, as they kind of have to reset, they're hoping they kind of open explosively as University of Oklahoma did.
Yeah, interesting. They're going to hold on to that same composition on defense as the offense, and the same goes for Grand Canyon University. Will actually finally switch over at someone on the Hanzo now. Potato still maintaining the tracer play in the early minutes of this fight, but the Red Dawn actually the first one to open up this fight. The nice pickle run to Thumper.
It's gonna be the not enough though. Lil V gets taken. Sorry, Lil V trades Pinnacle down. So near signal out. Revan under pressure.
No one's there to help.
This time around, the Widow's not gonna find out.
Certainly not. Sweet Potato just in the back line. Nobody has their face toward them, shooting into the backs of plenty of members of University of Oklahoma, and they're going to slide on through the first objective almost as easily, if not easier, than Oklahoma.
A lot easier for the Tracer to set up on the offense, though. Right, you're able to get those flanks a little bit more cleanly. We saw obviously the elimination onto Thumper, and Revan comes in big there with a pick off on the headshot. As Sweet Potato continues to rain damage on the back line. There's that Immortality Field removed. And now, you're looking at Divinity trying to mark Sweet Potato while you allow Revan that frontline space to work, right? If you can prevent Sweet Potato from eliminating your Widowmaker, you have a lot more success if you're University of Oklahoma.
Now there is a bit of that response over here. It's Divinity causing some havoc, but not too much, not enough for Grand Canyon to be too pressed about it, but it's a Tracer battle in the back line, ensuring that this will not continue. The flank of Sweet Potato has to end, and it's Divinity ensuring it.
That is exactly what you need Divinity to do. Even if Divinity was not having, success in the 1v1, which they are, but even if that was not the case, just provided that harassment so Sweet Potato allows Revan more space to work, it is enough. And there's that Supercharger committed to prevent University of Oklahoma from just playing super, in their face aggressively. Just buy a little bit more space. Grand Canyon University kind of need more room to work, and they're being forced to use cooldowns. Revan can take the head off the Red Dawn. No healers available yet again.
Revan continuing to find those heads is going huge. This is a big difference maker. This is exactly what Oklahoma needs to hold this angle, hold this defense, have the snipers, make sure that no one can get in the back line, which Divinity is doing a great job of. If Tracer is allowed in the back, if Sweet Potato can get the shots onto Revan, that is a major portion of their damage lost.
Yeah, and not just that University of Oklahoma. I mean, they have high ground control, right? Which is obviously fighting low to high ground is very difficult. The natural cover of elevation providing a lot of work, but you also have to go through small choke points to get there, and that means that you can see the 5 orb set up from Thumper as you try and get the right click in play. Q-Tip is going to take down 1, so Divinity's Reign of Terror is at an end temporarily, but that's certainly just the start and not the finish.
There's the Transcendence. Going to counteract that Gravitic Flux, and Lil V in a bit of trouble here as he has to face off against that Immortality Field, but it gets destroyed. And now their hopes are a little higher. However, it's a constant back and forth. The trade is here. Quinn, the last one at the top of the stairs. They do have some help from Divinity, but Divinity won't be able to provide too much cover as they're the next to fall.
Like I said, with Pinnacle being taken down, Revan is actually going to mean that the reset there's reset potential here for University of Oklahoma on this objective. Infrasight, oh, that would have been a big elimination, and Revan can't quite get it to go.
So many close calls with this player, and a great Dragon Strike cutting off Thumper, allowing them to build some space, take some ground. Now there's a little bit of a bisecting of the objective. However, the shields are here, and University of Oklahoma does have the advantage, but they're taking a different route. They're using that alternate angle, the cross angle, to make sure there's no support. They're swinging around, and it's allowed GCU to take this next objective.
Someone comes up clutch in that fight. Not only do they use the Dragon Strike to prevent, split that front line, back line that we're so fond of, but on top of that, the damage throughput, staying alive on top of all of that is a big deal. And now, I mean, Grand K University opened up with another elimination, and Revan has a Sonic Arrow in them, so they are going to be viewable from every angle as people try and get through. But, a little bit of time bought here for Grand K University to get space, and more critically, the high ground.
Divinity swapping over to the Genji. Be interesting to see how they find that to be applicable here in the last rotator. Flame Head fighting for supremacy and control on the turbine, and here comes the Amplification Matrix, but it's hard to tell who is on which side of it. Transcendence pulled out, and that will negate Amplification Matrix. They hold on to their lives. Oklahoma maintains control, at least for now.
Yeah, this is going to be another time. So time reduced off the clock, and that means now that Grand King University will not have a superior time bank to University of Oklahoma. Simply, mathematically, that is not possible. Potato escapes with their life as Lil tries to chase them out. But they're okay for now. There's that Infrasight yet again. Revan, and by extension, the rest of the team, have all the information they need as GCU tries to walk back in.
Oh, a very close call there for the headshot. Rabbinic Flux, again, always being canceled out by these Transcendence. These Zenyatta players on each squad are there, ready for the call. Dragon Strike pushes players away off of the objective, but they haven't earned too much damage out of it. There goes Revan. The Red Dawn finally finds that pick that was necessary. Supercharger falls as well. And now it's Sweet Potato and someone taking down the back line. The kill feed does take out a lot of utility, but only few players are actually showing up.
Yeah, this is Sweet Potato now has kind of disappeared into sort of the chaos of these fights. And the Tracer can get a ton of work done here. Dragonblade is available. Nothing to really deny it. Here comes the dash in, and it might not even be necessary, in fact, as the eliminations are all done. So the Supercharger, rather, correction, the Amplification Matrix was enough damage there. And a minute and a half now for Grand Canyon University to close things out. University of Oklahoma, I mean, they're looking pretty solid here on this third phase of Junkertown.
Yeah, and not a lot of ultimates to work with in the next fight will be the Pulse as well as the Amp Matrix. But not much else. They have to ensure that they can get the first couple of picks and catch some players out of position. But there's no way that Oklahoma is going to allow themselves to be caught in this moment. Here comes Divinity, bringing out the Dragon Blade, but does get taken down as they're protected from the Immortality Field. They've dropped one of their own. Jeffja has no longer the ability to protect his squad if there's a super burst coming out of Grand Canyon. But with this positioning, multiple players in the undertow of this last objective, I can't see that happening just yet.
Sweet Potatoes need to come out clutch with this pulse bomb here, and Revan has just been an absolute nightmare to deal with from the Widowmaker. You can see just posted up, not allowing anyone to walk past.
30 seconds.
And the best part about this is, right, a lot of resources are being committed to this Widowmaker, which means that University of Oklahoma has so much less pressure to perform in these engagements.
Okay, Sweet Potato here with the pulse bomb. What is it gonna find? Only that immortality field, but it does allow, it brings them down to such little health. Divinity, however, jumping into the backline, causing some havoc, allowing the Gravitic Flux to come through. The immortality field has been destroyed, and this will be the end of GCU's run here on Junkertown. University of Oklahoma will stake their claim in this series.
And that was a team coming alive with their composition, just a better understanding of how to execute. And Revan, a big part of this victory on Junkertown for Oklahoma University, as they claw one back in the series and now have a 2-1 scoreline. In like Q-Tip tried their best. I mean, this Zen was a huge, a couple of early pickoffs. Unfortunately, not enough to give themselves the victory. And yeah, Junkertown will end in defeat for Grand Canyon University. Oklahoma University not dead yet.
Yeah, just the way that they defended through that second bend in the objective, it showed that Oklahoma has stepped up. Not only was their attack great, but they weren't giving up much ground on the defense as well. Of course, that first point is pretty difficult to maintain, as both of these squads took it quite easily in either of these rounds. But the true test, the true demonstration that Oklahoma has stepped up, I think was shown through Revan's sniping capabilities. Those were godly shots.
No, absolutely. And a lot of that does come from the fact that if you have a player that's able to kind of set the lobby down, just slow the gameplay down, then it'll be a tremendous boon to the rest of your squad. It allows the tanks to stay alive a lot more easily, and it just eases things up for the rest of the team.
Okay, well, we'll be able to see if they can keep up that pressure, if Revan can keep up those hot shots, as we head over to Hanamura for the next map. But we'll be back after a quick break, so don't go anywhere, folks. The action will continue shortly. And welcome back to the NACE Starleague Overwatch. We're going into map 4 here between Oklahoma University and Grand Canyon University. It's been a wild ride and maybe a tale of redemption here, but to tell you this tale, of course, is myself, Los and LaFon. We're here ready to bring it over to Hanamura. What are your thoughts on this map?
I haven't seen this map in so long. Actually, I have to be honest. I have not seen this map played in a competitive match in a very, very long time. In fact, I can't remember the last time I played on this map either. Now to think of it, most likely at Temple of Anubis. To that effect, though, I mean, this has been a sort of a series based on a couple of performers. I think in maps 1 and 2, we saw the ineffectiveness of the sort of Tracer Wrecking Ball comp stem or sort of stymie, I should say, Oklahoma University in those important moments, and GCU came up clutch. But on Junkertown, where they were able to kind of stabilize on the Orisa Sigma with Revan on the Widowmaker, that's where they found a ton of value. So I think for Hanamura, you want to stray away from those high mobility compositions, at least from what we were able to experience earlier in the series, and try and just play to a slower, more methodical composition here on Hanamura to give yourself a chance to get to a map 5.
Hey, well, enough, speculating. Let's get into the action here, as I think these squads certainly are ready. But, I actually heard that Hanamura is nice this time of year. Would I be right on that one?
I've never been to Japan, actually, so I couldn't tell you that, and I would like one day to experience it for myself. So I'll let you know when that happens.
Yeah, maybe it will be, maybe not. Is Hanamura a real place?
No, Hanamura itself is not real. I mean, Japan is. But
okay, I've heard of Japan before.
Yeah. I mean, technically, I'm pretty sure most of the maps in Overwatch, while they exist in real countries, the maps themselves are not real places. There are exceptions. Paris is very much a real place, for example. But, yeah.
Yeah, I've read about that place. I have heard about Paris quite a few times. I wasn't exactly sure. I gotta investigate for myself to see if it is real. Hopefully not as a harsh place as the Overwatch community treats it in terms of the map, but...
I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually... So, just admission time. I'm slightly less likely to go to Paris, the real place, because of Paris, the Overwatch.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that's just a great tourism marketing thing. If you're a city, you want to get some more people over there, contact the Overwatch team for Overwatch 2. Make sure it's a good map.
I mean, the Toronto's in a city that's just my neighbor here is going to be in Overwatch 2, so that's a nice thing I've got going for me, right?
I think so. It's good to have some representation.
Speaking of, there's going to be University of Oklahoma going to move over to that shield composition yet again. So a good read here, right? They didn't find a ton of success early on. Go to what was working, and it's worked really well too. There's that teleport from Sweet Potatoes. GCU tries to walk in with a brawl. Looks only Sweet Potato and Pinnacle took it though.
Yeah, the rest were faced with serious opposition as someone wasn't able to make the cut. They have taken some serious damage. Sweet Potato in a bit of trouble, though, as actually there is some follow-up now. Flamehead has managed to regroup with the rest of this team, and now there can be a push from the sidelines out here from GCU.
A lot of damage, though, in close, and with the focusing beam being what it is, oh man, Divinity almost catches the Red Dawn unaware, but instead, it's going to be a revenge tour, and it's going to be Divinity going down first.
A little bit of trying to get in. They just are out of reach from University of Oklahoma. We see Flamehead trying to swing, trying to get that damage in. But here's the amplification matrix. This can be the point where this battle turns, but it's also Revan sending in the Bob to play, and that has been a serious piece of utility that's keeping them out of this point and finding success.
Oh, this is not over yet. Flamehead wants to commit. They're going to get one. That is going to likely be the end of this push. Yeah, there's that halt to deny the Lucio's escape. And with that being said, that is going to be the hold temporarily at the very least. Grand Canyon University make out with 2 and a bit thirds of the objective. Is certainly not an ineffective push, though perhaps not the one they would have appreciated fully. Now, the sound barrier is gone, so the Immortality Field is going to have to work overtime to shut down the Gravitic Flux and the Supercharger in play here from University of Oklahoma. Definitely the cards in their pocket here for this fight.
Oh, just narrowly escaping that ult. That teleporter is going to be huge. There's the Gravitic Flux, knocking down a lot of players. It's Lil V getting the damage in. The Photon Barrier is splitting up the point, but is it going to be enough? So we have Divinity now getting out of that ultimate, and it kind of seems like there's not a lot of players, at least on the defensive side, contesting this objective.
Yeah, I mean, with tanks going down, they're gonna get the resurrect up. But yeah, the tanks are just out of commission here, so it's all on the squishies to set up on the objective. They're not gonna get it. And yeah, this is gonna be it. That's gonna be the first point ticked over to Grand Canyon University, University of Oklahoma. Start to the reset as they head to point B, and a big teleport here onto the coast side of Hanamura for Grand Canyon to try and get to the objective.
Starting it off with the Deadeye, it does find Thumper, but it has broken a little bit of shields here. Using the Amplification Matrix as well is the perfect introduction here onto the second objective. Plenty of players going down. It's just up to Lil V to tank out, but they will be put into the dirt as Jeffy Jaw is trying to escape while this second objective is falling into the hands of the side.
This has now become sort of a staggered play, and it's only a matter of time for Grand Canyon University to close this one out. In fact, that time is now. 3 minutes, 39 seconds on the clock as they take both the second objective in style. Even with the fact that those respawns are so quick, there was no defense to be mounted there by Oklahoma University and Grand Canyon University. Right back where they left off, feeling good with that attack run.
Yeah, a great follow-up into the second objective, a good teleport onto that balcony, and gives them a new way to play, a better angle than going through the regular paths to success, either in the stairwell or just going straight through the main entrance. Especially the combination of that Cassidy Deadeye forced a lot of players out of their positions, and it even took down the Red Dawn.
I mean, that's super. I mean, coupled with the Amplification Matrix, right? That skull charges so quickly. And Thumper just, I think it was like literally a half a second that they were caught out in line of sight of the Deadeye. But even that's just half a second too quick, or too many. And Grand Canyon University, it's a snowball effect, right? No immortality field. The supercharger was in the low ground, and the sound barrier just means that Flamehead can swing away. University of Oklahoma, just they've run out of resources right there.
Looking to get Revan back onto the Tracer. As they seek to have some sort of... They're going to have Revan back for that flanking capabilities. I mean, this isn't exactly the easiest spot to bring out the Widowmaker that we've seen Revan truly dominate with over on Junkertown, but you gotta adjust your plays to how the enemy is set up. Revan so close to losing their lives right there in the bout against Sweet Potato. This initial engagement isn't proving to be too successful for the flankers, but now that we're making our way through those main doors, Immortality Field, the first one to go down, and Thumper will follow along with it. Here comes the response from GCU, but they are not having a serious struggle like their counterparts.
Yeah, the second Immortality Field is the better Immortality Field in this sense, and the Red Dawn just stabilizes, keeps it in the back pocket. Once University of Oklahoma's expires, once it's forcibly expired, I should say, then Grand Canyon University lays it down and they're able to sustain through. And GCU doing a great job of just providing more aggression later in the fight. Now the Earthshatter is available, and walking past the shield should not be a difficult task whatsoever.
There's the Amp Matrix, and it allows them to gain more ground and forcing Oklahoma to cower back, to not face the serious damage coming through. But will it even be a chase over to the spawn? Not likely. The overextension will cost them if they decide to make it.
You can see Sweet Potato looking for that pulse bomb stick. Just doesn't. It does not go. It's not. They can't make it. So it's going to be the reset here, and this has been a really good just engage, disengage, re-engage look from Grand Canyon University. Just a bit of a dance coming in from this front.
Okay, Lil V sending him up with the Gravitic Flux and hoping to follow up and gain a serious amount of damage with that spam. Will be able to hold on to their lives for a little bit longer, but he isn't the main focus. It's going against the damage dealers, and finally, once all the damage has been taken out, Lil V becomes the focus. And the Immortality Field placed. Little too late.
These fights have been dominant from Grand Canyon University. This has been a re-establishment of the look that happened on on our second map of Eichenwald, right? They were able to just close things down. And now Sweet Potato, I don't think that anyone has clocked the Tracer in the back line here, so they could just get a pretty easy one clip. They'll reveal themselves this time, so no elimination yet, but it's not even necessary as the front line is eliminated.
Yeah, well, Pulse Bomb at the ready won't be a necessary hiccup as Divinity face serious opposition and can't even get that Pulse Bomb off, especially with the insult of Pinnacle denying it after it's thrown.
That's just a little too predictable in Divinity. That's going to be a wasted duplicate. That's just an ultimate that finds no value. I would expect, I don't know if Divinity is going to change, if they're going to like switch to a different character, different hero. Looks like no, that's not going to be the case. This might be a little too late.
Trying to utilize that halt has been the consistent play out from the squad. He used that as well as the Amp Matrix, but they never have that posture. They always fold as soon as there's a strong response from GCU. They can't hold that choke themselves.
Yeah, now we're down to less than a minute here for the map, as University of Oklahoma seem to be out of ideas, out of resources. A couple switches coming in. They're going to have the Brig. They're going to have Thumper on the Ana, trying to just put a lot more pressure on Sweet Potato. Please tell me you spot the corner shatter. Please don't let this be a... No. Oh, no.
This can't be, LaFon. This cannot be. You would think that Quinn would have spotted it out, checking the upper angle, but it was not. In fact, the corner shatter has added even more despair to the hopes of University of Oklahoma making their way onto the objective. What has been unlikely now seems impossible.
Supercharger at the ready. It's committed. There's a sound barrier in response, though. Grand Canyon University there to deny anyone even the objective contest. There it is, the 360 for the Deadeye. Overtime will tick away. Divinity will get one, but that'll be GG. As Grand Canyon University, they make it look easy at the very end. The one map falls prey to Oklahoma University, but it is not enough. The final scoreline, 3-1. Here as GCU continues undefeated in the regular season.
It was a good spark of hope over for Oklahoma to have that dominance onto the Junkertown payload, but it just wasn't enough, especially when you're going on to solid objectives like what we find on Hanamura or as well as Eichenwald. It was just way more difficult for them to maintain a solid structure when it came to those assaults.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the success that was accomplished from Junkertown, has to be said, was that front line being able to set up on the high ground, and then Revan was able to take an off-angle flank and just clean headshots. No doubt about it. Revan was very successful on the Widowmaker, and in large part by the rest of the team, of course. I think Oklahoma University stepped up to the plate as a squad on Junkertown. Unfortunately, the rest of the series, it was all GCU, exhibited by the fact that every map that GCU won, they won in complete shutout fashion, right? So 200-0 on the first map, 25% to 0 or I suppose 33% to 0 on the second, and then finally on this fourth map, again 200 to 0 as they completed both objective points for Hanamura in their victory.
Yeah, it is a quite a decisive victory coming out from GCU, and that's something that Oklahoma is going to have to adapt to going forward within the series, being able to break those strong defensive lines, or at least just get on to the objective. I mean, it's much easier said than done because these are very strong squads. This is a cutthroat conference, LaFon. There are no bad teams here, especially not these two that stepped up to the plate tonight. But of course, you got to give it up to GCU, especially those statistics that you were bringing up, 200-0, multiple rounds in just undeniable defense or offense out from GCU. So definitely a squad I'm looking forward to seeing as the conference continues, as the season continues. So I wouldn't expect, or I wouldn't be surprised to see them toward the conference playoffs. But of course, there's plenty of season left to happen, and more time for Oklahoma to adapt or other teams to come for that crown.
Indeed the case. So the one thing I'd like to highlight for GCU is that the success they had was on that singular composition, right? That Reinhardt-based look, where they were able to play what I would call a rush brawl hybrid-ish thing. That was where they had the most success. Maps 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and 4, pardon me, they were dominant. And that's because they were able to play that Reinhardt composition. When they were forced off that mirror, or when they were forced to mirror into the Orisa to snipers, they were able to get a little bit, there's a little bit less value gain. So that's something to keep an eye out on for GCU as they keep through the rest of the season. I mean, a little bit of a downer note on what was otherwise a stellar performance from GCU. But again, as you said, as difficult as conference as the South is, something that is going to have to be brought to task in future matches here for GCU.
Of course, yeah. I definitely loved what was being brought to the table and just their ability to utilize, I think, as it started off into the Lijiang Tower in Night Market, where they just had those photon barriers perfect. The ultimates were in great sync that we saw with the amplification matrix on the second objective in Hanamura, or we saw it with the photon barrier and the amp matrix in the Night Market on Lijiang. It really allows them to bring out the best in each other's ultimate abilities, and that's that synergy that you're looking for when you want to be a top squad.
That is, in fact, the case. And I think this is going to be sort of the marker for if we see this team again, right? What is clearly as a team, they're really good. They're, I think, in terms of their macro, in terms of their in-fight micro, they're looking really, really strong. Sweet Potato was excellent on a host of characters. Now the question is flexibility. I think in the way we touched on this at the beginning of the broadcast, it was very much a theme in the previous match. Flexibility is how towards this tail end of Overwatch 1, flexibility has become the name of the game. You need to be able to play multiple different styles, and for GCU, that is the next marker for them if they want to be, sort of the one to contest at the top end of the bracket here in the South Conference.
Yeah, I think something that they struggled on a little bit, or didn't even want to try and address or tap into, was that play with snipers toward the beginning of Junkertown. It just wasn't their forte, and we could clearly see that if there was one player in the server who was showing the strength, showing the capabilities of what a great sniper can bring to the table, especially on Junkertown, it's going to be Revan. So if there could be a bit of adjustment on the side from Oklahoma, or I mean on the side of Grand Canyon, to be able to take down that one singular player, that's going to be a huge way to overcome any adversity in a manner like that.
There's a lot for Oklahoma University to kind of review on the game tape, right? This is not the end by any match, any sort of stretch of the imagination. 2-1 is not a bad scoreline to start the season off of. But yeah, definitely a lot needs to be kind of in the review, I think, after this match here, and see what they can sort of approximate for the next couple of matches coming up for Oklahoma University.
Yeah, well, we will be able to get a little bit more information on what's going on in the Grand Canyon University mindset, and especially what they're thinking going forward, as we will be bringing in Pinnacle to speak with us in just a few moments. So I'm definitely excited to know what is going on the training side, what is going on in the mental game, and the outlook for this entire season when it comes to this squad.
Indeed. So when we get Pinnacle here in just a moment, there's a lot to kind of dive into here for GCU in terms of their performance as well. So definitely excited for that to kind of come through.
Of course. A little bit of tech difficulties it'll be here in just a few moments, but yeah, I'm happy with what we've seen in terms of the gameplay today, Lafon. A great amount of map diversity that we've had. I mean, diversity from what we've been used to throughout this. I'd say it's a great opener for the NACE Starleague spring split, and there's plenty of action coming up. I'm very excited to dive into all of it in the coming weeks, and it's always great to see the young talent coming through. And I think it's something that is always a constant factor, not an issue, but something to think about. As we talked in our last interview, one of the players from the winning squad of University of South Florida had graduated. So it's a interesting way that players are constantly changing by graduating or joining the university. So rosters are constantly evolving, and I think that's such an interesting way that the collegiate scene is unique.
Yeah, collegiate is by its nature in flux. It has to be, right? You have players coming in that are freshmen. You have people graduating, of course, and for any host of reasons. But while you're in sort of the school system, getting a chance to play in this environment is a big deal. And I think one of the interesting things that sort of adds to kind of highlight your point is that stylistically teams change from year to year, season to season, even, right? Teams that we historically associate with being a certain kind of team, right? this team is really good at dive, right? This team is really good at rush. In the very next season, that can be a completely different identity. And, that's something for teams, having to perform under pressure have to expect, right? A team has to come in and sort of develop an identity in very short order. But it's also something that's very difficult for oppositions to kind of handle, right? You don't know what kind of team you're kind of going up against, unless you scrim them or play them in tournaments a lot. There is that element. And so that is definitely one of the more exciting aspects of the collegiate scene. And as someone who's been, on both sides of that coin, it's interesting to see it play out here, and definitely excited to see how the rest of the season, rest of the split plays out for the NACE Starleague.
Of course, yeah, it's nothing but excitement when it comes to this league, and it's a great incubator for talent. And I think that's what the most important thing about it is. When it comes to the collegiate scene, it's an incubator for talent. I mean, some of these players that we have within the league have even gone to play, or they currently play within the contender scene, and that's just a wild thing to see, that players are out here working their hardest and finding true success both within the Star League and without. And without collegiate esports, I think it would be a little bit of a big wound to the scene. So this is just an important league, and thank you to everyone who comes out here and supports the league, plays in the league, and just takes part in collegiate esports, whether you're a top program or just budding in to the scene. It's always important, regardless of the level, that people take part in this collegiate esports league.
Yeah, there's and I mean, even beyond that, the memories the players make, right? Even if you don't go on to be a pro esports player, playing as someone who's done it, played both physical and esports at the collegiate level, it's something you can take with you for the rest of your career, the rest of your life. Kind of the teamwork aspect of it, the being as part of the camaraderie of competition. It's a big part, I think, of the identity that players have, and that's something that's super exciting to kind of see grow here in the collegiate space.
Yeah, I mean, the team building experience is probably one of the better parts of it. You kind of learn how to work within not just a gaming team, but you learn real life skills within it: how to work as a team, how to be an effective communicator, how to lead other people if you're going to be the IGL. And I think it may be silly to people outside of the scenes, but this really helps people develop not only as players but as people as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we only touched the surface of what that is, right? When you talk about defeat, how do you perform, or how do you react to adversity and so on? It's endless, the level of skills you can kind of contribute to your growth here in the collegiate space, and definitely something to be excited about. And even beyond that, I think one of the things, if you look at the Overwatch space specifically, the competition, the level of competition at the collegiate level has increased tremendously over the last couple of years, right? There's teams now that would rival some of the best, I would argue, in general. So there's a lot to be excited about in this space, and I'm curious to see how they continue to evolve, these players, these programs, and the game as a whole.
Well, the collegiate esports space truly is amazing, but unfortunately, we are done today here for Overwatch. But don't you worry, there is still plenty of NACE Starleague action here this week, as tomorrow, Tuesday, League of Legends is coming in hot, as well as Wednesday we will have Call of Duty, and you can't forget to finish off the week with some Counter-Strike. Always great competition here within the NACE Star League, so you are not going to want to miss out on this. Same channels as here, CSL Esports and of course NACE Star League will be broadcasting that action, so you're not going to want to miss it. But that's going to be it for us here tonight. Thank you so much to everyone who came through to watch. Thank you to all the players who supported us, and of course the producers over here in the Discord. You have done a great job. We'll always appreciate you, and I appreciate you, LaFon. We've done it's a great job to be able to watch all these players play, but we have plenty of time to enjoy it, as this is just the beginning of the season. So from everyone here from the NACE Star League, thank you so much, and we'll see you on the next one.